Gonna win so much, you may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning more. We're gonna win more. We're gonna win so much. Please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. We have to win more.
Let's run it back.
We're gonna win so much, you may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have more. We're gonna win more. We're gonna win so much. Please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much.
Have you said thank you yet? Because I'm not hearing thank you. I'm not hearing anybody say thank you. Have you said thank you yet? Thank you, Mr. President. We're done with the winning, please. But we need to win some more. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, welcome. Welcome to the Haas and Ivory broadcast. I'm Sam Parker, and this is the Haas and Ivory broadcast coming to you live from sunny and actually quite warm Los Angeles, California. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Is it because the market's tanking, the market's crashing, and we will inevitably bring about the anti-capitalist, socialist, full luxury, automated, gay space, communist utopia, because the contradictions are finally coming to a close? Is that the reason why I'm so excited? Is that the reason why? No, that's not. That's not the reason why. That's part of it, but that's not the only reason. Hassan, you might say, is it because, we are liberating ourselves from currency and the necessity for having it, or just the debanking that's taking place by force? Is that necessarily the reason why you're excited? And I will say no. The reasons as to why I'm excited are why I'm excited every single time.
It's Friday then.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
Saturday, Sunday, what?
It's freaking Friday. It's Liberation Friday. It's Black Friday, but not in like a cool, I'm going to go buy a PlayStation 5 type of deal. It's the other Black Friday where you never get to have commodities ever again. But I digress. We will enjoy it regardless, because thank the union, thank the labor union for being able to take some time off and enjoy yourself. If you like the 5-day work week, thank the labor union. Let me tell you right now. Let me tell you. It's Financial Free Fall Friday, baby. Stock plunges day 2. Are we going into a depression? Is it a recession and then a depression? Who knows? Anyway. The answer is yes, we're going to have some immaculate vibes. Someone said, do you see Doug completely misunderstand the housing crisis and solely blame progressives and regulations? Oh, no. Is Doug like a Omega Yimby? Is that what it is? Because that's amazing. Your jawline looking snatched this morning? Thank you. I'm also wearing my old Capitalism is Voluntary, Get Bread or Get Dead shirt. This is the one that you guys wanted so much and so aggressively that I guess in the midst of all these tariffs, Warren James out of nowhere goes, hey, by the way, without telling you, we actually started manufacturing these again, and we're just going to drop it in the midst of the tariff. In the midst of the tariff convo, they were like, I guess never let a crisis go to waste. I mean, it's union made, American made. It don't impact us, but it's just crazy that they chose today of all days to drop it. I saw the pod that Chad was talking about. That is not what happened. He just said Houston was a red city, not knowing Houston is hella dem. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but when I hear someone immediately blame like zoning restrictions, I mean, which are to be blamed, by the way, that's not, make no mistake. I'm not like saying that there aren't bad regulations when it comes to housing, but when I hear someone specifically talk about that and then just like keep the issue at like progressive legislation or whatever. I when it comes to housing, like not solving the housing crisis, I think it freaks me out a little bit. It worries me a little bit. Anyway, Houston Mansion 713, hold it down. Houston, Atlanta, Vegas. Okay, folks, I'm Hassan Piker. This is Austin on broadcast, coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, where this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Abi Piker. Obviously, it's a very dynamic day. It is a very dynamic. He basically read the abundance book. Okay, whatever. It's a very dynamic day. It's a very crazy day. We obviously got a lot going on in the world. I'm gonna be talking about all of that and more. But personal news wise, I didn't really do much last night. I didn't really do much at all. As a matter of fact, hung out with Papa, and that's pretty much it. He's just been like going over all of the boxes and stuff that I have all around the house, and just like going crazy mode on these boxes. He's going on a tear. He's like cleaning the house up, crazy style. And before people freak out about that, yes, he is quite literally a college professor. He's done consulting work his whole life. He used to be a holdings manager. He's a fucking lobbyist for the Turkish government for one of the largest companies on the planet. And yes, he still fucking cleans my goddamn house. I don't even ask him. I'm like, Dad, you're 60. Don't do this. And he's like, no, I'm gonna do it. Okay. So before people misunderstand this concept, because you might be thinking like, my dad ain't shit. He don't do nothing for me like that. This is how Turkish families are like, I think, or specifically my family. They're just this is how it is. Yeah, clean your room, son. Yeah, tariff affecting Switch 2 prices. Will this radicalize the gamer population? No, because they're stupid. Gamers are stupid. They deserve less. As a matter of fact, you just gave me a fat W. Anything that makes gamers sad, I'm happy. I'm just kidding. I know a lot of you guys like Nintendo Switch. I like Nintendo Switch. Yes. But we'll get into all of that. Also, I got to order some stuff that he wants me. I keep Googling how to become white Chinese. You will never be white Chinese. Only I get to have that honor. Okay? I'm already white Chinese, baby. My last name being Uyghur on my mother's maiden side. Like, I'm already white Chinese. There's nothing more white Chinese than a dude in Xinjiang, My dad's phone is ringing like crazy. Anyway, what about Braze? I mean, technically, he is the honorary white Chinese guy. Like, what is this? Hassan, are tariffs going to affect the economy? Are you kidding me? No. Are tariffs, babe, you're getting shadow banned? No, I'm not. I don't know why people always say this. I do not know why people go, oh, you're shadow banned. Why am I shadow banned? It's because you couldn't find me or something today. Like, this application is busted. Did you get a weird message from Christian? Christian? No. I'm trying to order some groceries because my dad wanted some stuff as I'm talking to you guys, but I don't know what a weird message from Christian. Chinese Cuban, Spanish Chino Cubano are Cubans with a full or mixed Chinese ancestry who are born in or have immigrated to Cuba. He sent something last night. What? Yes, look at the message. He sent something last night. Who? Who's Christian? What are you guys talking about? What? What are you? I don't know what you're saying. Okay, I'm gonna stop listening to chatters. I'm gonna just. I don't know why I listen to chatters to begin with. Anyway, personal news wise, I worked out this morning, and let me tell you, I hit a pretty decent number here. I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty proud of it. So for me, on the incline bench press, which is weirdly like comparatively better than my flat usually. Like, it's not higher than my flat. Obviously, it can't be higher than the flat because flat is like much meatier part of the chest. But for my incline, in comparison to my regular flat bench press, like my incline bench was pretty high. And I hit, I right before this one, I did 215 for a fairly easy 8. And I just went crazy with it. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to do 2 plates. And I hit 225 for 2 plates. And I'm very proud of this because, like, look at the movement. The movement's good. Like, and basically, I didn't want to stress it. I didn't want to like fail. I didn't want to go through failure. So I stopped it there. But it's pretty good for 2 plates, 225. Sam Sulek got a private gym and says he wants to do collabs now.
Sam Sulek revealed his new private gym. This entire gym is filled with Arsenal strength equipment.
This has been quite a while.
I would love to do a collab with Big Boy right here. I don't know where he is though. How big is your schlong? I don't know. Big enough. Never heard complaints. Good tempo too. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the boy's trying to get back in shape for the summer. As you can see here, the abs are kind of gone. You can still see the dig V's, which is good. It's not bad, but like the abs are gone a little bit, and I gotta fix that. Okay, gotta fix that. So your incline form is better than your flat. You bounce an insane amount on flat. Okay, well, here comes the form police, you know. And then yeah, we restock capitalism is voluntary. Get bread or get dead. Looking like young Stalin. Thank you. He was very handsome. He was like 5'3", but he was very handsome regardless. So thank you for saying that. And he did cool shit when he was young. He robbed banks, which I think is very cool. That's like one of the coolest things you can do is rob banks. Other than all this though, honestly, this is it. You know, working out. How's your 401k doing, bro? Bruh, I do not look at that kind of stuff. I'm gonna tell you right now. Okay. I do not look at that kind of stuff at all. Bernie announced LA rally. I know. I'm already in collaboration with them right now. I'm talking to them. I want to do something when he's out here. Hopefully, if he has more time. I don't know. I just like I can't in good conscience let Lex Fridman have like an 8-hour sit down with Bernie and me have like 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Like that's what I think about all the time. Where I'm just like, come on, dude. I need a little bit more than that. But yeah, that's the situation at hand right now. I'm gonna blast off. Hold on, after I'm done ordering some stuff for Pop over here because he wanted some shit. Hold on. Baba, özel olarak ne istiyorsun? Clorox özel mi onlar? Ne onlar? Yoksa yani onları gösteriyorsun da all purpose mı, cleaner mı, bleach mi, ne? Ya ne olduğunu söyle ona sadece. Göster. Ha, all purpose. Diğerleri de mi all purpose? Aha, bleach. Okay. Boş ver be. Tamam. Aldım. Oh, he really is going crazy cleaning? Yeah, dude. He's been going nutty mode. I swear to God. Ne istiyorsun? Ne alayım daha? It's not over. We got more. Okay. Tamam. Kolay. Tamam. Okay. One last thing I gotta order and then we're good. You talking Turkish reminds me of adını koydum Feriha, popular in my nation. Do you ask your dad to come over and clean in my place too, please and thank you? No, I will not be asking him that. He's worried. Panic cleaning in the spring. Relatable. I mean, dude, it actually does feel like spring today, but not that much. Oh no, bro. The situation for the Israeli left is so dire right now. The Israeli Hasanabi heads are literally being shipped into prison. Okay, we lost another one. How's Israel just wants my numbers to go down so bad that the fucking genocidal apartheid state has decided to basically jail all of the Hasanabi heads in here. Okay, we lost another Hasanabi head. She is now in Israeli prison for refusing to serve and becoming a conscientious objector. This is unacceptable. But yeah, all jokes aside, we'll talk about all of that. And more. There's a lot to cover today, so I'm gonna get right into it. Hold on, let me just finish this last thing that I need to get. But yeah, it's Friday. We'll do some fun vibes overall. We'll do fun vibes overall. That's what we'll do. Don't worry, but we got a lot of news to cover. Obviously, the crisis and the collapse of the American economy, perhaps the global economy in general. This is something that we must talk about, of course, but we'll do some fun stuff as well. I might play Kingdom Come, finally do the gay sex mission on Kingdom Come today. Cause like I've played it all the way to the end basically. And now I've been worried about like accidentally playing the gay sex part off stream. And if I do that off stream, then it's gay. You know what I mean? Then like I'm gay. But if I do it on stream and you guys hold my hand through the process, then it's like, oh, it's for content. It's not gay. You know what I mean? Are you going to DC, Hassan? Man, it's in the title, man. It's in the title. This is why many of you need Islam, okay? Because in the words, the first verse in the Quran is to read, okay? Is urging you to read. In the name of Allah, read, okay? That's why you need the Quran. That's why you need Islam in your life. You need to revert, bro. All of you need to revert right now. Say the Shahada. Say the Shahada right now and revert to Islam, because honestly, many of you need to learn how to read first and then start reading as well. Yeah, all of you need Allah and to read the Quran. Okay, where was I? What was I saying? What was I doing? Oh, I was gonna blast off. I forgot. Okay. Day 2 of the stock market plummeting. That's probably good, right? Is this good? Nintendo confirms tariff hit. Will the MAGA gamers suffer? What else? Banger video on right to return from Bad Empanada. Please stop winning. We're winning so much, Mr. President. I don't want to win any longer. TikTok stay of execution. Hey, where are you going? They defunded the Department of Education. What else do you? I love Tesla. Everything's computer. I love Tesla. I love Nintendo. Everything's computer. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, there's just a lot going on. Just get in now. DC tomorrow. Yeah. TikTok got a stay of execution for 75 days. They banned government workers from dating Chinese people. Yeah, I know. I saw that, which is really fucked up, dude. It's really messed up. It's like targeting Eric Swalwell directly. Taking the PJ, yes, my private jet that I own with my billions of dollars. I shorted the market, and I just want to say, guys, I'm sorry. You know, I had to use all of the knowledge that I have over the comings and goings. And yeah, day of liberation, I shorted the market big, okay? And yeah, maybe I made a couple billion off of that. They're calling it the big short. They're calling it the biggest short. Yeah. How else am I going to feed my crippling Quaaludes addiction? They don't even sell the good ones anymore. They don't make them. How else am I going to feed my crippling Quaaludes addiction? They don't even sell the good ones anymore. They don't make them anymore since the 90s. So it's like really difficult for me to get the 90s style Quaaludes. And therefore I have to make billions of dollars and I have to do the big short. Sorry. That's right. I invested big, and then I'm going to buy the dip. Buy the dip. Ladies and gentlemen, buy the dip. That's right. I shorted the market 17% up in my 401k. Thanks. Yeah. I can't believe you shorted 500M and made $1 billion. That's right. I did do that because I got motion like that. I got motion that's worth the entirety of the ocean, if you know what I mean. Yeah, you already bought up all the Zins. There's no dip left to buy. Low key, I did go to one of my smoke shops that I go to every now and then to get like fat stacks of Zins. And they had these like, it just looked diminished, right? When I walked in and I was like, did the tariffs already start? What the fuck is going on? And he's like, nah, dude, Los Angeles County came in and, you know, we're not allowed to sell tobacco products for the month. Yeah, they got hit. They got hit by the Gestapo. Gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom of California Oblast came after one of my smoke shops where I can purchase flavored Zins because he just doesn't want me to have fun, I guess. I guess he wants me to kill myself, and that's it. That's the reality of the matter, okay? I see you, Gavin. You don't want me on your podcast. You want to take away my fucking Zins. This is a personal slight against me. God damn it, we're living in California. What the hell is going on? Everyone, what the hell's going on? The people must rise up in arms against the gruesome governor of California Oblast, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom, because we need our Zins back. Okay, we need to look at your friend. What is this? Okay. Big hater Gavin with the hair helmet. One of my boy shops got raided for the same thing a bit ago, lol. Yeah, it's messed up, dude. It's messed up. It's messed up. Anyway, you know what else is messed up? The economy. You know what else is also messed up on top of the economy? The fact that gamers are not going to be able to get their treats, specifically Nintendo. Everything's computer, everything's Nintendo. That's right. Switch 2 pre-orders are delayed in the United States amidst the new Trump tariffs. Let's take a look.
Disappointing update for you lovely people. As reported by The Verge, Nintendo has halted pre-orders for the Nintendo Switch 2 in the United States. The original plan was that it would start on the 9th of April, but that is not the case anymore. There is no new date at the time of recording. Nintendo have simply stated that they will update the timing at a later date. However, the launch date of the 5th of June has not changed. The reasoning for this is to assess the potential impact of tariffs and evolving market conditions. If you need me to spell it out any more clearly than that, this is
It's Trump. It's because of Trump. It's directly Trump. And it's so undeniably Donald Trump's insane actions that, like, gamers cannot even point the finger at Brandon, which is the saddest part of this. Because normally, at the very least, you could be like, oh, this is somehow Brandon's fault. But if you're a reactionary gamer right now who wants to, like, play the new Nintendo Switch stuff, and I assume many reactionary gamers don't even play Nintendo stuff because, like, it's baby games and they're big burly men and they look to what the latest Nintendo releases are so they can just be like, this is for girls. And it's like, yeah, it is. Why are you commenting on this? But that's besides the point. I'm sure there are some right-wing gamers out there that are like, you don't need it. You want it. Exactly. So for me, I'm a Steam Deck boy anyway. And would you say it's safe to visit America right now? British Muslim woman? I don't know. I don't want to say anything. But yeah, for all the Christian gamers out there that want to play family-friendly games and stuff, get wrecked. You're not going to be able to do that. And it is directly because of Donalde. Okay? It is directly because of the Don. JD Pond Don said, no more treats. JD Pond Don said, permanent first world genocide. The suburbs will cry tears of blood. He said he is going to disrupt the commodity production piece by piece and rebuild it in the most spectacular fashion. He's going to do it all. That's my GOAT. That's my king. No more games, no more treats, ladies and gentlemen.
In response to the recent tariffs that have been put in place by the US government. What this boils down to is because of these recent tariffs, the Nintendo Switch 2 may not launch at the previously listed price of $449.99. Nintendo had also previously announced that the Switch 2 would be able to pre-order from their own website starting on the 8th of May, but it is not clear whether this date has been affected or not. We'll have a full list of sources in the description down below if you want to read more into this. For now, though, I'll leave.
Yeah, JD Pond Don, degrowth Don. You don't need the treats. You fucking treat Larites Don. He is Maoist. He's a Maoist third worldist, and that's what it is. He said, no more free trade. Free trade is not so free. After all, it's called unequal exchange. And that's right. For far too long, we have toiled. We have exploited the global south. We will put an end to this. We will exploit our own labor class instead. No more labor aristocracy. The American soil will be toiled by the peasantry. That's right. I'm bringing the peasants back. Although America never had peasants, we're bringing it back. I looked at all the countries with peasants and I saw they've done wonderful things. I love my big, beautiful peasants.
Leave you to it. Cheers.
Yeah, political power grows out of the barrel of a tariff. Never forget, the suburbs surround the cities. Not the rural areas, but the rural land, but the suburbs instead, and exurbs too. Donald Trump is a Maoist, but Maoist treat Larite.
To begin with,
all right. Companies are seeing impacts from the stock market plunge after the tariffs announcement. Of course. Welcome to DC. Our food is better than LA's food. That is an insane statement. I have been to DC. DC, I feel like, is notorious for having what? DC is notorious for having the worst food out of like all of the major cities. That's crazy. Like, you could say that about Chicago, right? Chicago, higher density of Michelin star restaurants than Los Angeles. You could say that about New York. That's competitive. But it's crazy it's just funny to think like DC has any stay here, any say in like the food game. All right.
With fallout from President Trump's trade war, his tariffs sent shockwaves through the market. Stocks had their biggest one-day loss in 5 years. It's been since the pandemic. More than $3 trillion of value was wiped out. The worst one-day losses for the S&P and 500 and the Nasdaq since 2020. Because concerns are growing about the impact on businesses and consumers. Trevor Ault is on Wall Street with the latest. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, George. And this harsh drop in the markets is only fueling fears of a potential recession. JP Morgan analysts have now updated their chance of a recession this year to 60%, meaning they think it's more likely than not. And we have seen stocks get heavily slashed since these tariffs were made official. And it seems like the bleeding may not stop anytime soon.
Please, Mr. President, the bleeding is too much. I will say you will keep bleeding. You'll say so much winning. You'll say, Mr. President, please, no more winning. I'll say, no, we're going to keep winning.
This morning, the widespread fallout from President Trump's sweeping tariffs. The stock market losing $2.5 trillion in value Thursday.
Bro, by the way, look, I'm not one of these like anarchist style lefties.
Tariffs.
Okay.
The stock market.
But money is so fake. I'm sorry. I'm done with this whole bullshit. Okay. It's so fucking made up. Dude, it is money is the most made up thing. Money throughout the history of mankind, money has never been as made up as it is right now. Okay. $2.5 trillion in value wiped out overnight, and your day is the same. If money was real, if this was real, people would be killing themselves. People would be literally grabbing the pitchforks to murder one another with pitchforks. And because they don't have anything else. No more commodities are being produced. It's a dead halt. Okay? It's just like, you can never convince me. You can never convince me that money is real. You will never be able to convince me that money is real. I mean, this is the other reason why I said that. Yeah, one of these men did not attend the inauguration, okay? Elon Musk lost $11 billion. Jeff Bezos lost $15.9 billion. Mark Zuckerberg, $17.9 billion. Warren Buffett, only $2.57 billion, okay? And it's like, I'm sorry, dude. That's just nothing. That's not real. We need to stop this. We need to stop entertaining this stuff, okay? We need to go back to the fucking barter system. We need to go back to the gold standard. I don't know. It's just something different, okay? No, everyone's getting poorer. Everyone's getting poorer. Why do Democrats fall back on the same tired message as the situation changes and the rich get richer? Oh, not the working rich. To the many investors coming into the United States and investing massive amounts of money, my policies will never change. This is a great time to get rich, richer than ever before. Yeah. And Chuck Schumer said, and the rich get richer. And Josh Barro said, no. It's a fire sale for billionaires. What are these people smoking? Not yet, but yes. Call me Donald with the way she plunging on my stock. Nice. That's a good one. Peach jars. Yeah, I suspect that Chuck Schumer is talking about, yes, the tax cuts that are incoming, or even the fact that like this presents an opportunity for wealthy people who will now consolidate even further, engage in even further consolidation of wealth. So this is the best edit yet. I watched this. Yeah, I watched this earlier.
You may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And we're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, it's too much winning.
But it's also yo, low key, a lot of you guys in this chat, okay, are middle class, you're working a fucking job, you're not at the age where you're even like thinking about your retirement, but you're looking at your 401k and it's like bleeding, right? This also kind of goes back to the idea that I'm talking about here about money being fake, where it's like your life was already shit and now your future is shit, right? Like in the future, you suspect it'll be more shit. That's the only thing that changed. Like, your life as of this moment has not gotten significantly worse. It probably will as a consequence of people's purchasing power diminishing, and then companies engaging in layoffs, and which will then obviously make the situation even less manageable. All of these things are slated to happen in the future, but it's like there's not even a bank run taking place. You know what I mean? Like, it's just all designed in a way where this shit is freaking fake, dude. I woke up and jacked off exactly the same as last week. Is consolidation of wealth really what's happening? I feel like there's easier ways for the president of America to do that. Yeah, I don't think that this is intentional to like make a wealth consolidation happen. I don't think he's like intentionally applying this market shock so his like buddies can come in and sweep everything else. That's just a normal part of the process, I think. As a normal part of the process, it's just what happens. But yeah, my index funds are in the bin. I'm 23 and no 401k. Is that okay? Can't do a bank run when there's no money to take out. Yeah, banks are out of money. The comments here had me really sad the other day. What is this?
One video.
Something is very wrong with America. Elderly servers in her 70s and she can hardly walk. The table next to this woman asked why she was still working, and she said she only makes $910 a month on Social Security, and she has to still work because her bills exceed $910 a month. Yeah, let's help her retire. $250,000 raised so far. Yeah, this is it, dude. This is the future. The future is like one lucky member of the peasant class, one lucky member of the peasantry will get the rest of the peasantry to raise funds so they can actually retire in a normal, with like normal finances, as opposed to a government funded initiative that will allow everyone to have that same opportunity. It's fantastic. We can feel good about it too. Yeah, the GoFundMe-fication of social safety nets is crazy. Did they get rid of the FDIC yet, or is my money still safe in the bank? Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, things are not great, to say the least. I mean, this is the Hamas logo, okay? The New York Stock Exchange is Hamas. Donald Trump is Hamas, okay? Ironically, he did a BDS on Israel. He is doing Hamas shit. He is doing Hamas to the American stock market, the America stock market.
Losing $2.5 trillion in value Thursday.
Yeah, 6% is the latest number that we're at. As of 6 minutes ago, SPX index down almost 6%. Holy baloney. God damn. You're seemingly in a good mood today. The vibes are immaculate, brother. Yeah, I'm just doing me. I'm focusing on me shit. You know what I mean? It's just, that's part of it. You know, I'm working out. The weather is nice. I have to maintain a positive, cheerful attitude.
The worst single-day plunge since the pandemic lockdowns 5 years ago. Multinational corporations with manufacturing in Asia, like Apple, tumbling more than 9%. Dell, Best Buy, and Nike dropping around 15% or more. And now, as more tariffs are set to go into effect at midnight, many companies are already reeling. I
think there's something very funny about Donald Trump getting his experts to compile this like 200-page foreign trade barriers, estimation report, and then not using those foreign trade barriers that were calculated in the actual calculation, because the actual calculation is much simpler, which also is a story from Washington Post. Scoop from Jeff Stein. President Trump personally selected the now widely mocked formula for determining the country's specific tariffs from a menu of options, multiple sources say. Numerous Trump aides at NEC, CEA, Commerce, USTR had 4 weeks been working, crafting country-specific tariffs that took into account a broad range of tariff and non-tariff barriers. Several sources said more sophisticated approaches had been developed. It's actually not that hard to develop a more sophisticated approach. Doing nothing would probably be a more sophisticated approach to, as opposed to what Trump did. So, like, literally, if they were just like, "Hey, Mr. President, how about we don't do anything?" If that was the approach that he took, that would be more sophisticated. They didn't do that. They took the least sophisticated route, which is All of those trade barriers that are in that booklet are irrelevant to the calculation here. The calculation here, the calculation here is entirely done by looking at the deficit, okay? Looking at the trade deficit and deciding on the arbitrary designation of how much tariffs these countries have applied to us. Oh, I'm sorry, do you not want to purchase our F-150s because they don't fit in your fucking roads? Guess what, dude? Sucks to suck. You're not buying enough from us, okay? Madagascar. Why are you not getting our gas cars? That's a trade deficit. That's a tariff. We've decided a trade deficit is a tariff. And that's precisely how we're going to operate going forward, okay? Yeah, Madagascar, how about gas cars? Okay, specifically Ford, okay, or Chevy, one of them. I can't confirm precisely who authored the one Trump picked. We have suspicions. It might be ChatGPT, but it bears striking similarities to the methods previously backed publicly by Peter Navarro, as I've talked about before. Peter Navarro is the ultimate China hawk. He's Mr. Steal Your Tariffs. He's Mr. Disrupt the Global Economy. He's Mr. We need to decouple from China. And he's Trump's top guy. He's Trump's bravest soldier, most loyal soldier on this, at the forefront of this kind of activity. So Trump is doing it. He's doing the dang thing. The definitive story of Trump's whirlwind trade direction. And here's what they said. Oh, sorry, this was a scoop, not from Jeff Stein. It's from Natalie Allison, Michael Birnbaum, Kat Zacharowski, and led by Amy E. Gardner, all at the Washington Post. He's at the peak of just not giving a bleep anymore, said a White House official with knowledge of Trump's thinking. Bad news stories, doesn't give a bleep. He is going to do what he's going to do. He's going to do what he promised to do on the campaign trail. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. That's not good. Not good at all, because he promised a lot of awful shit, okay? Are you surprised to see that Switch 2 pre-orders are delayed because of this? No. Why would I be surprised about that? Of course not. The random Twitter user who figured this out an hour after the announcement, and you doubt it is vindicated? Absolutely. I apologize to that Twitter user. It just, I still was operating on the old boundaries and the old ways of thinking, which is that sounds entirely too simple-minded. And I'm sorry that 2 days ago, if I was looking at the situation and you were to tell me that the Trump administration is so stupid that they would create arbitrary designations that expand far beyond like trade barriers and claiming that like a VAT tax, like a value added tax, is actually a trade barrier or a functional tariff or whatever. Like, if you were to ask me that, I'd be like, yeah, those are the reasons why they're just slapping on these fake numbers. It can't be so stupid that they did this look at the trade deficit calculation and decided that is the tariff, decided that is considered a tariff, because it's not. It's an entirely separate thing, okay? Yeah, I would have said that's too stupid for the Trump administration. And boy, was I wrong. And I'm here to admit when I'm wrong, okay? I am here to admit to you when I'm in the wrong. This is one of those moments. The Trump administration is that fucking stupid. It turns out they're that stupid. Like, for me, I looked at the situation and I thought, there's no way. This is the American empire. Everything I've known. I'm not a nothing ever happens kind of guy, but when it comes to this kind of shit, nothing does indeed ever happen, because the entire purpose of the American empire is to maintain this hegemonic status and maintain global trade, this intricate web that we have designed in order to permanently exploit the global south so that our fucking labor aristocracy can get the treats at low costs. Yeah, no degree. He's just that stupid. Yeah. He does not have a PhD in macroeconomics. He is just that fucking stupid. All right. That's precisely what's going on. Respect. Because things are happening. Okay. Things are happening at an alarming rate. Things are happening so goddamn hard that the nothing ever happens guys are going, oh my God, things are finally happening. Holy fuck, we were so wrong. Now, the reason why they're saying that is because, as I've maintained this position, things are happening all the fucking time, all around the world. It just never comes back here. It never comes back here to happen to you in your neighborhood. It doesn't hurt the suburbs of Connecticut. Things don't happen there. Things are happening in Guatemala. Things are happening in Yemen. Things are happening in Gaza. It's just things are not happening in, Idaho. And finally, things are happening in Idaho, it seems. And yeah, interesting stuff. Very cool, very interesting, cool zone shit that's going on in the United States of America. Holy baloney.
Affected midnight, many companies are already reeling. Restoration Hardware stock plummeted 40%. The CEO reacting in real time on an earnings call.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I just looked at the screen.
No, is this good?
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I just looked at the screen. I hadn't looked at it. It got hit when I think the tariffs came out.
Economic anxieties are also rippling through the auto industry, now facing...
Dude. The photos coming from the New York Stock Exchange floor yesterday are insane. There is a little bit of catharsis here. I'm sorry. Like, there is a moment of vindication, I think, for people like myself, because we look at like how heavily financialized our global marketplace is, and the ramifications of that are so severe. So when you look at like all the loyal peons that have upheld the system, and you watch them in shock, in true utter horror, that like one singular baboon-brained dipshit can just destroy everything for them in ways that they never could have comprehended, coming from not left field, but right field. All of a sudden, there's like a moment of catharsis, like where you're like, well, how about you guys feel this a little bit? You know what I mean? How about you fucking feel this pain a little bit? Because for the average American, this is a daily part of the problem. Now, of course, the way that the stock market works, obviously the gains are privatized and the losses are socialized. So like you're fucked. You're fucked way harder than everybody else. Make no mistake. But I think like it's almost like a Luigi Mangione moment. I feel like Donald Trump is the Luigi Mangione of finance a little bit, where he just basically domed the stock market, and Americans were like, well, yeah, my 401k is done, but also like there's a little bit of catharsis, I think. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm reading it incorrectly, maybe I'm wrong, but at least like amongst normie people that I talk to, it does kind of feel like everything is really messed up, isn't it, huh? Oh well, because their shit is already fucked. You know what I mean? Their shit is already fucked to a severe degree. And people are genuinely fearful about what is to come next. I don't think a lot of people understand how devastating this will be. Obviously, I've talked about it quite a bit, about like what the impact of this is going to look like for sure. But because like inflation is terrifying people. But in all of that, I think there are some people who are just going like, okay, well, like this was already pretty bad and it's getting worse. What the fuck do I do about it? My fucking portfolio is dying. I put my money into historically safe investments and it's being obliterated. Help. Yeah. Dude, the stock market has a father and a husband. Show some respect. We made it through COVID. We be all right. Like, it is such a wild set of circumstances that has unfolded. It is such a wild situation ahead of us that the New York Times is talking about maybe these international manufacturing hubs will actually lower their prices to make sure that the American public doesn't eat too much of that cost. There will always be a price increase. Tariffs means automatic price increases, but maybe the suffering will be a little bit less. Now, the other side of the story is that if you want to fix that trade deficit, if you're the United States of America and you're the consumption engine of the global economy, it's going to be quite difficult for you to turn that around. Like, what are you supposed to do? What are the people of Madagascar supposed to do? What are the people in Cambodia supposed to do? Are they supposed to just like purchase whatever the fuck we make here? Like, I don't understand. That's truly a thing that I'm having a hard time coming to terms with, because like it seems like he wants to, one, bring manufacturing back to the United States of America without actually fucking building the infrastructure to do that, which is psychotic. It's not gonna fucking happen. Two, he wants to decouple trade from China and even other like secondary manufacturing hubs that China has moved into because they know that Donald Trump has been aggressively pursuing the tariff policy against China. So Chinese manufacturers, due to living standards improving too much in China, and also because of those tariffs, have moved their manufacturing hub to like Vietnam and stuff. And they are fucking Vietnam over as a consequence of that as well. America's doing that. So what are these countries supposed to do? Like what are they supposed to do? Like what can they do to fix the trade deficit? Because as it stands, we don't have the manufacturing power. We do not have the manufacturing power right now. So even if for Donald Trump, in his perfect vision, for Donald Trump's perfect vision to become reality, America would need to overnight open up endless factories, facilities with incredible amounts of foreign capital and investment coming in, right? And not like Hyundai facilities, because like Hyundai has opened up facilities, but they're not technically made in America. So like he wants to take that out as well. Like he wants all of these other companies to basically go away, to not be able to sell to the United States of America. And then he wants those countries to purchase from us. But we don't have supplies. We don't have the facilities. We don't have the infrastructure as it stands. So even if you fucking built the infrastructure overnight, which is impossible, it's physically impossible, it's not going to fucking happen, then what? We just start manufacturing all the stuff and they have to buy it at our price point? Like, how that expectation is so stupid. Everything that I'm talking about would require, at least in the most expeditious manner, Chinese style, command economy, central planning style, eminent domain shit, moving the labor force around aggressively without any sort of political repercussions. That, with all of that in mind, that's a 10-year plan, minimum. America does not even have the skeleton to be able to do this shit. America does not have the backbone to be able to do this shit. America has never done this shit unless it was like World War II. That's the last time we were able to do that, okay? So, like, yeah, they tax Lesotho. What are they supposed to do? Lesotho, you need to buy what we make in the United States of America. We're not making shit right now, but when we do, you need to buy it. But we're gonna tax you anyway. Lesotho, all the countries. Do you understand why it's kind of funny and very frustrating to look at what the hell's going on around the world, you know? Lesotho. We don't have the industrial base as it stands. We don't even know if we have the labor power to be able to do this. And we broke it first with the hopes that we can build that, but with no incentive structure to build it anyway. Because the furthest that in these past couple of decades, the furthest along we've ever been in terms of bringing back manufacturing into the United States of America was Build Back Better, IRA, and the CHIPS Act. All Brandonian regime moves. And that was a day late and a dollar too short to begin with, because that was done within the confines of neoliberalism. Trump is not even doing that. Trump is not even doing that at all. He's just breaking it with no intention, seemingly, of fixing it at all in the aftermath. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And like, we laugh about the stupidity because like, oh my God, they put tariffs on penguins. And it's like, yeah, they did. They did put fucking tariffs on penguins because they're that fucking stupid. It just, and not only are they that stupid, they're not even trying to shelter you from their stupidity. They're like, yeah, we're this fucking stupid. What are you going to do about it? Yeah, I'm the dumbest guy you know. I'm the biggest dumbass you've ever met. And what the fuck are you going to do about it? All the other dumbasses voted for me and I'm going to fucking do this shit. Sucks to suck. That's the situation in front of us right now. That's where we're at. Okay, let's do a little bit of hog watch because I want to see some of these. I want to see some of these hogs defend the tariffs. Okay.
People understood the tariffs that President Trump is implementing. I wish more people knew what kind of freedom that's going to give the American people. Woo! President Trump is trying to use these tariffs to get rid of taxes. And I'm telling you guys, he is very smart. That's how the country was ran before taxes. I truly have a hard time understanding how anybody could be against that. I understand maybe not liking him.
I like that this is somehow good for her. Like, in her mind, she thinks this is good for her. Oh my God, we are so stupid. Oh my God. That is the scariest part of this equation. The scariest part of the complete collapse of the global economy, outside of all of that, is the idea that Donald Trump is going to somehow make up a shortfall for gutting income taxes in its fucking entirety, okay, which is like the last remaining progressive form of taxation that doesn't overwhelmingly burden individuals in the working poor, in the working class, as opposed to the wealthiest people in society. That's the one type of progressive taxation that remains, and it's already far too little in comparison to what it should be at, okay? And these people are going, hell yeah, no more taxes. It's going to be so much better. It's like, listen to me very carefully, okay? Tariffs will not be able to make up for the lack of income taxes. Part of the reason why it won't be able to is because, let's say, 30% of your salary is back in your pocket, okay? None of the programs that it funds at the state level will exist anymore. How do you build the fucking roads? How do you pay for the school? How do you pay for anything? What are you saying? What do? We just Ancapistan? Like, what the fuck are you guys saying? Even if you're like an MMT guy on the federal level, like, what are we doing in state level? Where so much of those taxes go back directly to shit that you are consuming, using, all the public resources that you take advantage of that you think are magically there, but they're not magically there. You're funding it. So I guess we're just nuking America. Like, I don't know. We're doing nukes. We're BDSing ourselves. We're doing boycott, divestment, and sanctions from the United States of America to ourselves. If you are a working class individual, okay, and it looks like you got an old ass, like, I don't know, Chevy Silverado or whatever the fuck you're driving, it's not like you're caked up, Deborah. You should not be excited at the prospect of no more taxes, no more income tax. Oh, could this hurt Israel in any way? I hope not. I sure hope not, chatter. Don't worry.
But who could be against getting rid of taxes? Who is against having more money in your pocket? The only people that could be against that are the people who has truly never paid taxes. Before you complain...
Brilliant. Yeah. Only people... Well, let me tell you, okay? Listen, Deborah. I pay more taxes living in the communist nation state of California than you have in your entire life. I pay more taxes in 1 year than you do in your entire life. You've paid in your entire fucking life. Let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. As someone who does that, it is my patriotic duty to do so, even though most of it still goes to Israel. Not most of it, but you know what I mean. Even though a lot of it goes to the police force, which is the domestic military force, and a lot of it goes to military R&D, I understand that even if in the margins there's like some of the funds that finally go to the fucking schools, then it's worth it. And I wish we could restructure the way that we do our expenditures, both at the state level, both at the local level, and certainly at the federal level. But beyond that, even if a little bit of that is going back, like, it's good. That's a good thing. Okay? It's a good thing. Oh, god damn, dude. People are fucking crazy.
And talk about how terrible it is. Give him the opportunity to show you. I hope all you guys are having a wonderful day. It's a beautiful day here in the state of Kentucky. God.
You're in Kentucky. You're in a 1997 Ford Explorer. You're never going to be able to get a new car, by the way. It's just not happening for you. And you're like, hell yeah, I love that we're not getting our taxes. Donald Trump's going to take my taxes away. Oh, my God. Oh, no. We are so freaking cooked, dude. We are cooked. We're cooked. Are we destined to cycle the same shit? Did this kind of disinformation occur prior to the Great Depression? Never at this like rapid clip, because there was just no way to misinform one another this fast and this successfully.
25% tariffs on imported
of course Ben
cars
Sharpino is going to be a fucking against the tariffs. He's a classic libertarian.
parts. Stellantis, the maker of Jeep, Chrysler, and Ram, announcing they're pausing production at some plants in Canada and Mexico, and also temporarily laying off 900 workers in Indiana and Michigan. In Kentucky...
Oh, yeah, this is the other side of it. Like, when you're pummeling companies like Hyundai and stuff, who have, built manufacturing plants and things like that in the United States of America to hire, members of the U.S. workforce in an effort to get a better deal overall, to be able to enter the American marketplace overall, like, and you cut away directly at their, profit margins, like, they're going to pull out. They're not going to be like, all right, time to open up new factories. They're going to be like, okay, well, we don't have the money. We are no longer competitive in this marketplace. So then what do you think happens? Well, then they get fired and then those factories close. So there is a likelihood that this leads to more layoffs, not less, even in the interim.
Kentucky dairy farmer Terry Rowlett is bracing for his costs to jump.
A lot of the equipment that we use, they come in from overseas, so that increase the amount we have to pay for our parts and so forth for our dairy.
And a manager of this wine import business in San Francisco states it plainly.
It's the American importer that pays the tariff, and that is an additional cost.
Also, for months, we've been saying, for a year, since Donald Trump started talking about tariffs, I have been saying this over and over again. Tariffs are not a tax that the government, that the foreign entity pays for. Tariffs are a tax that the importer pays for, which then gets carried over to the consumer, meaning the price of your goods by the time you receive it will be higher as a direct consequence of said tariffs. I've been saying this every single fucking day, it seems like, for the past year, since Donald Trump came out and was like, tariffs are my favorite word. It's the best word in the English language. I've been explaining it over and over again. And it feels like conservatives have just not thought about this at all. Where, like, they don't even either hear it, they never encounter it, or when they hear this argument, they turn around and go, you're gay, libtard, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. Tariffs are going to make America great. Like, until the moment comes and they actually experience it, people have no way of conceptualizing information that they're receiving. This is a real crisis in education in this country. It's a real crisis of critical thinking in this fucking country. Yeah, I fucking warned you, bro, dude. I told you, bro. A critical analysis of capitalist production by Karl Marx. Edited by Frederick Engels. Yeah, every MAGA guy talking about Trump's tariffs sounds like the George W. Bush defendant from The Onion talking about the Iraq war law. Yeah, counterpoint. No, it won't. No, it won't. It just won't. None of that will happen. You're getting worked up over nothing. Everything's going to be fine. So just relax, okay? You're really overreacting. And it's really funny because I saw what I think it was Jack Posobiec's alt account and wokeness or whatever tweet about the tariffs in the funniest way possible, where even he had to concede that it's bad. Like, it's bad, but he can't fully say it's bad. So he had to turn around and fucking be like, well, if it's not bad. Oh, here it is. 55,000 likes, by the way. If these tariffs end up working, nobody will ever trust the experts again. Dog, you never trusted the experts. And it's fine not to trust the experts. I don't trust the experts either. Okay? But, like, you don't have to be an expert to recognize that this shit is just completely busted because you're feeling it right now. And the very fact that you're feeling it right now is the reason why you said if these tariffs end up working. As in, you also are aware that it is not working and there is a likelihood that it won't work. It is fucking awesome. Okay? It is hilarious. Now, the experts have been wrong on a lot of basic predictions, okay? Of course they have been. Well, there are some experts that are not wrong, usually in the overall trend lines, like profit margins, profit rates, and their tendency to decline, for example, and what kind of consequences that might have for the political economy of the global, of the entire global web of countries cooperating with one another, constantly doing war with one another. Imperialism being the final state of capitalism, that sort of thing. Those guys were right. Those experts were right. They were so fucking right. I will say that every day of the week. But our like the very narrow focus of maintaining this capitalist framework, like the experts that work within the confines of capitalist thinking, capitalist thought, capitalist dogma, if you will, yes, they're wrong all the fucking time. But having said that, in terms of the immediate impacts of tariffs, they're not wrong. They're not wrong. And Trump does have the capacity to prove them wrong. But the issue is, in order to try and prove them wrong, you would actually have to do China shit. Okay? You would have to work outside of the bounds of capitalist dogma. You would have to do massive public spending initiatives. You would have to change the way that the American economy works. You would have to change the way that the American government works. You would have to be a socialist. That's it. Straightforwardly, you would have to behave like a fucking socialist to be able to manage this situation. And even then, okay, even then, as a leftist myself, I'm saying Trump's implementation of these tariffs, the way that he haphazardly slapped on these arbitrary numbers to countries, and the way that he is destabilizing the system is still incorrect. It is still not the appropriate way to do it. You have to build the infrastructure first before you break some of these things. You have to make it sector specific, piece by piece. You build, I don't know, battery plants or something, and then you go after batteries and you tariff that kind of stuff. Okay? You develop you develop extraction contracts, even though China currently has a monopoly on this stuff. You develop extraction contracts with these countries where you can get the resources, the natural resources necessary to be able to build the battery refinement process, and then the battery factories and facilities. It would take years of fucking this would take years and years of building ahead of time before you even did a sector specific tariff in order to boost American manufacturing. None of that is happening. None of that at all.
That either has to be eaten or passed on to the consumers.
Though some feel the change will be worth it eventually.
It's going to be a hard adjustment for a lot of people.
What? What leads you to believe this? What? Other than just other than sheer belief in Donald Trump, okay? Why? Aside from just simply having this cultish attitude towards dear leader who will fix it all because you think he's brilliant and brave and, more laughably, cares about you, what is leading you? What is an indicator that makes you think things are going to be better? Just blind faith placed upon a fucking billionaire asshole born with a silver spoon who has demonstrably never cared about anyone but himself. What are we doing? God damn, I'm jealous, though. On the other side, I'm jealous because, one, like I've said, tariffs in and of itself, not necessarily something I'm against. Trade protectionism, not something I'm against. Free trade and the way that it is designed is bad for the global south, and it's bad for the United States of America and the American manufacturing capabilities, as we've seen over the course of the past couple of decades. So I look to all of this, and I look to what fucking Trump is doing with envy, with resentment first and anger, but then also with envy, because he gets to do this shit, and he gets to do it in the wrong direction, not even in the right direction, and it pisses me off. It makes me so mad that one singular telegenic guy who was able to take over the infrastructure of the Republican Party and basically rebuild it in his own vision with a little bit of populist sentiment baked into it, with no real motivation to enact any sort of popular policies that will help his base, can get away with basically destroying his base first and foremost. When these guys, like when Trump cuts funding to like telehealth facilities, right? Who do you think that hurts the most? It hurts poor people, yes, but it hurts people in rural areas the most. When they talk about changing the funding mechanism for the USPS, for the U.S. Postal Service, who do you think gets fucked over in that process? If they privatize the U.S. Postal Service, who do you think doesn't get their medicine? Rural people, his fucking base. He is directly killing his base first and foremost. Same shit happened in COVID. Who died during COVID at an alarming rate? People in fucking red states that didn't believe that it was real because they said, our dear leader said it's not real. I don't care. It's not real to me, damn it. I'm never wearing a mask. No face stopper for me. Fuck you. Oh, now I'm dead. I'm never taking the vaccine. Now I'm dead. It is alarming.
But I believe in Trump.
And we are starting to see other nations respond to these tariffs. This morning, China has now announced in retaliation they'll be imposing an additional.
Trump supporters just don't care. My stepdad got laid off as a welder in Trump's first term because of the tariffs, and his dumbass voted for him again and still has stickers and signs everywhere. Rural Ohio moment and a type 1 diabetic son. Jesus Christ, dude. These guys want to cut Medicaid. Who do you think relies on Medicaid? Rural hospitals that are already in a state of fucking disrepair. That's who relies on Medicaid. He actively is killing. That goes down with the tariffs is the fucking Trump MAGA merch stores. Okay? His diehard loyalists. It's fucking insane. And they don't recognize it. And the worst part is we don't do outreach in these communities anyway. And we have no motion in these communities anyway because the Democrats can't go there and talk to them like real fucking people and be like, hey, have you noticed that shit is getting really bad for you specifically? Perhaps it's because this guy doesn't care about you and here's how we're going to fix it. They can't even do that. They can't do that because their solution is tax cuts to the tune of $25,000 for small businesses that work in underserved neighborhoods if you were a HBCU graduate. It's like, fucking, what are we doing? Like, the Democrats have dropped the ball so fucking consistently in the process that, like, these guys will just still go with the guy who's like, I hate you, I'm gonna kill you, you're gonna die 1,000 deaths. Everything you know, you will lose. And these guys go, hell yeah, Mr. President. I would rather do that than fucking vote for the gay party.
Additional 34% tariff on all.
HVAC, Trump's big sector, is fucked to death right now. Dude, look at my earlier message. I'm in the industry. Yeah, my HVAC Hassan heads. Hassan, today was my last day of working in the HVAC business. Everything was on fire today. They had to cancel 40 pallets of heat pumps from China. Prices are going up 75% for HVAC equipment. Luckily, I got a union job as a train conductor 2 weeks ago. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother.
Products that they import from the U.S. Michael?
Yeah, it seems like this may escalate even more, Trevor. Thank you so much for that.
Steve.
Yeah, Melissa. And
also, here, I'm going to pepper in some reactions, obviously, from Republicans on this issue. Here's Ian Miles Wrong, who has, once again, never lived in the United States of America. As far as I understand, never stepped foot inside of the United States of America, is instead someone who lives in Malaysia. You might not recognize that, though, from the way he's going to talk about the Trump cuts. Let's say, the Trump tariffs. Let's take a look.
I like Trump. I think we need to know calculated these.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to start it again because I fucked up the audio.
I like Trump. I think we need to know how they calculated these things and be like, oh yeah, America first. Like, we have to be educated on this. The public needs to understand why they're going to be paying more for products in certain countries. Like, why are Nike shoes going to go up by like 50%? If all Nike shoes are made in Vietnam, then the price will effectively be going up by what? 46%? So you'll be effectively paying 50% more for your shoes, for your Nikes. That's insane. This means that Americans are going to have less purchasing power, if anything. If stuff is just more expensive, then your money's worth less. I like Trump. I think we need to know how they...
When he says, I think we need, I'm thinking to myself, like, what do you mean we? Because you don't live in America. You've never lived in America. You're not an American citizen. And as far as I understand, you've never stepped foot inside of the United States of America. Are you talking about the tariffs placed upon Malaysia? Is that what you're saying? Where, like, the impact on this... when he says we, he's talking about Malaysians. He's talking about the Malaysian population and the Malaysian industry, I think. That's what he's talking about, right? Because you're not American. You don't live in America. I don't think this will impact you in the ways that you think it'll impact you, at least. But yeah, here, let's hear... let's take a look at what happened on CNBC earlier as well. I want to see what they're saying.
To be totally honest, Kelly, I've been listening the last 10 minutes of this show. I cannot believe what I'm listening to. I heard your last guest say, if the economy shrinks, that's good. If the stock market goes down, that's good. If the housing market crashes, that's good. If there's a trade war, that's good. When did the capital class get taken over by degrowther protectionists seeking 19th century autarky?
Okay, but Derek, let me just jump in for a second, because if there's one refrain we've heard from millennials over the past several years, it's that the dream is gone. They can't afford a house. Groceries are too expensive.
It's only the first chapter of abundance.
It's apparently the first chapter of your book. So aren't you a little surprised to hear the globalists, the pro-stock market types who are supposed to be at fault for all of this, now reading out of your book and saying we're bringing prices back down?
They're crashing the economy. That's very, very different than making housing affordable. If you want affordable housing, you need a job. If you crash.
Okay, here's where I disagree with Derek, Mr. Abundance. Okay, he wrote the Abundance book alongside Ezra Klein. No, I think that the housing market does need to go down, and that will be a tumultuous period. The problem with these tariffs is that it's not even fucking doing that to the housing market, which is so goddamn annoying. Anyway, so yeah, no, that will be hard times. Okay, that will definitely be hard times. It'll be hard times for every single person, depending on what state you're in or what city you're in. Approximately 40% to all the way up to 60% of the population that relies on their house as a vehicle of investment, a nest egg for themselves, that is going to hurt. Okay, it's going to hurt for them because if prices within the housing market go down as a consequence of, let's say, a lot of public funds being expended to build social housing, public housing, that will readjust the housing market because there will be an abundance of new units, okay, an abundance of new housing that will, due to normal market conditions, lower the prices overall of the available inventory, okay, because demand is always high, but now supply is also matching the demand. All of a sudden, prices are going to adjust. They're going to go down. All these people that have taken mortgages out, they're going to suffer. That's fine. That has to happen. I'm sorry. That literally fucking has to happen. This is the side of, I guess, leftist politics and socialism that people don't ever want to discuss, don't ever want to talk about. I usually refrain from talking about this, but I do explain to people why it is a major hurdle to do any sort of serious housing policy, even though everybody is like, yeah, this homelessness thing is out of control. Okay? That's the major roadblock. That's why I'm so fucking envious that Donald Trump can just like put his fucking hands on the stock market and just like, just destroy it, okay? Pick it apart with some repercussions, but nothing as severe as like what I just suggested. If what I just suggested were to happen even in fucking California, they would assassinate Gavin Newsom, okay? Especially in the direction of fixing the housing market and not like just simply breaking it with no decipherable solution. Do you understand? Do you understand why I say I'm fucking envious? Because I understand that there will be a period. There will... What? Banned? What are you guys saying? What? Why are you saying banned? No, I'm saying they would assassinate Gavin Newsom if he did something like this. That's not ban-worthy, okay? Calm down. Shut up, chatters, please. Anyway, it's a hypothetical. I'm not saying that you should do this or whatever. There is not even a you should there in the same way that I phrased it with Rick Scott. Calm down. You can't clip that in a way that makes it seem like I'm saying that.
Crash the economy, you're going to have unemployment. And whenever unemployment hits an economy, as we just saw in 2008 and we saw before in the 1990s, who loses their jobs first? It's last one in, first one out. It's young people. So if your job or if your plan is to crash the economy in the short term for the purpose of helping young people afford a house, you have got it totally backward. Young people need jobs, they need money, and then they need a plan to make housing affordable, right? Donald Trump could have come into office and said, what I want to do is to make the construction of housing affordable. That means the inputs to housing. Instead, he slaps a 25% tariff.
Yeah, I absolutely unreal CNBC segment of DK Tom trying to patiently explain the difference between housing prices falling due to global demand crash, and housing prices falling due to supply side reforms. So he's not entirely wrong, but he's not entirely wrong. He's right about this part of the process, like breaking the economy with no real reason in an inexplicable fashion is not even going to, it's not even going to fucking crash the housing market, ironically enough. Having said that, the part that I disagree with Derek Thompson on is that if you were to do a very specific policy, even in a place like California, or even in fucking Los Angeles, not even the entire state of California, but just in Los Angeles, there would be a period where housing prices would inevitably go down, which would hurt a lot of people because of the way that we have designed our finances, because every American that owns a house, myself included, even though I don't see this as a vehicle of investment, right? I don't see this as a vehicle of investment at all, but I still have to take out a mortgage to purchase it, right? Because it's fucking impossible to buy a house with just straight cash. So if the price, if the value of this house that I'm inside of goes down, I don't rely on the value of this house and capital accumulation to beef up my net worth, so it doesn't matter to me. But for someone who's like 60 years old and has a house and they've taken out a second mortgage on it, all of a sudden they're paying a mortgage on something. They're paying a mortgage on a house that the value has diminished on, so they can't even fucking sell it off. So their net worth went down, right? That certainly is a instance where people will get very frustrated, and that has to happen. That literally has to happen. You cannot solve the housing market without lowering housing prices. The abundance agenda does not explain this side of the process. The abundance agenda does not, I'm not using it as a vehicle of investment, but that's exactly what it is, whether or not your motives are there. Exactly. That's my point. That's my point. That's my point. That you're making my point for me. Like, I don't give a shit if my housing prices go down. I want them to go down. I want this house to be fucking worth half the price that it actually is, because that would mean that the housing market is fucking crashing, but also that means that houses will become more affordable in the process. Do you understand my point? And the only way to do that is through the government interfering in the normal market, okay? You have to do that. There is no other way out of this. Deregulation, dezoning, sure. Dezoning, especially when it comes to like single family units, that's fine. That is a necessity. Absolutely. Okay? There's a finite amount of space. There's a finite amount of land, and there's a lot of demand, right? Having said that, that's not the end all be all, because if you're fucking building luxury condominiums like they do in downtown Los Angeles, that's clearly not solving, that's not making up for the demand. That's not solving the fucking problem. You have to build houses with affordability in mind, or directly for free, built by the government through eminent domain. You take over houses that are no longer being used, or apartment complexes that are no longer being built, like the one in fucking downtown Los Angeles, the famous one, or you create affordable houses to compete with the pre-existing inventory of readily available housing that has skyrocketed in cost. There is no other way to claw those prices down. That's it. And in that process, if you look at a place like Los Angeles, where 44% of the 44% of the available inventory of housing is like owned and lived in by people who own their own homes, those people who have taken out mortgages, those people who rely on their housing price going up every year, that see it as a nest egg, see it as a retirement fund, those people are going to suffer a little bit. But in the process, you will eradicate homelessness. You will make it so that this major part of people's existence will become more affordable. That's it. That's it. I guess that's the big disagreement that I have, seemingly, with Derek on this part. But he is right on the virtues. He is right on like how like Trump breaking the system for indecipherable reasons is not a good thing. It's not going to help the fucking millennials and the Zoomers and shit. It's just going to hurt them more. JP Morgan ups recession odds to 60%. Let's take a look.
Not one that is really quick on the trigger to make changes like that. JP Morgan upping its recession odds to 60% from 40% previously, citing obviously the tariffs, the effect on business sentiment, the effect on investment.
Is this good?
And the effect on...
I'm not a finance guy. Is that good? Hey guys, Hey guys, can someone explain to me if this is good or not? I don't really understand this stuff. Oh my God, we're so fucked.
Consumer price. They said, quote, these policies, if sustained, would likely push the U.S. and possibly global economy into recession this year. And if I could shift gears, Melissa, we just got an email from, or a study from the Cato Institute. What they did is they looked at the tariffs that the White House says countries charged us versus the actual tariffs they charged. Take a look. Vietnam, they said that President Trump said it's 90%. It's actually 5.1% for an 85% difference. We'll go down the list. Taiwan, Switzerland, which is known to not charge almost any tariffs at all, 61% the White House said. It's actually 1.7.
Dude, this is so funny. It's just like, this is pure stupidity. And they can get away with this because people are dumb. That's it. And by the way, Vietnam's charging 5.1% tariffs. They said they would lower to 0. It don't matter because the White House tariff rate has nothing to do with the actual tariffs being freaking charged by the country and everything to do with trade deficits. As in, they want significantly poorer countries. Okay. On its face, I'm going to repeat this one more time. Trump wants to use tariffs as a mechanism to punish countries for the trade deficits. As in, he wants significantly poorer nations to purchase American goods at reasonable levels that where there's like some sort of trade parity, except American goods are more costly. And on top of that, we don't even have the manufacturing base to produce the necessary demand. So it literally doesn't make sense at any point of this conversation because, one, American goods, if produced here and then shipped overseas to like Vietnam, are going to be significantly more expensive than shit that they produce domestically. Okay? Two, we don't even have the industrial base to become the manufacturing hub of the planet, let alone overnight. We certainly don't. And last but not least, the shit that we produce here does not even suit the demand of their markets. The greatest example of this are fucking cars, okay? The greatest example of this is vehicles. We literally do not produce vehicles that these guys could even use on their roads. These guys could even use on their fucking crowded city streets. Like, in order for this to work, Europe would have to change the commercial driver's license necessity that you need for to be able to drive the basic model of the most popular vehicle in the United States of America, a Ford F-150. The RAV4, the Toyota RAV4 actually beat the F-150 in the most sold car, most popular car in America last year. But outside of that, year over year, the Ford F-150 pickup truck that has become ginormous, okay, in because of the CAFE standards, to avoid the CAFE standards, that car is the most popular car in the United States of America. That's the car that we produce the most, okay? In order for Europeans to be able to drive this car, they would need to change the driver's license restrictions. You need a CDL to be able to drive a fucking Ford F-150. You would also need to change the way that these cities work because there is significantly less car reliance to begin with in many European capitals where a lot of the people live because they have public transit. And on top of that, it just simply wouldn't fit on the fucking roads. So what is the argument here? Sorry, we're going to tariff you. We're going to tariff you until you're dead. You have to buy our F-150. The child mutilator must be every European suburb. You have to build suburbs now. You have to repave your roads and drive our monstrosities. Also, gas. That's the other thing. Gas is so fucking expensive in Europe. That's another part of the process. Like, you need to drive our gas guzzlers. Vietnam has a trade deficit of $110 billion and a population of 110 million. In a country where with the per capita GDP is $4,000, a quarter of that would need to be American purchases to balance the deficit in a year. Yeah, they're just going to buy like, what are they going to buy? What do we even build? That's the other part of the story. It's just like, what can they buy? Weapons? What do we build in the United States of America? We build software, tech services, and we build weapons, and we build cars. What are they supposed to buy? A fucking fighter jet? Like, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Harley Davidsons? Everyone has to drive Harley Davidsons, which is the gas guzzling giant of the motorcycle world. Everything we buy, everything we build is a gas guzzler in comparison to the relative sector and the domestic manufactured competitor. You must buy it. Everything is Tesla. Anyway, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. It is indecipherable, and it is so perfectly Donald Trump. And considering that we have no sway in the way that things happen in the United States of America, the least we could do is kick back and enjoy the fucking show and watch these dumb hogs who were like, Donald Trump is going to save the world, turn around and talk about how you don't need goods anyway. We need to do degrowth. What are you, a gay commie? You want to purchase commodities at a reasonable, affordable price point? What is wrong with you? I feel like I'm losing my freaking mind.
Indonesia, where we get a lot of garments from, they're at 5.3. The White House says they're at 64. And very importantly, the European Union. Remember when the president said there was 39? And then we can go down the list. These are important trading partners. Now, of course, there are some non-tariff trade barriers that are difficult to quantify. But the White House basically being accused by people of using a formula that no one has ever used to come up with these tariff rates and then say, oh, we were kind to them and we did half. Melissa?
Hey, Sarah, we're just hearing from the president on a couple of different topics here, two big ones. The first I want to bring you is that the president is saying on...
One of the funniest aspects of this, of course, is that predictably, Donald Trump is going to do this thing that he's always done. He did it in the first term. He did it in the... He has done it multiple times so far in the second term as well, where he breaks something and then everybody freaks the fuck out. You wipe out trillions of dollars of fucking value in the stock market, and then he turns around and the other side, the foreign nations, actually give him assurances that make it seem like they're complying with these ridiculous demands that he's making. So then he restores the order and goes, see, I fixed it. It's like, you broke it. You didn't have to break it. You didn't have to break it at all. The classic. So we'll probably see a little bit of that in the upcoming days, even though this administration now is seemingly resilient to any of the naysayers that keep saying, please, Mr. President, you're killing us. Yeah. Countries, Claudia Sheinbaum does this very well in Mexico, will just be like, oh, yeah, you've really put the fear of God in our hearts. We are going to combat the fentanyl crisis in our borders. And they don't even do anything new. Like, they have already been combating the fentanyl crisis, and they just basically go, see, we did it. You did it. You did it, sir. You forced our hand. And then Trump goes back and goes, see, major W, no more tariffs on Mexico. That's it. Nothing changed in the process except for a period of instability born out of Donald Trump's stupid fucking mouth. Nothing changed at all. Everybody has to act like the glorious president is doing stuff virtually all of the other countries are held hostage by this madman. And it's so funny where they just have to be like, yes, Mr. President, you scared us so hard. You put the fear of God in our hearts, and we are complying. Like, Vietnam goes from 5% tariffs to 0% tariffs, and Trump's like, major victory. Major victory. Okay, so it's not about the trade deficit then. So it's not even for the reasons that you have, the hidden reasons that you wanted to do this. What is it for then? Nothing.
True Social. He just had a very productive call with the General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam on the tariff, saying that this man told him that Vietnam wants to cut their tariffs down to zero if they are able to make an agreement with the U.S. Trump says that he replied by thanking him on behalf of the U.S. and saying he looked forward to a meeting in the near future. So no definite moves happening there, but it does show that the president is taking calls. This is the first confirmation we have that the president has spoken to another world leader since these tariffs were put in place. This is while he's down in Florida. They say this call has been happening. And it also suggests, Sarah, that in a shift from what we were hearing from administration officials yesterday, this could be a negotiation for this administration. They could be open to deals now, despite what we were hearing at first. And remember, Vietnam got one of the highest tariff rates on Wednesday at 46%, also a country that's a big deal when it comes to transshipment out of China, trying to avoid the Chinese tariffs. A lot of companies have gone to Vietnam. So very interesting there if we could get a deal or see a deal with the Vietnamese. I also want to flag that just in the last 2 minutes, the president also posted on Truth Social about the Federal Reserve just ahead of Powell's speech. The president says this would be a perfect time for Fed Chairman Jerome Powell to cut interest rates. He is always late, but he could now change his image and quickly. He says energy prices are down, interest rates are down, inflation are down. So cut interest rates, Jerome, and stop playing politics. Obviously, it's not anything new, but given the context here, we know the Fed isn't meeting officially for a policy meeting until May, but it does come just ahead of that speech. We will see if the Fed chairman addresses it later today. Guys.
U.S. stocks are tumbling for the second day. The Dow is already down 1,000 points after dropping almost 1,700 points yesterday. This comes amid President Trump's escalating trade war and despite a stronger than expected new job.
Come on, Jerome. Come on, Jerome. Do it.
Jobs report just out this morning. Also affecting the markets this morning, retaliation from China. Beijing announced it's responding to the White House's sweeping tariffs with 34% new tariffs of its own against the United States. Let's go live right now to New York and CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich, who's standing by. Vanessa, you're watching all of this. Break it down for us. First of all, start with the jobs report that came out this morning.
Yeah, well, this jobs report, better than expected jobs report, may have softened the opening on Wall Street just a little bit. But look at stocks right now. Look at where markets are really tumbling this morning as investors are pricing in really the worst case scenario, a trade war escalation. They are looking for some sense that the administration is willing to negotiate with countries. That does not seem to be the case. Investors telling me that their trust has been just completely eroded as this trade war escalates. As you mentioned,
5 hours, 800,000 views, dude. Media's cooking.
Though, a bright spot, the jobs report, better than expected numbers in March. Hiring picked up 228,000. That's more than 100,000, or about 100,000 more than expected. And the
5 minutes until the markets close. I don't know anything about the economy. Red is good, right? Red means good, right? It's good that the S&P 500 is down 6%. Dow 30 down 5.5. NASDAQ down almost 6% as well. Yeah, in Chinese culture, red is a lucky color. Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything. I'm just going off feelings right now, and it feels like red is a good feeling. Red is a good color, I think, for the stock market.
unemployment rate ticking up to about 4.2%, just slightly from 4.1%. But really, as investors are telling me, this is ancient news at this point. This is looking backwards in March. Really, everything changed on April 2nd when President Trump announced these universal tariffs, and Wall Street was waiting for retaliation from major trading partners. And we heard from China just this morning a 34% tariff on all U.S. exports going into China. That's about 143.
Now, the thing with that, I guess like the only thing there is that, ironically enough, Donald Trump wants to make up for the trade deficit, let's say, if that is his true purpose here, because I don't even know what he's fucking doing or why he's doing it. But let's say he wants these countries to purchase more American goods, right? Even though I don't even know what we would sell them. We buy a lot more from China than they buy from us. So when they actually slap tariffs like this, it's not as impactful as it's supposed to be for China, right? So, I mean, it will still hurt, make no mistake, but it's not that. I guess that's what Donald Trump is trying to do here. I guess that's what he's going to fix it with. Trump posted this TikTok video that he says are his plans. American Papa Bear.
Trump is crashing the stock market by 20% this month.
Trump is playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. American Papa Bear. Trump truthed American Papa Bear a Twitter link implying this is his goal.
Month, but he's doing it on purpose. And this is why Warren Buffett just said Trump is making the best economic moves he's seen in over 50 years. Now, here's the secret game he's playing, and it could make you rich. So why is he doing this? To push cash into treasuries, which forces the Fed to slash interest rates in May, and those lower rates give the Fed the ability to refinance trillions of debt very inexpensively. It also weakens the dollar and drops mortgage rates. Now, it's a wild chess move, but it's working. Now, you're probably wondering, what about his tariffs? Well, I'll tell you, it's a genius play. It actually forces companies to build here to dodge them. It also forces farmers to sell more of their products here in the U.S. to bring grocery prices way down. We've already seen this with eggs. Now, remember,
Trump is the president. He knows that's not what happened with eggs. His administration's decisions are the opposite of what this guy is suggesting. Why is he publishing this as though it's real and correct? He knows better. No, we went to the global market to make up for the supply shock on eggs as a consequence of the avian flu. What? That's not. What is he saying? I mean, this is just this right here destroys the rest of the rest of the speculation.
Remember, 94% of all stocks are owned only by 8% of Americans. So Trump, he's taking from the rich short term and handing it to the middle class through lower prices.
You don't understand, brother. Just because I'm going to lose my job and house and I'm probably going to have to pimp my wife and daughter doesn't mean Trump is making a mistake. You're wrong, libtard. Yeah, this doesn't, I mean, maybe the first half of it, but I feel like there's better ways of doing it without destroying. I mean, dude, I think about it like if Brandon did something like this, Trump would be calling for his head. You know what I mean? Like every day. They'd be doing a January 6th times 11 every single day. They'd be putting up guillotines outside of the Capitol. Okay? What are we talking about here? This is so weird. There's also better sources than TikTok. Buffett denies social media rumors after Trump shares wild claim that investors back president crashing the market. Not that I want to defend him, but wait, you don't want to defend Warren Buffett? Is that what you're saying? Or you don't want to defend, because wait, so this TikTok guy was wrong? Warren Buffett didn't say that? The video's narrator then falsely states, and this is why Warren Buffett just said Trump is making the best economic moves he's seen in over 50 years. The president shared a link to an X post from the account America Papa Bear, self-described Trumper to the end. The X post itself appears to be a repost of a weeks-old TikTok video from the user WNNSA11. The video has been shared more than 2,000 times on True Social. Buffett, 94, didn't single out any specific post, but his conglomerate Berkshire Hathaway outright rejected all comments claimed to be made by him. There are reports currently circulating on social media, including Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok, regarding comments allegedly made by Warren E. Buffett. All such reports are false, the company said in a statement on Friday. CNBC's Becky Quick spoke to Buffett Friday about this statement, and he said he wanted to knock down misinformation in an age where false rumors, oh my God, blip. Dow drops 2,200 points Friday. S&P loses 10% in 2 days as Trump's tariff market rout deepens. It's awesome that the president of the United States of America is signing off on a random TikTok that a random Trump supporter on Twitter recycled. And he's like, yep, that's right. This is my secret agenda. And it's not. And it's filled to the brim with misinformation. Update on your CNN segment, bro. Check logs. Check messages, little bro. Dude, you are so fucking annoying. What? I'm checking your logs. What do you want? I need your help, bro. I have a stupid friend who always argues with me anytime Trump says something like tariffs and consequences, such like stock market. She always says, oh, why didn't you vote for Kamala? This is why we vote for Kamala. And you were too scared to vote for Kamala. How do I counter that dumbass argument? This guy fucking trolls me every day, dude. This is not an update. One sec, let me type it out. I'm on mobile with my girlfriend at Chick-fil-A. I don't believe anything that you're saying. I believe nothing. I don't believe that you have a cousin. I don't believe you have a cousin at all, let alone one that works at CNN. I don't believe you have a girlfriend, and I don't think you are eating at Chick-fil-A right now. I don't even think you're on mobile. I think you are actually watching this stream on your desktop right now in your crusty ass underwear, okay? It is funny though, so I entertain it. Anyway, let's keep going. No, you see, this is 5D chess plays happening, okay? Trump is expertly crashing the economy. It's actually good. It's actually good that the economy is crashing. Monday's about to be a freaking bloodbath. Breaking, the S&P 500 ends the week down 9.1 and his largest weekly drop since March 2020, erasing $4 trillion in market cap. Today marked the S&P 500 and NASDAQ's worst day since March 2020. Amazing. Amazing.
$1 billion worth of goods every single year. Things like chemicals, computers, agriculture.
Is this chatter joking? We got to hold some space for Cory Booker. Why the fuck are progressives allergic to radical ideas? We need to rally behind him ASAP. He's the only one standing between us and fascism. Hashtag resist. Hashtag Booker 2028. Cory Booker for president. Hashtag resist. Cory Booker is my favorite socialist. Any libs? The way he isn't scared to wear the yellow Israel pin is so brave. Hashtag resist. Cory Booker better. Cory Booker is single-handedly saving USPS and free speech. If you don't support Cory Booker, you're racist. Hashtag resist. Cory Booker filibuster made me cry. Brave man. Cory Booker protested for 25 hours. Hashtag resist. Hashtag lead by example. Hashtag anti-racist. Y'all are racist. Hashtag Cory Booker 2028. This guy's awesome. Chatter, you're funny. You're funny. Cory isn't scared to stand by Israel with his pin. Brave. Nobody else is doing this. Dude. Oh my God. Fucking awesome. At least people get funnier when in periods of economic volatility, economic instability, people do have a tendency to get funnier, so there's that. Maybe content will be better overall.
Culture products, which I will note already have previous tariffs on them from 2018 during President Trump's first term, and also retaliatory tariffs that went into place in
Chat being funny is a recession indicator. Also, constantly saying random things of recession indicators are unironically a recession indicator.
March. So an escalation on that front. You also see there that's going to impact transportation and oil and gas coming out of the United States. But worth noting, though, that we, the U.S., get a lot more from China than we send them. We get about $438 billion worth of goods every single year. And that now also, because of what President Trump put in place, has a 34% tariff on those goods. Economists agree, Wolf, that those prices, those increase in prices, will likely get passed down to us, the U.S. consumer.
What if the libs are right and Trump is actually a Russian agent trying to have Russo-American solidarity by collapsing the U.S. like the Soviet Union? Yeah, this is Russia's revenge. Yeah, Krasnov, Agent Krasnov, code word Krasnov, has activated shock doctrine, capitalist shock doctrine in American empire. Suka blyat. America will see what destabilization looks like. We are finally doing it. Moskova sends its regards, comrade.
Consumers.
As we prepare to chat about what the markets are doing, Donald Trump is actually on social media calling out China and saying that they played it wrong, quote, and that they panicked in response to his tariffs. But, you know, all of this obviously evident in the...
This tweet is funny. Oh, that's funny. Pre-orders for Nintendo Switch 2 in the U.S. will not start April 9th in order to assess the potential impact on tariffs and the evolving market conditions. $399, $659.99. Oh, man. In typical American fashion, we've outdone the USSR again, collapsing in an even stupider and dramatic way. It's only fair for the U.S. to do this after the USSR do it after the USSR did the same thing. Bro, I'm a Slav. Your accent, where is it? Oh, it is pretty awesome. It is pretty funny. I must admit that while all of this global collapse is happening, Trump is out fucking golfing. He just doesn't even care about the aesthetics anymore. He doesn't even care to make it seem like he gives a shit about anything. He is so in his nonchalant era that he doesn't even care about the optics anymore. He's like, yeah, what are you going to do about it? It's the equivalent of walking around the White House in a fucking bathrobe with your dick hanging out, you know? Yeah, he's like, yeah, collapse the global economy. Now I'm golfing. What are you going to do about it? Yeah, I hate my followers. I hate my favorite. I hate all the people that voted for me. I hope you all eat shit and die. Believe it.
Global stock markets, which have tanked since that China announcement just a couple of hours ago.
And I think the message we just had from the President of the United States just goes to show there is a lot of ego involved, and you do question how far tit for tat goes. Looking at global markets, let's have a check-in. Dow Jones is down, I think it was 1,100 points so far today. It was down 1,600 yesterday. And we're seeing the steepest losses in stocks like Apple, Qualcomm, Tesla, Caterpillar, Nvidia. These are companies with big exposure to China. So you're starting to see some real pain for big American companies. And of course, that will impact portfolios for all sorts of investors and consumers, your average person in the United States. So we have the pain there. We're having steep losses in Europe as well. No retaliation from Europe yet. We're expecting to see more retaliation from other nations next week once all of this has been processed. But, you know, we saw Xetra DAX down around 4% before I came on air, FTSE 100, similar sort of levels, and the CAC. And that follows on from steep losses in Asia. So really another day of absolutely steep losses across the board.
And I think at times like these, when many are wondering what qualifies as a stock market crash, and are we getting anywhere close to that?
I was having this conversation with my team. When is it a plunge? When is it?
What is a stock market crash to begin with? You know, what is it really? Also a recession indicator.
The tank, and when is it a crash? You'll be thrilled to know we're nowhere near a crash yet. We have been tiptoeing towards tank in some markets, for instance, the Xetra DAX and the FTSE MIB in Italy, which is down more than 5%. We're not at a crash yet. But you have to consider the losses we've also had.
Yeah, what's Donald Trump doing right now? This is what he's doing. He's aura farming, okay? I said, not gonna lie, he's moving like a man who knows there won't be elections anymore. he's moving not like a real G, silent like lasagna, okay? He's moving around loud. He's moving around bigly. He's moving around in ways where he's like, yup, don't care. What are you going to do about it?
Not just today and yesterday, but in recent weeks and recent months, as all the uncertainty, all the threats of tariffs has added up and really taken, we're talking billions of dollars off stock markets. And looking at today, I had a note from Deutsche Bank that said the market is doing one thing: pricing in a global recession. And if this remains the way things are going, and if we see more retaliation, that is where we are headed.
Yeah, is there any way to avoid that at this point? Has the rot set in? Would there be anything that could reverse the markets in that direction at this point?
Negotiation and
the
US president backing down at this stage.
All right, Anna, thank you. Well, we have a panel of economists here to dissect.
He is moving like Erdogan. Erdogan, also known as Erdogoat, okay? He is. He's Turkifying America at a rapid clip, dude. It is uncomfortable to watch. It's fucked up.
This
The
CNN
assassin
analyst
is going to be
Rana
wearing this.
Foroohar is in New York, and economics professor Harjun Chang joins us from London. Great to see you both. Rana, I want to go to you first because we were talking about Donald.
Guys, I want to point out something that maybe some of you might have missed here in all of this chaos. We're only 3 months in, okay? This is month 3 of Burger Reich. Month 3. It's fucking insane.
Donald Trump being on social media there. Well, he's also been mentioning a couple of other things that I want to raise. He's been saying in the past now that his policies will never change and that this is a great time to get rich, richer than ever before. What do you make of those comments in this moment of chaos?
There's 2 ways to look at this. The first way, and the scarier way, frankly, is that he's just shooting from the hip. There really is no global strategy here. And this is Donald Trump and his ego, as we've just spoken about. And I think that you can make a strong case about that. He doesn't, assuming there's no coup in the U.S., he doesn't have a chance to get reelected. And so he may be less concerned about global markets this time around and U.S. stock markets than he was before. It may be about power and ego. The other case, the more sort of...
It's so funny trying to read the tea leaves here because it's like, it's incomprehensible. It's incomprehensible in many different directions because, like, it's coming from the right party. It's coming from the Republican Party. So it makes it even crazier. It's coming from a billionaire who has always maintained corporate profits above anything else. Part of the reason why the wealthy backed him, right? And it's not only chaotic, it is for no discernible purpose. And even on top of that, the fact that it's happening, the fact that it is these decisions are being made by the right-wing reactionary administration that is supposed to hail stock market gains as like the ultimate North Star makes this even dumber. There's no, I don't know. I can only try to understand why Donald Trump is doing the things that he's doing. But I think anyone that tells you with 100% certainty why he's doing this shit is lying to you. Okay.
There is a strategy here, Case, is that he really feels, and I know many on his team.
Like, ultimately, there's a couple top line agenda items for the Trump administration that he carried over from the first administration, from the first term as well. And that is, no matter what happens, like, these guys are massive China hawks. And this has been the American foreign policy since Obama. Right. And Democrats have a different method of dealing with China. I think like Democrats want to do free trade around China and basically carve out, special economic zones in the Indo-Pacific region. You got the Trans-Pacific Partnership, things of that nature. Donald Trump has a different approach, but ultimately the direction is against China. They see China growing, they see China rising, and they want to combat it. They want to decouple our over-reliance from China being the manufacturing hub of the planet. And I think that hasn't really changed. Like, Obama did this, Trump did this the first term, Joe Biden continued it, and now Trump is doing it again. There are some differences in the methods, of course. That much is clear, because I don't think that like any Democratic administration would behave this way, or even other Republican administrations, I don't think would behave this way either, in a way that like shocks the stock market in this spectacular of a fashion. But the goals are still the same. That is the number one top line approach here. That I am certain on. We want to decouple from China. We want to, no matter how painful it is, as a matter of national security, we want to no longer have this over-reliance on Chinese manufacturing. That is one thing that I can at least point to. Outside of that, like the notion of fixing trade deficits and forcing the rest of the country, rest of the planet to like purchase American goods that we haven't even fucking manufactured yet, or the fact that we have no way of even manufacturing right now, that part is really stupid. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Team feel that the global trading system has needed an overhaul for some time. He wants to move overall tariff rates that the U.S. puts on other countries versus what they put on us closer together. Of course, that's now all been thrown up because we're in a complete trade war. I don't think these numbers are going to last. I do think that there's going to be some horse trading, and there already is some horse trading behind the scenes. But it is what I can say is that I think there's now a very good chance of recession, in part because trust has been obliterated. I also think we're in unprecedented territory. This is the biggest shift potentially to the global economic system that we've seen in half a century.
Yeah, and on that point, Tajin, that Rana was talking about, I mean, even if markets do recover a little bit, we do see these moves to negotiate. How irreparable is the damage that has been wreaked on economies globally at this stage?
Yes, last few days I've been trying to figure out whether there's some method in madness. I concluded that the method is wishful thinking. Because what is going on is that Mr. Trump thinks if he puts a tariff wall, foreign companies will first of all come and invest. They are not really going to do that on any significant scale because the U.S. industrial base has been run down for the last 4 decades, and you cannot rebuild it in a few years. Moreover, if they actually come in a major way, there'll be no tariff, so he cannot have his cake and eat it. As for American companies, they are not going to.
This is my favorite, like, this is completely irrelevant to the point he's making, but my favorite thing that I've seen from like Korean and Chinese English speakers is the at the end of the question, and I want to put that in the way that I speak as well. I want to find a way to also speak like that, where you go at the end of every statement, you go or I think it's so cool. Fucking China, boo. You will never be Chinese. I'm literally white Chinese. Shut up, dude. Shut up. Don't make me sing Red Sun in the Sky again in perfect Mandarin. White Chinese sings Red Sun in the Sky in perfect Mandarin, shocks the world, okay? I do also say that. I already do that. I say okay, but I should go, I say okay, or you understand? But instead, I want to switch it to, after I'm done with every statement, I want to go with it, That's right. The one true Asian. This Hassan guy is not only a top sheet says, this Hassan guy is not only a fake socialist, but a racist xenophobe as well. It's going to be real funny. It's going to be real funny when I actually visit China and this dude is not from Iowa, but instead actually Chinese. And he fucking assassinates me when I'm in Beijing or something. Like, he's just going to come up to me and be like, I'm Top G and you fucked up. I was being entirely sincere. This wasn't a long bit that I was doing in your chat. I actually despise you. I do truly believe that you are racist and xenophobic. Billy, comment sections are praising your knowledge of China. Let's fucking go. It's happening. Oh, my dream. My dream, dude. It's becoming a reality.
To invest on any large scale because, the American financial system in the last few decades have become really parasitic and has been working as the mechanism to suck out the profit from corporations. So in the last 25 years, 90 to 95% of corporate profits have been given to the shareholders in the form of excessively high dividends and stock buybacks. And American companies do not have money to invest. So unless he does something about the financial system as well, all this extra profit generated for American companies, most critically, in the last couple of days, the United States has basically given up on being a country based on the rule of law. South Korea, my native country, signed a free trade agreement with the United States about 15, 20 years ago. And now that we are getting 25% tariff. So now who's going to take American commitment seriously?
Yeah, in many ways, it's a realignment of world order that's happening here, Rana. And it was interesting to see China's Vice Commerce Minister come out earlier and say he wants to work with the EU to oppose protectionism, unilateral bullying. I mean, how expansive are the moves we're going to see here for realignment globally among trading blocs?
Huge. It's going to be huge. And it really is an
Guy writes incredible econ books that are very accessible and Marxist. What the fuck? I went on a date with a woman on the left? No, you didn't. What is happening today? Why is everyone 1 degree removed from CNN today in my chat? What's fucking going on? Some of you guys have hooked up with the anchors. Others have cousins that are apparently CNN producers. What is going on? Why is everybody lying? And also, why are you lying in this direction? Like, what? You don't even get clout for saying that you're related to CNN in some degree.
Opportunity for China. It's kind of, in some ways, it's China's game to lose now. And
these children want to work.
Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about. He goes,
These people want to employ them. What is your problem? It's not like that these people kidnap these children, use them as slave labor. Yes. So actually, in the 19th century, a lot of respectable people were in favor of child labor. Today, I do not know any person who says we need to bring back child labor to make America a truly free market economy.
Excuse me, they are doing that, by the way. So Ha Jun-chang is wrong. America is literally doing that. They are doing that, and it is a move that was spearheaded by Sarah Huckabee Sanders, initially, and is now being implemented in places like Florida as well. So that is actually happening. The market is being liberated, all right?
But that change in position came about because of political change, changes in our ethical standard, not because someone invented an economic theory showing that we shouldn't have child labor. So the very boundary of market is politically determined. 200 years ago, you could buy and sell people, buy and sell children's labor services, narcotic drugs, and what have you. Today you can't. And these changes have come about because of political and ethical changes. So when the very boundary of the subject is politically determined, you cannot say that we can get rid of politics. These children want to work. These people want to employ them. What is your problem? It's not like that these people kidnap these children, use them as slave labor.
I think it's very cool when he says, at the end of his statements. I'm not even joking.
And it'll be very interesting to see how Xi Jinping and how Beijing plays this. I would be a little bit skeptical about whether you're going to see some kind of complete new alliance between China and Europe, because what's going to happen now is that a lot of cheap Chinese goods are going to flood into Europe because they can no longer flood into the US. And are the Europeans going to like that? No, they're not. So this is where you start to get into that cascading sense of, oh boy, we really are in a global trade war here. Now, if the Chinese were to suddenly say, you know what, we're going to acknowledge that we've been dumping cheap steel, cheap EVs, cheap solar panels onto the world, and guess what, Europe, we are going to cut a new and more productive paradigm with you. Well, that would be very interesting. And
dude, the European Union is so cooked. They're the most cooked here, okay? I don't see anything positive in the future of Europe unless they're like, we're gonna open up new markets. Like we're closely re-examining a world where we are not attached to the hip to the United States of America because it's a dangerous and unstable empire that is now attacking its own vassal state structure here in the European Union, and therefore it's China's time to shine. Without that, which probably will never happen because I think the Orientalist framework will stop them from behaving in this way. Without that, they're cooked. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they just only become poorer and poorer. And in that, and in the process of that volatility, that economic instability is already causing right-wing fascist movements to grow at an alarming rate. Like they are genuinely galvanized. How can you be so monstrous? What are you doing? What are you spamming? What are you fucking spamming? Why are you spamming? How can you be so monstrous as a YouTube short? Calm down. Take some time off.
Right now, the Dow future is down sharply as global markets take a big hit in response to President Trump's tariffs announcements.
I honestly don't understand how Europe can even be remotely as fucked as the U.S. because Europe has already been suffering before this kind of stuff, before these kinds of moves to begin with.
And just moments ago, China announced plans to implement 34% retaliatory, tariffs on U.S. goods starting April.
Okay, before we get to the Fox explainers, okay, White House was nearing a TikTok deal, but China hit the brakes after Trump announced wide-ranging tariffs, AP source says. Before we do that, let's get to Benny Johnson, because I want to hear from the real Americans. I want to hear from the Americans of impact, the Americans of note, the Americans of notoriety, brilliant Americans. What is Benny Johnson saying about these tariffs? Let's take a look.
This is just the reality of life. You're gonna, like, were you young and dumb? How much money did you lose? Everyone loses money. Everyone loses money. It costs you nothing. In fact, it builds quite a bit of character. In fact,
ain't no fucking way he's doing the raise the price of rent. That'll just make me grind harder. Has he been crying? What is happening? Bro. Oh.
You learn a lot of lessons, actually, by losing your character. Costs you everything. Losing your country costs you everything. There are things you can't get back. The government can print more money, and it will. Sadly, that's just the reality. It's fugazi. It's just that there's a boom and a bust every 10 years, and it's been that way since the invention of modern markets in the 1600s. The Dutch crash of 1649. You ever heard of it? It's just the way that it works. It's the way that monetary policy has always worked. There's going to be ups and downs, especially as the table gets.
Oh my God. Yeah, look at the Great Depression. It just happens. It just happens, and it's fine, and it's okay. You shouldn't say that unimaginable pain that comes out of that is anything but a character building moment. It's just simply an opportunity for you to learn how to make water soup. That builds character. Ketchup sandwiches, a character building operation. Think about that. That's right.
It's reset. If you lose the character of your country, if your town gets hollowed out.
Amazing to think people like this have friends that don't say, "What are you talking about, dude?" Well, he doesn't have any friends, just dick appointments.
Give me that photo of that town, man. Give me the photo of that town in West Virginia. If your town gets hollowed out and your entire neighborhood gets addicted to opioids and your steel mill shuts down and your farmers can't grow crops and there's no more cattle ranchers, there's no more cowboys, there's no more fishers, there's no more workers.
Hyperinflation, period of hyperinflation incoming, a entire generation of war veterans that have no jobs, okay, and no economic prospects, the erosion of due process and other civil liberties, a process in which you are expeditiously denaturalizing and removing people from their citizenship status. Welcome back, Adolf Hitler. This is what's going on. Okay? Welcome back, zestier Adolf Hitler. Straight up. Incredible. Hitler was zesty. Yeah, Trump is, I'm saying Hitler was zesty. Trump is even zestier than Adolf.
And we're completely and totally dependent upon slave labor peasants across Asia to make every good
Adolf Hitler
and service and pharmaceutical. Then you've actually lost your country, and then we are the slaves. There you go. This is West Virginia, and it's so sad that this was a factory that provided thousands of honest, good-hearted, steel-working jobs.
Dude, it's kind of funny that virtually every single person that has funded Benny Johnson is more responsible for that photo than anyone else that he's talking about here. Like, the people that directly fund Benny Johnson so he can implement this right-wing project are straightforwardly the only people in American society that are responsible for this. More so than even the Democrats and the Republican politicians, okay? And certainly a lot more responsibility falls on their hands than fucking random Malaysian and Chinese people, okay? It's not the Vietnamese government. It's not the Chinese government that did this. It is the people that he is tasked with defending that did this. His entire purpose on planet Earth is to sit there and make the remaining fans of his, the Benny Johnson heads out there, not recognize that reality by reshifting their attention to trans people or undocumented migrants or woke or whatever the new hot thing is to get mad about. That is literally all he does. That is what all Republicans do. That's what Democrats do as well in a different way. But this is this right here, what you're watching right here in and of itself is also repurposing that same propaganda.
For our fellow countrymen. And it was ripped. The guts of it got ripped out and shipped by people like Mitch McConnell so that they could make a couple extra points in their portfolio.
People like Mitch McConnell, brother, you are serving the same masters. You're a part of the same party. You have the same ideology. You have defended Mitch McConnell your entire career. These guys are insane. Hold on.
To get stock swaps with Pan-Asian countries. And they sold out their countrymen, and I call that traitorism. I think that's the definition of a traitor. You can lose money. You can lose points in your portfolio. It costs you absolutely. You won't miss them when you're dead. Nobody ever had their net worth carved onto their tombstone.
Like, rip Benny Johnson out of this equation and put like Jason Unruhe in his stead, and the argument doesn't even need to change. It's who he is that makes this ridiculous, because what he's saying is not ridiculous. What he's not saying, on the other hand, what he's omitting is the part that is disingenuous. Okay? Because yes, Mitch McConnell is responsible for this. Yes, the Democrats are responsible for this, but they did this at the behest of capital. Okay? That is the major problem here. Benny Johnson, who has defended those masters and has defended those interests his entire career, is now making a heel turn because he's playing catch up and trying to defend Donald Trump's decisions. But what he's saying is not wrong. The problem is it should be the anti-fascist, anti-capitalist, worker-backed party that is supposed to be a counterbalance against the reactionary, hyper-capitalist forces in this country, and we don't have that. So in the absence of that, the absence of the Democratic Party representing that, right, you have these Republicans try and fill that void.
Doesn't even matter when you're on your deathbed. Who cares? It's just digits on a ledger. What will matter is, did you preserve your nation for your children?
Okay, never mind. This part is also white supremacist callbacks. He said what really matters is, did you preserve your nation for your children? It's missing. He's doing 13 words, not 14. You know what I mean? Just one word missing from that. Yeah. The word that's missing is white. That's it. That's the famous 14 words that he's doing a callback to without saying white.
Did you view your country as something more than just an economic zone and tax cattle and slaves to China? Put that up, President Trump. No crying in the casino. Is it really? I don't care. It's too good. Final point I'll make on this is, who's the slave and who's the master?
He's like, we must remember the dialectic. The bourgeois capital-owning class has designed our political economy to suit their purpose. This inherent contradiction. this inherent contradiction will inevitably get to a point where it's unmanageable. I'm Benny Johnson, and I approve.
You know, if your pharmaceutical and automobile and phone, all the wires in your home, every electronic in your home, if everything that you use in your life is wholly and totally built by a foreign power that hates you, then you're the slave. You've always thought of America as the master of the world or as like an empire. But it's not. Not if we are totally dependent and on our knees before these third world goblin dictatorships. So it's time for a total reset. It's time for them to know who's boss.
These guys went from the Great Reset is happening by the World Economic Forum to the Great Reset is happening and it's good.
And it's time for us to be the master once again. That's the point of this country, actually, to be the master of our own destinies.
Wow. A somber tone from Benny Johnson. Very different attitude, very different approach. Now let's look at the other side of the Republican Party who hasn't forgotten who pays their checks. Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is having a moment where he will go back to his classical liberal ways, okay? Ben Shapiro has not forgotten where his bread is buttered, and he is also ideologically consistent, and he's not going to play catch-up and try to defend Donald Trump's indefensible policies, at least now. He will in a couple months. He will. But for the time being, he's going to be like, this is stupid. This is incredibly dumb. I hate it. And the reason why he's doing that is because he is a real free trade guy. He does believe in it. Just like the Rand Pauls of the world believe in it. Just like the former Republican Party actively believed in it and defended these policies because they understood that this was truly beneficial for the capital-owning class, even if it completely gutted the American manufacturing capabilities, the American labor force. It was fine because profits were sky high.
President Trump declared that
profits were sky high, and they never thought that China would be able to take advantage of the situation with redistributive policies, with even development, with rapid expansion, with rapid urbanization. They never thought that China would be able to improve its material realities and not only be a competitive force, but one that could even dominate the United States of America in the global marketplace. That is precisely the reason why these guys entertained the notion of moving manufacturing overseas, specifically to China, the Genghis Gambit, without little care or consideration for what that might do to the United States of America, because they didn't give a shit. They never gave a shit about their countrymen.
it was, in fact, Liberation Day, his giant tariff policy that he just dropped on the market unilaterally, probably unconstitutionally. Trump's reciprocal tariffs impose hundreds of billions of dollars in new taxes on Americans, be the largest tax increase since the Revenue Act of 1968. One of the biggest tax increases on American consumers in the history of America. And it's going to cost American consumers. It will cost American producers who use inputs from other countries. The Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted immediately more than 1,000 points. The S&P 500 plummeted more than 3%. The NASDAQ plummeted almost 4.5%. There are real-world implications for this sort of stuff. Trade wars are, in fact, not good and not easy to win, particularly if you don't actually have a plan. It is predicated on a bad idea of how international trade works. A fundamental misunderstanding of trade deficits. Trade deficits are they're an accounting procedure. Trade deficits have pretty much nothing to do with the health of an economy. I can name you a period in American history where there was fairly large surplus in America's balance of trade. The entire Great Depression.
Bro got 99% tariff on wet pussy. Oh, no. Oh, that's insane. That's an insane statement, Chatter. It's correct, but you shouldn't say it. All right. Now let's get back to Fox News and how they're coping.
April 10th.
So senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich is watching all this. She's a little seasick, and she joins us now. Jackie, tell us the latest. And you have your own landscaper issues, it sounds like.
I do. I do. You know, Brian, this market reaction was a shock to everyone, really, except for President Trump, who likened it to a scheduled medical procedure to treat a sick patient.
I think it's going very well. It was an operation, like when a patient gets operated on, and it's a big thing. I said this would exactly be the way it is. We have $6 or $7 trillion coming into our country, and we've never seen anything like it. The markets are going to boom. The stock is going to boom. The country is going to boom.
And his administration is echoing that line, even as the impacts keep coming. This morning, China announcing retaliatory tariffs of 34% effective April 10th. That, by the way, is exactly the kind of countermeasure that Treasury Secretary said would prompt escalation from the U.S., repeatedly warning against it. The president's aides maintain the strategy will work and the fallout will be short, despite recession warnings from some economists.
This will be a short time of uncertainty, and then we'll move back to the prosperity that this president has envisioned, that he is so bold and so willing to fight for. And I couldn't be more proud and stand next to him. The new golden age of prosperity will move in.
Now, there are some signs that the president's prescription might work. General Motors announcing plans to boost production of light-duty trucks in the U.S., announcing that it is hiring several hundred temporary workers as the auto industry.
It might work. Dude, by the way, look, I'm not trying to dunk on North Korea here at all, but there is an analog here, okay? I'm sorry. Whenever I hear a Trump administration spokesperson talk about the glorious leader, it immediately reminds me of the wonderful old lady that is that Kim Jong-un famously gifted an apartment complex to in Pyongyang. It's just, it's they have the same exact energy. They're speaking English, but it even has the same like Korean intonation. Like the way that they're even like saying the words has that like like the what's the term for it? Like they're saying it with their chest. It's coming. The noises are coming out of their bellies almost. The cadence, yes. It's awesome. Yeah, bravado, gusto, those are good words as well. Thank you.
Also grapples with sector-specific tariffs.
It's called pansori in Korean. Okay, that's what it's called. I love it. I personally think it's awesome. I hope Donald Trump also does like these parades as well. I do like parades. I love parades. I think they're gay as fuck. But like military parades are kind of cool. And the other thing that I like is, yeah, if the military, instead of like doing death and destruction, built shit and then did parades, I'd be happy with it. And then also the other thing that I like is like ginormous statues. And I've talked about this before, like people get mad at me for this. People think this is a bad take, but I think like giant statues of leaders are very cool. Like they just look cool in general. So if Donald Trump does that stuff too, I want that. Like I want that. And then they'll, given that he's a real MAGA communist, they'll also embalm him as well after his passing. No, I don't like air shows. Air shows are not cool. Parades are cool because like it's right there in front of you. It's like something you can immediately see. I feel like air shows are not as cool. I don't really think about it in the same way. I don't know. I think air shows are kind of whack in comparison to like military parades where they're like marching side by side. You know what I mean?
Renaissance of American manufacturing coming because Donald Trump is bringing them back. He's driving them back. $6 trillion, he said today, he's got committed to America. It's unbelievable.
And other countries are also responding. Mexico and Canada both hastening negotiations with the U.S. toward a new USMCA trade deal. Eric Trump posting to X, I wouldn't want to be the last country that tries to negotiate a trade deal with Donald Trump. The first to negotiate will win. The last will absolutely lose. I've seen this movie my entire life. Meantime, Democrats are sounding off about the inflationary impacts of this plan in the House, planning to force a vote to try to kill the tariffs entirely, guys.
All right. Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Jackie. All right.
Brian?
So this just came across, guys. So China officially has retaliated. You know, when you put the fentanyl penalty along with the tariffs issued yesterday, we have tariffed China over 50%. They have just responded. They don't want to be bullied, air quotes. They with a 34% tariffs. They also listed 11 American companies of so-called unreliable entities. And they're going to halt chicken imports, too. Listen, we get a lot more from them than they get from us. Yeah, and drone companies, which a lot of it's going to hurt the defense industry, too, because a lot of the parts that we use, sadly and astoundingly, that our Pentagon uses are from parts and materials that we get from China. So this is a big wake-up call. The other big story is pharmaceuticals are going to be targeted as early as today. Why? Remember, we don't make any drugs here, but yet we use them all. So how do you bring manufacturing back? Well, if you're in Ireland, there's no reason to come here. It's at 0%. But now we're going to start bringing them back as tariffs hit. Lastly, about China, it looks like we're going to tariff third parties that buy Venezuelan oil. Guess who buys Venezuelan oil? China. So they could be hit in the oil pocket, too.
Well, Brian, I think the statement that they produce saying they're being bullied is comical. They steal products. They use slave labor. They spy on everything that we do, especially if you're a company there, you got to turn over all your data to them as well. And they use that to build up. They're funding some of our enemies as well. So if it's anything, anybody getting bullied is the United States. We finally, you got COVID as well. Good point, Ainsley. So what we have now is a president that is taking it seriously and taking it to China.
Yeah, and Bill Ackman, who is the billionaire hedge fund guy, he said, my advice to foreign leaders is that if you have not already
Yeah, Bill A. Packman had another fucking statement that was really funny where he was like, Mr. President, please don't tariff China. Please don't tariff Israel. That was hilarious. He's like, Mr. President, please. Bill smoking Crackman. Hilarious. Get fucked, Bill.
Reached out to President Donald Trump, you need to do so immediately. Trump is, at his core, a deal maker who sees the world as a series of transactions. Based on his track record to date with foreign governments, law firms, and universities, he is a tough but fair negotiator. He loves to make deals, and he loves to get things done promptly. Promptly. I expect Trump will reward the early deal makers with fairer deals than those that wait to sit down at the negotiation table, which sounds just like what Eric Trump said. And Donald Trump said, every country has called us. That's the beauty of what we do. We put ourselves in the driver's seat. So I think if you're one of the first few countries that's calling him, trying to make a deal, that's the one that's going to get those countries are going to get the headlines and going to say they're working with the United States. So I think it would be smart if they were doing this. It looks like they might be behind the scenes.
So a couple of things. Yesterday, Ainsley and I, we know a shirt manufacturer and textiles. And he said the one thing that I was showing Ainsley, the text messages that people should realize is that we don't really have textile mills that make shirts because it's not a matter of just plugging it in, turning on a machine. Right. You actually need skilled people to do it. So if you're going to tariff 25%, let's say, coming from Vietnam, right away, they almost become insolvent, especially if you took on debt after the pandemic to keep your company alive. So there's so many different elements to it. You could sincerely want to bring your business back. But America right now says, I'm sorry, all we have is vacant warehouses where factories used to be, or we were never good at it.
You don't say. This is why Brian Kilmeade, Mr. Kill Myself, is a fake friend. He's always been a fake friend of Trump. This is why he played baseball with fucking Ron DeSantis, like Ron DeSantis was his dad. This is what he was worried about. And now he's just like trying to manage the situation while not getting fired from the regime propaganda outlet.
Ethan Lane, the senior vice president of government affairs, exporters, said doesn't love tariffs, but understands what Trump's doing.
Nobody who imports or exports likes tariffs, us included, right? This is not a tool that we would pick if we had other options. But the president makes a very good point that for a very long time, we've had the raw end of a lot of these trade deals. You know, in the case of the beef industry, we've been used as, trade bait or a bargaining chip in some of these international relationships. And it's led to some really lopsided relationships. And our hope here is that the president can use this tool to square up the deck and get us a little bit of a better deal with some of these trading partners so that we're not balancing the backs of these different trade.
Yeah, of course this guy is saying it. It's like one of the fucking areas of surplus that they can actually fucking force other countries to purchase. Trump is going to go back to every one of these like European nations and be like, you have to lower your restrictions on what kind of food is allowed. And only purchase American beef, I guess. Yeah. Everyone has to eat the hormone jacked beef that we sell. Everything is burger.
Balances on U.S. farmers and ranchers. So, we're hopeful this happens quickly and that we can get back to some low tariff trading with our neighbors and our partners.
Yeah, I think he highlights a point, Ainsley, that I think shouldn't have to be highlighted is they don't want tariffs. That's not something that these communities want, but they're saying they're getting screwed over. And why are we accepting products with no tariff on it, and the other countries are putting tariffs on our beef? And I think that's what it's going to come down to. All these mom and pops, all these local businesses, whether it's the steel, the farmers, all the other producers, they're saying that it needs to be some give and take here.
Yeah, it needs to be free and fair, and that's what Donald Trump says.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
It needs to be free and fair. I guess the free trade agreements that we did prior was not free nor fair, which is true. They weren't, but not in the way that these assholes are fucking talking about it.
This is an ABC News special report. Now reporting, David Muir.
Good afternoon. We're coming on the air for a moment here. The closing bell on Wall Street ending what has been a very tumultuous 2 days for the stock market. Another day of steep losses here after President Trump announced his sweeping tariffs. Millions of Americans obviously worried about rising prices and about their 401ks already taking a hit in the last 48 hours. Take a look at the closing bell there. The Dow down 2,200 points, closing well below 40,000 there at 38,314. The loss over the last couple of days, the Dow now falling well below 40,000. As I mentioned, the NASDAQ and S&P 500 also recording major losses today, both down more than 5%. The Dow immediately dropping more than 1,000 points after the opening bell sounded this morning. The markets spiraling globally over President Trump's tariffs on America's trading partners. Of course, those tariffs then...
These were the photos I was talking about on the fucking Florida Stock Exchange, dude. This is so funny.
Paid for by businesses and companies bringing products into this country, and economists say then passing those prices on to consumers here in the U.S. Many of these countries have signaled that they will take counteraction with their own tariffs against the U.S. In fact, today, China announcing it will be imposing a 34% retaliatory tariff on all U.S. products. President Trump firing back a short time ago. China played it wrong. They panicked. The one thing they cannot afford to do, he said. The president insisting my policies will never change. And just a short time ago, he said only the weak will fail. I want to bring in Rachel Scott. She's our senior political correspondent. She's live at the White House. And Rachel, is there any indication from the White House? And obviously we heard what President Trump just said.
I like that Trump's trade policy is like that meme of the guy who just like shits in his pants, and then everybody goes, hey, that guy shit in his pants, and he goes, haha, I was just pretending to be R-worded. Like, that's it. That's his negotiation tactic, is just putting a gun to his mouth and being like, I'm gonna pull the fucking trigger, I'm gonna pull it right now, don't stop me. And then everybody's like, okay, well, that's weird, don't do that. And he's like, ha, you panicked. Just pure troll.
Any indication that they're going to spend this weekend ahead examining any potential shift here in strategy, given what they've seen in the markets over these last 2 days?
Well, David, I just spoke to a senior White House official who told me they are staying the course. That official pointing to me to the president's statement that he put out just moments before the stock market closed, saying that only the weak will fail. The president has been largely out of sight today. He has been on the golf course. He did respond to those retaliatory tariffs by China, saying that they played it wrong. The president is insisting here that this is going to lead to an increase in manufacturing jobs here in the United States. But he has acknowledged that could take time, possibly a 2-year-long process. The president has also acknowledged that there will be some disturbance, some short-term pain, he says, for the American people. The message from the White House is to trust this president, to trust this White House. But right now, David, they are moving forward with these sweeping tariffs as planned.
But as you say, Rachel, the White House saying manufacturing, it could take some time, up to 2 years to come back. Economists saying that could be 3 to 5 years before some of these factories that they're talking about could be up and running here in the U.S. I want to take our viewers back to the closing numbers here. Again, the Dow closing just a short time ago, down well below 40,000, losing 2,231 points, closing at 38,314 today.
The question I have is, with what industrial manufacturing policy? 2 years, 5 years, how about 10 years? These are the things that you shouldn't have just planned out, but instead implemented before this happened. You can't just wing it when it comes to rebuilding American manufacturing. It's so stupid. Oh, it's so stupid, but so deserved for how stupid of a country we are. How belligerent we have behaved around the global stage in perpetuity. Like, while the impact will be felt by the working class that have no say in this process whatsoever, overall, it's just like the more I see people fucking defending these things that are taking place, the more I'm like, I guess it couldn't have happened to a fucking better person, really. Like this. This is what I mean. Okay? Are you happy you voted for Trump? Says Thomas Ricard. Nerdic Viking says yes, and I was buying a Switch too. Now that they made it a political thing, I'm out. Wait, who made this a political thing? Thomas Ricard asks. Nintendo just did. ... Didn't you read the article? I'm sorry, dude. If you're this stupid, you don't deserve the bounties of technological improvements or even being at the Imperial Core. Like, you don't deserve it. You are genuinely too stupid. It makes me despise my fellow Americans to the very core. It's like that guy we saw yesterday when Dye Workwear was defending the truth that my merchandise is made in the United States of America with union manufacturing. And when proof was presented of that, the guy just went, nah, don't believe you. It's Photoshop. It's like, how do you deal with that person? How do you fucking deal with a person whose brain is so goddamn smooth? Like, it's impossible. It makes no, like, we're not, how are we the same organism at this point? Like, I don't understand how you have survived for as long as you have.
Our coverage will continue. ABC News Live, abcnews.com. And for many of you, your local news is standing by. I'll be back with the entire team for World News Tonight. I'm David Muir in New York. I'll see you then.
您正在收看的是 This was the moment the real trade war began. China imposing its own tariffs on $160 billion of American goods.
Western framework on this is so funny. Yeah. Trade war actually begins when China retaliates, not when America shoots against literally Sky News' own fucking country, too. America, in the most American fashion, in the most belligerent way, decides to open up the floodgates of tariffs, and then one of the many nations that is impacted by it retaliates, and they go, this is the real trade war. This is the moment where the trade war actually began. Not when America shot across the bow. It's just when there was retaliatory tariffs. How dare they do that? How dare they? It's like, if they hadn't retaliated at all, it would be really funny to watch the coverage in like Western news being like, and things coming in from China in the United States of America are now infinitely more expensive. And the reasons are, of course, predictably, the Chinese. Yes, you might say America instituted these tariffs, and therefore tariffs as an entry fee are directly increasing the costs carried over to the consumers. But this is still somehow China's menacing failure. It kept engaging in trade policy menacingly. Maybe my brain is a little broken, but like it reminds me of the Ethan Klein dynamic where he's like, Hassan, I'm going to sue you. For what? For just kind of doing your own thing while I fucking go on an extended crash out that has caused me financial harm. A complete self-own, complete own goal. But I somehow still blame you for it. Why? Because you were just kind of there and you pissed me off. How could China have done this? Yeah, stick in the bike wheel meme. How could Hassan have done this to me?
The US practice is not in line with the rules of international trade and is a typical unilateral bullying practice.
As China hit back, Trump hit the golf course, away from the White House, but still furiously posting. China played it wrong and panicked, he wrote. Hang tough, he urged Americans. But as Wall Street opened, stocks turned red again, plunging too in Europe and the UK. Face to face with America's NATO allies, Trump's top diplomat, arriving late and playing down the economic risks.
No, their economies are not crashing. Their markets are reacting. No, their economies are not crashing. Their markets are reacting to a dramatic change in the global order in terms of trade. And so what happens is pretty straightforward. If you're a company and you make a bunch of your products in China, and all of a sudden shareholders or people that play the stock market realize that it's going to cost a lot more to produce in China, your stock is going to go down.
Warnings, though, from the man
I like that he just walked. I like that he walked through the steps of like a market crash, but used more words to describe it. Okay, I guess it's not then. Never mind. Yeah, this is just a brief moment of instability that has caused stock prices to plummet, but that's actually healthy and good. And you couldn't consider it to be a market crash, more like a market bump.
Charged with keeping US inflation in check, striking a somber note.
It is now becoming clear that tariff increases will be significantly larger than expected. And the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth. The size and duration of these effects remains uncertain.
This guy at the Fed announcement using the term cooked, not Jerome Powell, but the other dude, is also a recession indicator. I saw that clip. He verbatim said, the market is cooked. Another recession indicator. When you got like a 65-year-old dude saying that, it's like you're cooked, ironically.
While tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation, it's also possible that the effects could be more persistent.
That's a potential game changer for a nation that's benefited from an open market. With free trade, America lost manufacturing jobs but gained cheap goods, many of them made in places like China. But now that the president wants those manufacturing jobs back, it seems the days of cheap goods made in places like China are over. And that's bad news for Americans when it comes to the price of their shopping.
That means the prices are going to go up on the consumer. So
it is wild that Donald Trump is such a force to be reckoned with that he's gotten all of these people to like openly admit the negative consequences to domestic manufacturing after multiple decades of unlimited, quote unquote, free trade policies. Like, this is the type of shit that I have to badger the average college educated liberal on for hours every single fucking day until they get it. As they tell me that I'm doing voodoo economics when I describe the negative consequences of this free trade negotiation. And now they're just revealing it. Shouts out to Donald Trump, I guess. How crazy? How crazy is that? That virtually all of these mainstream liberal outlets are now openly explaining what the truth is and what has become of the American manufacturing, the American manufacturing capabilities, American labor. It's blowing my mind. What is this? They're saying shit like this on Fox now?
Buying cheap goods is not a real prosperity, and we don't have to accept that. So you lay the law down, that's all. And look, all the badly behaving children in Asia and elsewhere, they're coming home to Papa, as I said earlier in the show. They're all on the phone, begging for mercy. There will be a lot of deals made in the next week or two or three.
You look at the $5 trillion in investment, the factories that are going to be built here. These are big companies: Honda, Mercedes-Benz, NVIDIA. You've got all these, Apple. They're going to be building things here in this country. Long term, that's a recipe for success, to reindustrialize. Most of the world, we've deindustrialized because it went somewhere else. This is
we want.
That doesn't even make sense. I mean, I called this early on where I said Trump is going to cause inflation, and then Republicans are going to say it's patriotic to pay high prices, and they're already doing that predictably. But what doesn't make sense about this argument, coming from drunk ass Larry Kudlow, and it's probably indecipherable because he's drunk as a skunk, is the notion that like, oh, well, these guys are coming back to do big deals with America. Okay, so then what? You're defending prices increasing so that we can build, manufacturing hubs in the United States of America. And then you're saying, but all these silly Asian countries, these Asian children are coming home to Papa to cut new deals with the United States of America so we can keep the flow of cheap goods. Okay, so then it is good to have a flow of cheap goods then. It makes no sense. You're getting shit talk right now, says Stable Ronaldo. What the fuck is this, bro? What is this?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh no. Hey, I'm eating, bro. God damn, that was wet. Oh, he dookied in there. Oh my God, that was a shart, brother. That was disgusting. Stable Ronaldo, fuck you. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
What was that, bro? No.
They're eating too. Oh, bro, he knows what he did. Look at his face. He knows what he fucking did. Oh, no, my God. It almost played again. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Stable Ronaldo, you fucking asshole. Look at what you did to us. We're already suffering over here. The fucking global economy is collapsing. And you had to come in here with a 7-month-old clip. Lacey doesn't even look like that no more. His farts, he done farted all of his farts out of his body. It's over now. He can't fart like that no more. He doesn't have motion like that. Akash from Flagrant, after market crash, I didn't vote for Trump. Oh, that's amazing.
Are you happy that the U.S. stock market is crashing?
Why?
Isn't that what you wanted?
I mean,
because you interviewed Trump.
Oh yeah.
And voted for him.
I didn't vote for him.
Oh, okay. You just interviewed him for
Yeah,
millions.
Kamala
For millions of people.
If Kamala wasn't a Kutiji, we could have got her win too.
Maybe she didn't want to come because maybe some of you guys shouldn't have podcasting equipment. Did you ever think about that?
That's good. What other TikTok talking points you got?
It's not a TikTok talking point.
That's a pretty good sentence though, right? Alliterative.
I'm not talking to you.
Bro, Akash, how the fuck is he the luckiest man on the planet? You're already lucky as fuck to be able to make like millions of dollars just shooting the shit with your buddies with a podcast. But I know this is like the only person that he's ever been with. They've been, because I remember watching a video. Of him talking about like his relationship with his wife. And it is crazy. Like no disrespect to Akash, but holy fuck, his wife is so out of his league. How did the luckiest man on the planet, he has the heavens mandate, dude. Says you rewatching his content making millions, shaking my head. Yeah, that's why I said we're very fortunate. It's arranged, didn't do anything. Bro, he could have been arranged to something totally different, okay? This man, I didn't know it was like this at home, bro. I'm sorry. This is crazy. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, if you roll high on your first try, no need to roll again. Exactly. Yeah, no shit. He's only been with one woman, bro. What the fuck? The arranged thing is fake. I don't care. I don't care how this happened. All I'm saying is this man already is in like the top 1% of luckiest people on the fucking planet by virtue of being in America, becoming a fucking successful podcaster in America. And that's his wife. That's crazy. And she's smart. She's not even like a dum-dum who she doesn't even like Donald Trump. Respect. Seriously, I don't know how the fuck, I don't know what he did. I don't know what kind of rabbit's foot he carries with him everywhere he goes, but goddamn, dude. Bro, you're live, chill. Look, I'm just saying, he's a very, very fortunate, he has swung way above his pay grade on this one. This is entirely
Those
out
are
of his league.
investment.
And it's not even disrespectful to him. I'm just, I'm glazing her. She's gorgeous, but made a mistake. Yeah, he's fine.
We're going to pay.
I'm extremely worried about the prices going up because it's affecting our families here in America. So yes, I'm very worried about that.
So do you think the government's making a mistake?
I do.
So what's your message to the president?
Stop it.
A trade war made in America could see the world on the road to a global recession. A Trump-made one. But the president isn't changing course. David Blevins.
Donald Trump's tariffs do not represent all America.
Yeah. Gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom, who obviously maintains the tech hub of the planet with Silicon Valley, is trying to cut side deals as the 5th largest standalone economy on the planet. Because in terms of retaliatory tariffs from the European Union, they don't buy a lot of our cars. They do buy a decent number, but they don't buy a lot of our products. But there is one thing that they do buy. It's tech. So if Europe comes down hard and in retaliatory tariffs against the United States of America, you might as well put all of the onus on California and on the Californian economy, because California is what sells a lot of this product, a lot of these services, financial services, tech services, things of that nature. It's like California and New York. And that is basically what Europe consumes and purchases from us. So if the EU comes back hard with retaliation in the form of adding additional hurdles to enter the marketplace for tech coming in from the United States of America, or additional regulation, California's kind of cooked. See, France singles out digital services for EU's tariff response. Exactly. Tech accounts for 21% of all U.S. exports. Yeah. Also, for EU, a larger percentage, if I'm not mistaken, and a big chunk of that. Let's make a side deal. Let's make a deal. We love deals.
And on behalf of 40 million Americans that live in the great state of California, the tentpole of the U.S. economy, 14% of the U.S. GDP, the fifth largest economy in the world, the dominant manufacturing state in America. Our state of mind is around supporting stable trading relationships around the globe. And that's why today I've directed my administration to look at new opportunities to expand trade and to remind our trading partners around the globe that California remains a stable partner.
Seeing a lot of penguins in your social feed recently, more than usual? You can thank U.S. President Donald Trump for that. On Wednesday, Trump announced sweeping reciprocal tariffs against nearly 200 global trading partners.
We will establish a minimum baseline tariff of 10%.
But far down, or far south you could say, on the list, were a group of remote, barren, and uninhabited islands near Antarctica. Heard Island and McDonald Islands, a territory of Australia, were slapped with the 10% baseline tariff despite importing no products from the U.S. in the last year or having any economic activity since 1877.
And that's why they're fucking us over. Those penguins, they're fucking us over. Oh, you thought you were slick. You thought you were slick with your trade deficit. You better start purchasing F-150 pickup trucks right now. Get to work, you lazy fucks. For far too long, these so-called uninhabited islands have refused to buy American. My administration has decided not purchasing a fleet of Tesla for your uninhabited island is akin to terrorism. We will take over first Greenland, then institute Danelaw on the UK once again, and last but not least, Madagascar and Club Penguin will be dominated. We are taking over the Penguin Island. Their reign of terror will end. Everything is Tesla. Everything is computer.
The islands also don't have any actual residents, except for these guys. And so the internet did its thing and exploded with penguin memes, mocking the seemingly pointless tariffs on the islands, which are among the most remote places on Earth. Some expressed the penguins' frustration with the tariffs. Others poked fun at Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance's last meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. While others even suggested the penguins in Ukraine should join forces. Export data from the World Bank says the U.S. imported $1.4 million worth of products from Heard Island and McDonald Islands in 2022, but it's unclear exactly what those products were.
I think what happened was, whatever was the internal deliberation going on, my suspicion is that they couldn't reach an agreed conclusion. They needed something that was broad and uniform. They applied the rule and they kind of ran it over the full list of countries, and it produced a lot of these kind of nonsense numbers.
But that hasn't stopped the march of the penguin memes and just adds to the general sense of confusion as to why the islands and their waddling inhabitants were targeted with tariffs.
I mean, the European Union won't take chicken from America. They won't take lobsters from America. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Breaking news, Vice President J.D. Vance.
Oh no, Jim Cramer says he was wrong to have believed Trump on tariffs. I feel like a sucker.
Just saying the Trump administration is, quote, feeling good about Trump's tariffs.
We're feeling good. Look, I frankly thought in some ways it could be worse in the markets because this is a big transition. You saw the president said earlier today, it's like a patient who was very sick. We did the operation, and now it's time to make the patient better. And that's exactly what we're doing.
All right, this says Jim Cramer from CNBC's Mad Money.
How could he have thought that it would be worse than what has happened so far? Like mass suicides at the New York Stock Exchange? Like, what is he saying? And it's just the beginning, too.
Who has never been a free trader, right? So he's not just out here to go against them. He's saying the White House doesn't seem to understand what it's trying to do and that the reciprocal tariffs are not reciprocal and could do tremendous damage. So out front now, Jim Cramer of CNBC's Mad Money and Squawk on the Street, all on CNBC, that incredible network that I will love to the day I die.
Just so great to be here with you, Erin.
So, and I'm so thrilled that we're able to talk. Okay, so What the heck is going on?
Well, I'm let down because I'm not a free trader. I'm a fair trader, always have been from the days when you worked with me at CNBC.
Yep.
And what I was hoping was that
Remember when he was threatening the UAW for daring to strike against the big three and said that Mexico is right there. Puebla. Mexico's right there. They'll move the fucking facilities to Puebla. I think that conversation in and of itself should show you exactly what these guys are fucking worried about. And it kind of should show you why I'm not exactly the number one defender of free trade. Do you understand? Because when the UAW was striking against the big three auto manufacturers in the United States of America for fair contracts, this fucking asshole went on television and said they should just move the facilities down to Puebla. That's the problem. I guess you recognize the problem, but you don't think it's a problem.
Coordinated thing where if you are charging us 20%, we charge you 20. Instead of a car where we're only making you pay 2.5 and you're not letting us in, we try to get things better. But instead,
on a specific thing, you go, if they're 10 on a car, you go 10 on a car.
But I went deep on the numbers today, and the numbers did not make any sense. And I was actually
I was doing like bananas in Vietnam. You did Cramerica.
Well, I just said, it's one of these things where if I'm doing 100 billion and you're letting me do 10 billion and I'm letting you do 100 billion, there was a way to be able to make it work. But the numbers that they did, and they had this ridiculous. I mean, that was the chart that they had with the mathematical equation. I mean, are you kidding me? How about just like
it looked like an Einstein.
I know. How about the fact that it was just wrong? Yeah. And what bothered me, Aaron, was that they really did over and over again. The president said, "Listen, it's going to be reciprocal. So you do it, we do it, and that was going to be so good." And I really believed in it. And I feel like a sucker tonight. Because I am not a free trader, and I do not believe in free trade. And I was just as tough, if not tougher, than his people. But they screwed it up, and they did it a totally ill-advised way. And I was very let down as someone who really, truly believes that free trade is awful for the American working person. This is what they came up with. Jeez, come on, have some gumption, have some math.
I mean,
Okay, if someone send me the Puebla link, please. He's not a free trader, he's a fair trader? Because if I recall, like I said, when he was talking about the UAW contract negotiations, he certainly came across like he was a fucking free trader. I'll tell you that. Why would you link me a Lowell Overruled tweet that just says, I'm definitely gonna have to post cock and balls? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Yeah, here it is.
Contract they're operating under more money, which is the only way to get them within the contract. They're operating under more money. So I know that Ford felt a little upset that Biden joined that picket line, but at the same time, Ford is seeing some movement by Fain. David, I have a feeling that if Fain doesn't come to the table,
Fain being, of course, the man who runs the UAW.
I have a feeling that, David, if they don't come to the table soon, Mexico will be involved.
How soon?
A couple of weeks.
And how quickly could they move manufacturing of certain things?
They already have manufacturing.
So what does that mean when you say Mexico's in play? Explain what you mean.
So you have plants, say you have plants in Mexico.
Yes.
You can add on to them very easily. You can't do greenfield. I mean, it took Mercedes-Benz huge number.
But if you have an existing plant, it's not as difficult to add on.
That's the way you can do it. And by the way, the companies are very worried. Remember, there's a big. It's not just the 146,000 UAW workers. We're now starting to see some original equipment suppliers really get hurt. The layoffs are starting. I find the president, hate him or love him, joining the picket line may have been a very big mistake because that hardened Fain, hardened the UAW, which then hardened the auto companies. And if he hadn't come there, I think that there probably would have been a deal.
Yeah,
that was not a great move. If you wanted.
That's when I knew it was indeed a great move, by the way. I already felt that way on principle, but as soon as Jim Cramer came out and was like, that was not a great move, I was like, oh, it's indeed a great move. Perhaps the best one, Inverse Cramer, baby. Always and forever. Inverse Cramer, undefeated. Inverse Cramer, always and forever. Puebla. But remember, he's a fair trader, not a free trader. He's a fair trader. It's just the UAW was being unfair,
Must be identified as the labor president. Yeah, you're right.
If you favor workers away from the UAW, it's not a great move by the president.
The reason why I brought that up is not to dunk on Jim Cramer, even though it's a favorite pastime of mine, obviously, We love making fun of Jim Cramer. The reason why I brought that up is because he's fucking lying here. And it's very instructive for people to understand exactly how free trade works. Do you see what I mean? Because what he's saying there as a threat to the UAW is a weapon that the bosses over at the Big Three could have wielded over the UAW to be like, all right, we're fucking changing the manufacturing to Mexico. That is in the USMCA. That is how that was in NAFTA. That is how these things work. That's why we have designed these trade relationships, these trade agreements with other North American countries. That is a direct example of how these free trade agreements undermine labor union power, labor power across the board. It is perfect. That's why I showed it to you.
How in the world do they do that after all of this? I mean, Jerome Powell.
They assured us over and over again, Aaron, that they were going to do the thing that would make it so that the tariffs would come down and the countries would that were bad actors would change their.
I feel so out of my element trying to learn all about the interconnectedness of politics. Holy shit. I mean, I try to do my very best, but if you have any specific questions, I can explain it to you.
Their ways, and then Israel decides to get rid of tariff,
and they tariffed them anyway.
Vietnam decides to cut their tariff, and they still got the highest tariff. It was such a shame because they missed the opportunity, and now they have to pay the price. And it's funny too because none of this stock market, none of this had to happen, and I feel bad because a lot of people lose money when this happens. I hope people just be calm, be constructive, but the way that they handled it was so Bush League that I was surprised. And President Trump has people who around him know these.
Yeah, and the people around him who knows these things have been begging for exactly this to happen, specifically Peter Navarro. So, no, I don't think this is all that shocking. I think this was expected. He said he was going to do it. If you understood what Peter Navarro was all about, you would know that this is what he wanted to do. And the purpose here is not to like rebuild American manufacturing necessarily, but it's seen as a matter of national security. They want to go to war with China. And they can't do that if the relationship between China and the rest of the world, but specifically the United States of America, is so interwoven to the profit margins of American capital owners. You can't go to war with China. I mean, dude, Donald Trump's shadow president, Elon Musk, has fucking factories in Shanghai. Like, what are we talking about? The guy who is literally shoving his dick in every orifice of the federal government right now, Donald Trump's very own attack dog until recently, until his massive failure, Elon Musk, has fucking factories in Shanghai. There is no national capitalist class. That just does not exist. These people don't care about national boundaries. Elon Musk is not even American. He's South African by way of Canada. It's just so fucking stupid not to recognize the reality that these people only care about profits, nothing else. And I'm not saying that because I'm like, oh, they should be nationalistic. I don't mean that at all. I don't want that. That's fucking stupid. But it's just like that's how deep our relationship with China goes in terms of trade.
These things. And
can you explain why when you hear...
Why not just tariff China then? Why do we tax almost every other country? Because we're fucking stupid. That's the first answer. The second answer is, number one, we're stupid. Second answer is because Trump thinks in the short term that we are going to generate revenue off of this, and then that revenue will make up for at least one taxable period where he can just claim to fucking erode or permanently erode all fucking income taxes. Okay? That's another reason, and it's incredibly stupid, incredibly short-sighted. It will collapse this fucking country. I cannot even imagine a world where income inequality and the wealth disparity grows even larger in this country because we are already... I feel like we're already fucking tapped out, you know? What more? Just like servile slave masses? 99% are enslaved in like prison-style company towns or something at gunpoint. They have to... Disco Elysium, basically. The answer is not Disco Elysium, sorry. The answer is Elysium, the movie. Not Disco Elysium. I apologize. Disco Elysium looks like a fucking utopia in comparison to this. And... I guess that's like the one step removed from where we're at right now with the accelerated wealth disparity. So those are the reasons. Those are the reasons why they're doing this. The reason why they're doing global tariffs also is because they have this idea that this is going to somehow force foreign companies to open up more manufacturing facilities in the United States of America, make cars in the United States of America, get more jobs for Americans, I guess. And also in return, we are going to force our product that we are not even fucking manufacturing here right now. We're going to force our product into their marketplaces regardless, without any care or consideration for their sovereignty in terms of like the domestic regulatory agencies that they have. Not only are we undermining our federal regulatory agencies here in the United States of America by way of Elon Musk, we're also forcing trade disputes with no mediator body that exists right now because of the Obama era attitude towards World Trade Organization, with no way of disputing any sort of fucking contract. Basically no way of disputing any sort of trade issues because we have starved the courts. The car argument is insanely weak. EU car makers already got most of their production for U.S. market in the U.S. No, I know. These are not my arguments. Yes, of course they're weak. I'm trying to explain to you what their perspective is. I'm not saying that this is a good argument. I disagree with what they're doing, but a chatter asked me like why they're doing this. So I'm explaining what their reasoning is, what their hidden reasons are, and what their overt open reasons are. I will also explain to you after I describe the reasons that they're stupid, as I have all day long. So every part of this argument is stupid because we don't even have the facilities. So it's stupid across the board. And some people think it's a wealth transfer. I don't think it is. I mean, everything we do is a wealth transfer. The system is designed for everything to be a wealth transfer to the very top of the wealthy. So that's just a normal byproduct of the structures that we exist under. So whichever way Trump goes, it's always going to be a wealth transfer unless it's a directly anti-capitalist initiative implemented with an anti-capitalist vision. So that's just a secondary consequence. That's just a permanent thing that happens under capitalism regardless. But yeah, I guess like they want to fucking abolish income tax, which is so stupid. And also, and I guess they want to rebuild like a World Trade Organization that is completely controlled by America, that like writes off China and doesn't allow China into it at all, or doesn't allow China to get the favored nations benefits, for example, like it does, which stop as it works, as it is right now, that stops countries from being able to add additional tariffs to China that they won't add to other markets. It's just one of the many things that the favored nations benefits offers countries like China. And Trump wants to stop that because he wants to sever the rest of the globe's ties with China by force in order to turn China into kind of like the USSR. Because the USSR did not have complex trade relations with the United States of America, which made it easier to engage in Cold War. But if you have a direct trade relationship with the United States of America, and Americans rely on cheap commodities that they get from you, that makes it infinitely more difficult to sever relationships with, sever ties with, and to go to Cold War with. Here's a great example of this. Fucking TikTok. TikTok is a treat. Think about how costly politically it is to make Americans not look at TikTok any longer, make it illegal to be on TikTok. Think about how difficult that is. It's the same principle for every commodity that is produced in China or in a secondary market that China has moved into in an effort to avoid the sanctions regime that Trump was signaling towards China. That's the reason why Vietnam gets hit with these tariffs too, by the way. Part of that is because they're not buying enough from us and we're buying everything from them. And the other reason is because Vietnam isn't just Vietnam. It's not just Vietnamese interests. It's just Chinese interests as well. He wants to turn China into Japan, essentially like a vassal state. You can't do that because Japan was a vassal state post-World War II. You can't do that to China. China is a sovereign nation. China does not have military bases. Chinese constitution was not written by the United States of America. and completely controlled as it was like developing post World War II by American interests and the American military. Here's a Democratic pollster saying, it appears that this is the fourth worst back-to-back day for the DJIA in American history with a 2-day combined minus 8.65% loss, only trailing the 1929 crash, 1987 Black Monday, and the 2008 financial crisis. I guess you can't correct 30 plus years of budget deficits, trade imbalances, and anti-American globalist giveaways in less than a week. Why are these guys actually like right populists? Like, I'm a little confused because their output comes across like they do care about American manufacturing, but I don't think that they do. I've never seen anything from the Trump administration nor its dick riders that suggest that they give a fuck about benefits and compensation packages and unionization in this country. They are inherently antagonistic towards American labor unions. And the only reason why they can even ostensibly present themselves as pro-labor or pro-labor union is because there is no motion within the labor unions anymore. The union participation rate is 10% in this country. Unions are entirely gutted. They have no power through constitutional, through Supreme Court decisions. They have eroded all semblance of power. The Trump administration is also delivering a final blow to the NLRB as well. So, and he fucking, with the stroke of a pen, revoked the rights of federal union employees to collectively bargain. 1.5 million people lost their right, according to the Trump administration, the power to bargain, to engage in collective bargaining agreements. This is not an administration that cares about labor unions. This is not an administration that wants American manufacturing to return to its heyday, to return to its glory days. So I don't know why these guys act like they're actually labor populists here. I don't know why they're fucking presenting themselves as that.
Optimal. Scott Besson, he is a smart guy.
He's very smart.
He is a smart, thoughtful, respected person. Right. And he came out and defended these.
Well, I think when you
But people like that, they know. He knows.
You know, I tried to think like that because Peter Navarro is someone I've known for 5 decades.
Yep.
And I was hoping that Peter, who I talk with a lot, really understood, because he understood. He taught me these things. And I know he knows what reciprocal tariff really is. And he didn't deliver on that. And that was a shame, because there was such a great opportunity to course correct and make it so all these people who have taken advantage of our country repeatedly and wiped out all of the jobs in small towns, wiped out my father's job. This is one of the reasons why I've always felt like this. It's ridiculous how badly we've been taken advantage of. And I thought they were going to do something. And what did they do? They cratered the damn stock market and gave us nothing.
Well, I just want to emphasize again, I think it's so important to emphasize where you're coming from. Because there are some who will come out and say, well, you know, free trade. You know, Larry Kudlow, your old friend, right?
I know that we always had a very flashpoint with me and Larry.
Right, was about free trade, and they'll make the economic argument for it, and they'll make, right, that you're not actually coming from that. You would have been open. You're not ideologically opposed to the concept of what they were trying to do.
Not at all.
But they didn't do it.
They made a bargain with the devil. They decided to get rid of the American working person's good job with a good pension and sacrifice it so we could get cheap goods. And they never thought for a minute, the Republicans or Democrats, what would happen to those towns and those people, and they were left behind. And I always felt that was horrendous. A president.
He's such a liar, and not a particularly good one, because he's talking like he does an emotional plea by invoking his father. And yet I am reminded of the time when he was talking about Puebla. Remember, don't forget Puebla. Jim Cramer certainly never forgot Puebla. Okay? So the idea that he's like, in any way, shape, or form, in support of better contracts and beefing up American manufacturing and American labor unions is ridiculous. He's a stock trader. Of course he doesn't give a shit about that. He loves all of these decisions that were made. I don't care how much he tries to claim he's in support of these decisions.
And comes along that's going to do something about it, and this is what he does?
You know, part of the reason, and you and I are friends for a long, long time, but many people know our relationship for this one moment. Not this moment, but a moment.
Know it for decades of my so fortunate to be friends with you and your family.
You know, but there was this moment, and if anyone hasn't seen it, I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it because we're in a moment right now. I don't know if you heard Peter Tuchman describe it on the floor today. That it was a feeling like in COVID, of just feeling a darkness and a fear and on that floor that people hadn't felt. And it was a horrible feeling. It makes you feel sick. And there was another moment, he mentioned COVID, there was one other moment. And that moment was that horrible crash when nobody thought they could even get money out of an ATM.
Right. No, it was us.
And you said it like it was at that time. I want to play the moment.
He has no idea.
Kramer.
I have talked to the heads of almost every single one of these firms in the last 72 hours, and he has no idea what it's like out there. None.
Mad money, baby. That's the mad money guarantee.
And Bill Poole has no idea what it's like out there. My people have been in this game for 25 years, and they are losing their jobs, and these firms are going to go out of business, and he's nuts. They're nuts. They know nothing.
Kramer.
I have not seen it like this since I went 5 bid for 500,000 shares of Citigroup when I got hit in 1990. This is a different kind of market, and the Fed is asleep.
Nailed that one. You know, the little, obviously is very much less medicated than me now, or maybe just younger and a little more fiery. But yeah, that was 2007. You and I both knew, and I was getting tired of trying to be calm and trying to be like you are supposed to be on TV.
Right.
But I always felt comfortable with you, and I know that.
Okay, I don't care about this. All right.
Trade war is also bad news for some American auto workers right now. Stellantis says it is temporarily laying off 900 workers in the Midwest. Now, that's the company behind Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, and Ram vehicles. Lana Zach has more on this part of the story from Detroit.
This is where I work. Myra Ziegler-Moore has worked on the line at Stellantis in Michigan for more than 6 years and is a member of the United Auto Workers Union. I take so much pride in being able to make these vehicles. She is currently on medical leave and in an earlier round of layoffs learned she would be losing her job at the end of the month. Thank you. Tell me what that was like. It hurt. It hurt.
The Stellantis layoffs have nothing to do with, they don't have anything to do with the tariffs, but it might get worse.
But I have to pay bills. I have to have a place to live. Me especially, my medical, having hip and joint replacement.
Top Trump official so freaked out by tariffs he wants to quit. Scott Bessent is out. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent may be planning to cut and run after Donald Trump's disastrous reciprocal tariff announcement earlier this week. That's so funny because he was just defending these decisions on Reuters immediately after the reciprocal tariff Liberation Day announcement. I was there. I saw him. We watched it together. Bro, you're reading Yahoo News? Yeah, it's also an opinion. No, it's a New Republic. It is a New Republic article. Never mind. It's not Yahoo News. It's just distributing a New Republic article. The reporting on this is more sound. It's not Yahoo News. Anyway. Oh, my God. Everything.
Being a breast cancer survivor. And now with President Trump's 25% tariff on imported cars and parts in effect, additional layoffs are coming. In a memo to North American employees, Stellantis announced the company is, quote, continuing to assess the medium and long-term effects of these tariffs. The automaker is temporarily laying off 900 employees at 5 U.S. factories in the Midwest as a result of pausing production at some of its Canadian and Mexican plants. The Motor City Sports Bar and Grill is the watering hole for one of those American plants, Warren Stamping.
These unions are useless. Might as well scrap them. Scrap yourself, bitch.
Nearly everyone here works for Stellantis.
Are you worried that these tariffs, even if they were good for the auto industry, that it's going to mean that it's going to cost more when you go to buy things?
Yeah, it's going to affect a lot of the small people.
People are worried.
The fear is they could be bigger.
Yes.
They could last longer.
Always. Anytime you hear layoff, bigger and longer is definitely something that we think of.
And in a statement, the president of the United Auto Workers Union, Shawn Fain, took aim at those cuts, saying that Stellantis continues to play games with workers' lives. Now, he hasn't always been supportive 100% of President Trump, but he is supportive of this tariff plan.
The president's wave of new tariffs includes.
Great. People are buying cars. We're winning. That's great. Here, let's watch Dave Porkboy cry, losing $7 million overnight due to tariffs.
I almost tweeted out, Dave, how much are you down right now and today? 7 million. I'm down $7 million in stocks and crypto. And it's tariff city. Trump has put his tariffs all over the place. I've been trying to understand them. I don't. Like, it's more a trade deficit tariff to me. Like, hey, we get this much shit from you and you get this much from us. Let's even that up. Let's get some wacky formula and do tariffs. And everything's in the shitter because of it. I almost tweeted out, Dave, how much are you down right now and today? 7 million. I'm down $7 million in stocks and crypto.
Can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Yeah. Oh, did you see Cutie get hit by tariffs? What, for her Depop shop?
It's a 25% hike on all imported cars, and that just kicked in overnight.
Not gonna lie, this does make me feel a bit better. Yeah, this is my attitude on the matter, which is that, like, listen, everybody's getting their retirement funds wiped out, okay, across the board. It's universal. And so you might as well experience a little bit of catharsis when you watch, like, some of these actual fucking villains who champion this demise personally see repercussions. Now, percentage-wise, in totality, their repercussions are far, far greater than yours because you don't have a retirement account that can lose $7 million. Neither do I. But it's still fun, right? You might as well have a little bit of fun might as well try to enjoy the show as everything is collapsing all around. Might as well have this attitude. Exactly. Breaking, world's 500 richest people have lost around $500 billion in the past 2 days, according to Bloomberg.
I don't have words to tell you. And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now.
That's why he lost the weight. They sent him to the countryside to atone for his counter-revolutionary ways. That's why he's so skinny now. That's what happened. Like, look how fat he is here, like the capitalist pig that he is. And then they shipped his ass to the fucking countryside, and he got re-educated, and now he's skinny and also a loyal servant of the peasant class, a loyal servant of the workers, a loyal servant of the proletariat. Yeah, he had his own personal cultural revolution. It's true. Honestly, terrified with everything that's happening now. Is there anything we can do? I mean, this is the type of shit that you have no say or control over. So I don't have a good answer for you. I mean, we barely have any say or control over protesting against things that everyone should be on board with, like protesting against the destruction of the First Amendment, protesting against the destruction of the erosion of due process. But in terms of like foreign trade, trade policy, tariffs and the like what the fuck are you supposed to do? They're not asking you about any of that shit. They never have. I feel like when it comes to trade policy, when it comes to tariffs, things of that nature, there's not even the aesthetics of the democratic process there. That's just like, nope, elites decide. And in this situation, it's not even the elites deciding. It's like one guy deciding, seemingly, with a bunch of his friends, and there's not really anything you can do about it. You got to sit back and observe. Not everything needs a reaction. Sometimes it's okay to sit back and observe, you know?
CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady shows us how that means many car buyers are rushing to buy before the prices go up in the dealerships.
At this car dealership in New Jersey, Tom Aioli says there is a flurry of activity going on.
Customers are in a panic. There's a frenzy going on. They want to buy cars before the tariffs hit and prices go up.
Aioli is the owner of several new and used car dealerships in New York and New Jersey.
Need a strong close.
We first visited him at the end of last year.
We first met back in December when tariffs were originally announced. How has your business fared since then?
It's doing great. New car sales are up. Used car sales and prices are up because consumers need vehicles.
But with President Trump enacting a 25% tariff on all imported cars, he expects drivers to see a big price increase.
In this specific dealership, about 30% of the inventory is assembled in the U.S., but parts come from all over the world, so all of them are going to be affected by the tariffs. This is a $77,000 MSRP car, so a 25% increase on this is approximately $20,000.
Maioli says there's a steady and increased number of shoppers wanting to beat the tariff deadline.
I don't have anything on the ground.
No. We met a couple wanting to avoid the higher prices.
This was the incentive to go a little bit sooner.
Maioli has stocked up on parts to keep repair prices unchanged for as long as possible.
You have a rotor here and you have a disc and the brake pads are in here. Most of these parts come from Mexico and China.
With the 25% tariff, what could that do to the cost of the brake?
25% increase of the car parts, and you're talking about a 25% increase of the repair. It's going to be another $500 to get your brakes repaired.
More than 50% of cars sold in the U.S. last year were made in the States, but automakers still rely heavily on manufacturing plants in other countries, especially Canada and Mexico. The Trump administration hopes to incentivize more domestic production, but that will take time.
You're talking 2 to 3 year cycle. So we're going to do major damage to the economy and the consumer.
You're a longtime supporter of President Trump.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on how he's handling tariffs, particularly in the auto industry?
Well, listen, if I were to sit at the table with him today, I would ask him to reconsider his position, and I would say that he needs to do this with a carrot and not a stick.
Kelly O'Grady joins us at the table. So we know the auto tariffs. Other tariffs are expecting to follow. How soon do you think it'll be before we, the consumer, start to feel it?
So normally a dealership has about 1 to 2 months of inventory on the lot. So anything after that, when they have to import a car, is going to get hit with that tariff. I did ask Maioli, though, is that the case? And he said, look, so many consumers have actually come in to get ahead of that deadline. Their inventory is pretty much wiped out. I do think what you're going to see, though, is some automakers try and get creative with pricing. And in fact, Ford announced this morning employee discounts for all through June 2nd. So any customer coming in is going to pay what you would as an employee. So that's kind of where I think you're going to see them try and get a little bit creative, because consumers may start to pull back and not want to buy.
Of course. So what does this mean for the market and also your 401k?
Well, so last afternoon, when the president was speaking, we saw the market start to go down significantly. It's continued that this morning in pre-market trading. And specifically, you're seeing the tech stocks take a hit because so many of them rely on China and Taiwan to import products. The problem is that is what drives a lot of the S&P 500. And so you mentioned your 401k. A lot of our 401ks are invested in funds that track the S&P 500. So when that goes down, so does your 401k.
All right, Kelly, we appreciate you. And all of this tariff talk could be convoluted for some. So we have something for you. It's a useful tool.
I mean, I expected it to go down. I didn't expect it to go down that drastic.
Give me some hogwatch, chat. Come on. I want to see more. I want to see more Americans. I want to see conservatives try and defend and fail to defend Donald Trump. And I want to see conservative, like normie conservatives, be like, yeah, I voted for him and I still think this is the right thing. That's what I want. I want to take out my cigarette paper, okay? Unfold it, and then put all of the delicious copium in it and pack up the fattest of hand-rolled cigarettes and smoke on it, okay? I need it. It is my crack. It is my cocaine. It is my fentanyl. And especially since Donald Trump has bravely decided to engage in this tariff war, fentanyl prices have gone up tremendously. I want to smoke on that fucking spliffy. Coping with it in his mouth, Bill Mitchell. Who else sees an incredible buying opportunity? With what money? Who's he talking to? Like, even if he was talking to the wealthiest people, they just wiped out like $7 trillion of their net worth. So I don't think they're making any market moves right now. I like these guys also trying to... Oh, this is also hilarious. First True Believers, there's literally nothing he could do that wouldn't be just a part of the plan. This is QAnon, by the way. And it's really funny because he's a partner at Sequoia Capital. Do you understand? Donald Trump thinks in centuries. You mere mortals think in decades. He thinks in centuries. First long-term thinking president of my lifetime, he says. This motherfucker's a partner at Sequoia Capital, bro. How is that possible? How do you have fucking peasant brain like this? Starting the tariffs on Canada and then reversing them with a 30-day deadline, then reinstating them, then expanding them was a stroke of 7-dimensional chess. Brilliant. Like, it's his job. This is directly his job. Donald Trump fucked him. 2 days ago, Donald Trump basically destroyed this man. And he's over here being like, you don't understand. This is forward thinking. This is the kind of forward thinking that we need. Let's look at Cat Turd. He says, but tariffs don't work. Just in, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer seeks new trade deal with the United States to remove tariffs. You know what's really funny about this? This is Brexit. This is very similar to Brexit, except there was at least like a lot of people that wanted Brexit, even though it is a unnecessary fucking own goal, right? This is Ameriexit. So it's hilarious that he's like, Cat Turd is like, hell yeah, we did it. Like, what do you mean? What do you... I'm doing Brexit to you? No, but if you do Brexit to everyone, you're doing Brexit to yourself. You're the one who's Brexiting. Do you not understand? And it's funny because just like with Brexit, where England already had the sweetest deal with the EU, like just the sweetest fucking deal with the European Union already, and simply exiting out of that partnership meant that they would have to go back to the table and get worse deals overall. This, unironically, is the same thing. America designed this entire global system at the behest of capital, and now it's just doing this exit that no one asked for with seemingly no good reason. Here's the hog opposite of that kind of pose. Yeah, bankers misquoting Lenin, sell everything. A text from the head of asset allocation at a major global bank regarding this week's news. What's the expression? There are weeks where decades happen. That could apply here. Why isn't Jay saying he's going to cut rates? Too soon to say? It's also falsely attributed to Lenin, but I like consistently attributing it to Lenin regardless because I think it's cool. It's a cool quote. No more Turkish barbers. This is the Brexit genius.
It's the barbers. That's not Turkish. What are barbers that pays tax?
Yeah.
No, surely
we
not.
are the only one that takes card.
You're not.
Apparently.
You're going to tell me you actually have customers.
Yeah.
But there's literally thousands of them, isn't there, sprung up all over the country. Turkish barbers.
I know. It's ridiculous, isn't it? And there's only more coming as well.
Absolute racket, the whole thing.
But lovely
Good,
to meet you.
good luck.
Genuinely.
Good luck. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get in the chair. So there you are. We have found a barber shop that doesn't have a Turkish sign out the front.
It's so funny because like all these dudes also look like lizards. Like every single one of these guys also unironically look like fucking lizard people, which makes this whole thing even funnier because like even on the optics front, they failed. Like Nigel Farage has bad teeth for a British man. Okay. That's saying something. It's like being the most pedophilic conservative on the island. Okay. Asmongold is equating the tariffs to Luigi Mangione. Amazing. I do want to know what Asmongold's take is on the tariffs. Is it based? Is it content president? Or is he reading the tea leaves and having to is he reading the tea leaves and having to reposition himself to say maybe it's not so based? Yeah. Well. You should warn Phineas that Nigel is coming after Turkish barbers in the UK. I agree. It's fucked up. He was watching an old Bernie speech where Bernie was talking up protectionism. Yeah, it was right. It was right then. The concept in and of itself is right now. Except when Bernie makes that argument, he was trying to defend the pre-existing manufacturing capabilities of the United States of America. Bernie Sanders now probably has a different argument. Don't know what it is. But my argument back then would have been similar to Bernie Sanders's. And my argument now is that trade protectionism isn't wrong. Okay? It's not wrong. I am not a free trade defender. I don't like free trade. There is no such thing as free trade anyway. As long as inequality amongst nations exists, as long as we continue dominating the global south, there is no such thing as free trade. It's just beneficial for capital owners, and that's it. Having said that, what Trump is doing is fucking insane. It's not trade protectionism. It's just pure stupidity. It's like playing chess with a pigeon, okay? He's just knocking the board. That's all he's doing. He's like, fuck it.
That actually has customers and there's no Lamborghini out the back. Isn't that unusual in modern Britain? God, the stick I'm going to get for that.
Yeah, he said, our trade policy should benefit American workers, not just corporate CEOs. That includes targeted tariffs to stop corporations from outsourcing American jobs and factories. We do not need a blanket arbitrary sales tax that will raise prices on products that Americans need. Exactly. Because this is what Trump is doing is a blanket sales tax. It's regressive. It harms the working poor. It harms the working class in general. That's all this is. And so many people who are going to be paying the sales tax don't even understand that they're doing so. And the only reason why this is a blanket sales tax is because we don't have the competitive manufacturing, the domestic competitive manufacturing capacity. We don't have it. So people are like, okay, what am I supposed to do? All right, I'm an importer, okay? I sell t-shirts. I'm an importer. I sell car parts. Car parts not even the best example because like at least we have some capabilities here, but it's like, okay, I get coffee beans, you know? What am I supposed to do? Shit it out? Make my own coffee beans here? Like how am I supposed to do that? You know? I bring in bananas. What am I supposed to do? Grow bananas in my fucking backyard? What am I going to do? Vanilla. Yeah. Targeted protectionism to promote certain businesses is good, except exactly Trump is not even protecting businesses that exist. He is quote unquote protecting businesses that don't exist yet and a manufacturing capacity that will take a decade to build if America already got serious about rebuilding its infrastructure and its manufacturing capabilities. It's so stupid. This temporary, I believe in America. I don't believe in America. Maybe Americans will learn not to base their identity off consumption. Americans will commit suicide en masse before they do that, okay? There is no other guiding principle here. There's nothing. We have no cultural signifiers. We have no sense of community. We are increasingly more isolated. We are atomized. There is nothing but the things that you consume. That's it. That's the only thing that creates a semblance of culture here that is everything to your identity, whether it be guns or Gucci purses or whatever the fuck it is, okay? It's what kind of Disney movies you watch. Every single thing. That is what makes up the average American's identity. Outside of that, you got like racism. I guess that's another one, but that's it. And this administration is taking away one of those things that makes up a ginormous percentage of people's identities and the way they see themselves. And I guess the only other sense of community you can get is from being a fucking white supremacist. So maybe they'll elevate that side a little bit more. Oh, yeah, it's who you protest. Everything is burger. Everything is gun burger. Burger gun. From the clout Americans go into debt to obtain.
I'm concerned. I mean, it's something that's over 80 years. We've had trade partners that we trusted and they trusted us. And we've lost that over the course of 2 months or a month. So I am concerned. I'm retired, and that concerns me. As anything we lose now on the market, we've got a shorter time period to recover.
I pay attention to the tariff.
Yeah, this also affects necessity, not just treats. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I agree. Of course, this also will impact. Like that's why I said banana. It's not a fucking treat. Okay, banana is not a treat. Food is not a treat. It's a necessity for survival. Burgles, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Speaking of treats, that's a treat. 50 gifted subs. Getting a gifted sub to your favorite content creator is a treat. Okay? That's what it is. And you can get it for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime as long as you still have your Amazon Prime. You can connect it to your Twitch Prime account and get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that is me. That is I. Or you can get gifted a sub, subscriptions, support the broadcast. PBS, the Piker Broadcasting Service, is sponsored by you, the people. The many subscribers are the ones who maintain the Piker Broadcasting Service's independence.
I think if they could bring more jobs to Americans, people in the United States, then I think it's great. But I don't want to see it to hurt the people in the United States. And I have stocks on the market and everything else, and I don't want to hurt that either. But
you're a long way from home, sir. What the hell are you doing in New York City? I got stocks in the stock market and cattle back at the ranch.
Sometimes you have to give the receive. What overseas is doing to the United States, that's wrong. Whether it's any kind of business, whether it's your business, my business, or anybody's, that's wrong. And hopefully these tariffs, I know what he's trying to do, these tariffs will help the people with businesses, break the business stronger, make the people that's working and everything else, you know, they can come back and make a decent living.
I mean, I feel nervous for our household budget with 2 kids, especially living in San Francisco, which is one of the most expensive cities in this country. I wonder what our grocery bill is going to be like. I wonder if
Heard that my stockbroker's got all of his teeth in his mouth. I opened it up. I said, they say don't look a gift horse in the mouth, but I'm going to look at this one. I'll tell you what.
it's really going to hurt our pocketbook.
Well, I manage our stock portfolio, so I viewed it today, and I'm not going to say how much it was down, but it was down 6 figures, that's our retirement, that's our kids, that's our kids' schooling, their college, everything. I'm super concerned that there's going to be a recession or a depression, and it's gonna hurt the investments that we spent so long creating for our family and for our future. So yeah, I'm nervous for sure.
I think it's business as usual, and business as usual has never been good for vulnerable people.
How are you feeling about the markets right now?
Not great.
Anxious?
Optimistic.
Worried.
Terrified.
It's not too clear what's going to happen in the future, in the near future, long-term future.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of uncertainty.
Now business and politics are even more transparently aligned. Historically, they at least pretended for a while.
We have to understand that there's a lot of implications and all these
Bro, hella people started getting woke all of a sudden. What's going on?
implications are certainly in the short term are not good for the economy.
Someone once said to me, the only days that matter are the day you buy and the day you sell. So I try not to let the kind of daily or weekly up and downs get to me.
Yeah, this is a little bit more than a daily or weekly up and down, don't you think? Like, he's not wrong, but this is a unique situation. There's a little bit of a unique situation where it's like, you can hit zero. It's fucked up.
Too much.
3 months in, by the way. Just want to point that out again. Based, content, president, things are getting chaotic. Also, 3 months in. Just want to point that out again. I will keep pointing that out as every single day passes if we make it that far. But we are only 3 months in to the Burger Reich.
I'm not making any big moves. Just going to kind of wait and see how.
It turns out the fucking stock market was also held together by unfettered homosexuality. We eliminate the woke, we eliminate transgender ideology, and look what happens. Planes falling out of the fucking sky. The stock market is plunging harder than the fucking planes that are plunging from out of the sky. It turns out DEI or die, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and non-binaries. Every single part of American society was held together by woke. These guys went to war with woke, and look where that got us. Time to make sure every single person is trans, gay, non-binary, in a wheelchair, veteran status, if that's technically a part of DEI as well. DEIA. Women only. Women only.
Plays out, but it's certainly a little disconcerting.
My stocks aren't doing too well, so I don't feel good about it. I'm hoping that there's going to be some positive changes soon, and that there's some checks and regulations where the situation can be managed.
I just, think about ultimately what's important to me, and it's not, the value of a particular stock or index, and that's, my family and friends, and that's what's most important.
There's implications of his intentions, and there's implications of his unintended consequences.
Vulnerable people were always unsafe, and now they're made even more vulnerable. He's bringing a lot of groups that historically have been safe, a lot of elites, academics, into these kind of struggles. My concern is that those folks, instead of pushing left and supporting one another, are going to instead try to make concessions, and historically that never benefits anyone.
No! No!
I don't regret voting for Trump. Wait, no. Americans react to tariff price increases.
No! No!
That's amazing. I don't regret voting for Trump.
Donald Trump's tariffs means almost everything that is imported into the United States is expected to become more expensive, including stuff Americans really love, like beer and Macca's, because Ronald McDonald
Macca's and beer
uses Aussie beef.
No!
There's something wrong with that dude's eyes, bro. I'm sorry. That is creepy. Motherfucker's eyes will light up an entire room. Don't look at me with them sweet baby blues, dude. Holy fuck.
Ronald McDonald uses Aussie beef.
No! No!
You just straight look. David! Terrifying the people.
No!
You're upset about it?
No!
Wait, are you actually being serious?
This affects the political, economic state of the world right now.
No, please. Oh, no, my gosh.
I need to call my mom. Wait.
Oh my God. The fucking Zoomers can't be serious for a second. You know these are fucking FaZe Clan watchers too. Like, they are behaving exactly like fucking Ronaldo, stable Ronaldo. Just irony poison Zoomers doing skits on Australian news.
I'm so serious. Oh my gosh, bro.
Okay, maybe those boys weren't that worried about it, but think about it. Every business that sells goods imported from overseas, they're going to probably have to jack up their prices. That florist, it sells flowers from Colombia and Ecuador. Those dry cleaners there use chemicals from overseas. That kebab shop, that lamb is from Australia and New Zealand. The estimate is American families will likely have to spend as much as $4,000 US more a year. I'm out here in Sun Valley,
As an Australian, we don't let this guy look at people in the street, too distracting. Yeah, that's why they shipped his ass to America. Also, I miss the Aussie boys so much. I told Alexa he has to fucking come out. He's like, finally, I've gotten in a good groove of like making videos again. And I was like, if you come to LA, I will whip you. I will whip you every day to make sure that you put fucking videos out.
Los Angeles. I just met a bloke called Nick. He voted for Donald Trump. He tells me that he's now worried for his children's welfare.
Things are tough already as it is with inflation and cost of living, but an extra $4,000 just out of the blue for not really anything material, just gonna be very tough. I don't regret voting for Trump.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, it's just like, it's super basic to just be like, yeah, I did something wrong. It's okay. It just, please, for the love of Christ and all things holy, it is healthy and good to be like, I think I fucked up. It's fine. Okay? It's fine. This to me is troublesome because it shows me that these guys will never change. These guys will never, ever, ever in a million years go, yeah, this was bad. It's like Trump is infallible, dude.
But I hope he's, not going to be so tough with this.
It makes most of its money from the cruise ships, but Port Canaveral also calls itself Central Florida's gateway to global commerce. Now, with President Trump's tariffs on all international imports.
It's our declaration of economic independence.
I'm here wondering how our local economy could be impacted.
I think it's time that we put tariffs in because it has worked against us for so many years. Would I say maybe in moderation? Yes, but I think ultimately it will help the United States of America.
After President Trump imposed the tariffs, our reporter Mike Valenti talked to an economics professor who had a much different opinion than the local couple I met.
You're making it even more expensive for people who create jobs and serve customers and who buy goods and services.
Through just the first few months of the year, the port says it's already taken in a total of
I feel like I'm living in this weird, bizarre world where I'm supposed to be defending the trade protectionist actions. These guys are supposed to keep saying the same things that they're saying, but I'm supposed to be going, no, you don't understand. We built a robust network of manufacturing capabilities. It is now our time to rebuild the American labor force. It's fantastic. But we're living in the shittiest version of the world where, like, Trump is doing things, once again, that you would normally do after you've done the other things that I just mentioned. And because he's doing that before, those guys, the worst guys, are correct. The worst guys in the world that love defending free trade are technically correct.
More than 2 million tons of cargo.
If you're a country seeking tariff relief, Dr. Don is ready to see you. While the market suffered from some side effects of taking...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I hope his fucking stock portfolio is wiped out, dude. These guys are such assholes. I hope that this is like the breakaway point for so many of these conservative dick riders that watch Fox News every day and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? The markets are suffering a little bit. Like, yeah, notice the lack of ticker. Yeah, of course, they removed the ticker from there's no reason to look at the stock market, famously. It's just not.
Tariff medicine. President Trump was seeking phenomenal offers and ready to deal. Vietnam just got their checkup. After getting slapped with one of the highest tariff rates, all it took was one phone call. And Trump says Nam is open to having zero tariffs. And if you believe Dr. Don's ready to
from 5% to 0.
operate on every country, mooching off Uncle Sam, but as usual, Democrats in the media are flatlining and taking off their shoes like a...
Democrats in the media are flatlining? Bitch, you're flatlining. Anyone who's paying it, you know what's flatlining? Everyone's stocks, dumbass. We designed a system where there's no pensions, there's no social security, and therefore everyone has to rely on the fucking stock market, and it makes everybody feel like they have a say in the process when they clearly do not. Then all of a sudden, after you design the entire economy to be financialized, you turn around and you fuck the stock market, and you're like, don't look at the stocks, it's fine. Oh, Democrats are hysterical here. Come on, 30% of your 401k wiped out overnight. That's not that big of a deal. How low can it go, really?
Greg, think it's an exciting time to be alive. We have rewired the entire world in a way we haven't seen in 100 years. And it's great. And hopefully it works out. I haven't looked at my 401k today. I'm going to look at it tomorrow. Actually, maybe not. I won't look at it for another month. But you just, as he said, have to remain calm. He ran. Greg.
I'm stuck here in Palm Springs, and I can tell you that all these retired millionaires out here are watching Fox News and are crapping their pants. Good. Great. What is this? Asmongold's thoughts on the tariffs? Every other post on here is the usual anti-woke crusaders. China imposes 34% tariffs. Trade wars begin. Well, I guess 2007 wasn't that bad. Oh my God. Wait, are they, is this the moment? Is this the jump off point? Is this the moment where people are jumping ship? The rats, are they escaping? I told you, the one thing that Americans care about, they're so fucking selfish. They're so hopped up on hyper individualism and American exceptionalism that you hit them in their fucking pocketbook and they will scream, dude. You take away their treats, they will fucking scream. No, they are not. Lamau, what is this? Will tariffs make the U.S. better or worse? 57% better. Okay, I don't. That's the crash has just begun. Oh yeah, major single day S&P 500 drops. Yeah, let's check back on Monday. See what's really good. Okay, we're just here. We are just here. We are in the beginning phases of the fucking wipeout. The great American, the glorious American wipeout. Don't look at your 401k, by the way.
It's a code blue in the spin room.
Here is a shoe. It's my shoe, right? It is made in China. You talked about these luxury products.
They are.
Right, but you take your shoe off and see where it's made.
Yes.
Made in China, made in Vietnam. This is going to be 34% more expensive.
Made one of the dumbest decisions he's ever made as president.
The tariffs don't even go into effect until Monday. This is all speculation. Yeah. Oh, that's true. No, don't the tariffs start tomorrow? Technically, it starts on Saturday, but the market opens on Monday.
And that's saying a lot.
What Donald Trump has announced in terms of his tariffs is just...
Why are they posting this compilation? These people are right. Are you trying to make them look good? This is the thing I don't understand. This is truly the thing I don't understand. It's like when the only opportunity on focus group polls is like Hamas or Israel, okay? And it's like people end up choosing the only option that is not Israel. And then you look at that poll and you freak out and you're like, what the fuck? A quarter of the students support Hamas unconditionally. What the fuck? It's like, well, you designed the poll that way. You're in defense of an objectively bad thing. You are basically presenting your opposing ideological enemies, criticizing that objectively bad thing at a time when most people are going to not agree with you. They're going to look to this and go, oh my God, I agree with Pocahontas. Maybe she wasn't all that bad or all that wrong. I don't think that polarization is that deep that people are so unimaginably polarized that they forget what it looks like in their pocketbooks. But they forget like how red their 401k looks like. Now, this doesn't mean that there aren't people that still will abide by that cultish thinking. I'm not saying that at all. There's going to be cultish people. I've told you this, and I want to see them. I want you to send me those cultists. That's why I wanted to see what Asmongold's community was reacting to this to this news as. I wanted to see what their reaction was because it's awesome. I want to see what the online hogs, the gaming neats are thinking.
Just plain dumb.
I began to understand how this is the only guy in America that could bankrupt multiple casinos.
So what's the recovery plan for the patient? Well, more U.S. manufacturing and jobs. This former auto worker says the tariffs are working and the so-called experts are all wrong.
Nobody was crying these crocodile tears when they were closing the Mound Road engine plant that Chrysler had in Macomb County, or the Romeo engine plant in Romeo, Michigan in Macomb County. But all of a sudden, now that we're trying to bring these products back,
Yeah, gamers think Nintendo is actually retaliating against the tariffs. It's 100% Nintendo's fault, using something not related to try and justify their greed. Something not related. Donald Trump implemented a fucking 48% tariff on the country that Nintendo moved his manufacturing to avoid the previous tariffs that they thought China was going to be facing. And these guys are literally going, nah, dude, go learn how tariffs actually work and then come back. Tariffs are an entry fee, but Nintendo has to care about the cost at the end point when the consumer is purchasing it. That's why they say this new console is going to be $499. And then when it arrives at your doorstep, that's what you pay for it when you get it on Amazon. Okay. What are we doing? Yeah, of course they have to reconsider what the price point is going to look like, because they don't just go, this is going to be $499 and then it's actually $600 when it comes to your doorstep. Like that's not how this works. They have to reconsider their entire deployment strategy. They have to reconsider everything. They have to reconsider the games. Direct Asman quote, it's an intimidation tactic. There are countries who can't afford to play ball like this, and he's weeding them out. We need U.S. manufacturing for the automation takeover in 20 years. What? This is my favorite Asmongold moment, when he tries to make sense. Like when he tries to come up with a reason. It's awesome. It's doubly awesome because he's like trying to make sense of something so stupid and so senseless in a way that makes Trump look brilliant and playing 5D chess. Yeah. Awesome.
Components in these vehicles back to the United States, all of a sudden all the so-called experts are saying it's going to plunge us into recession and be terrible for the economy.
And once upon a time, Democrats used to love tariffs.
It's also,
yeah, that's why I say Obama started this.
Proper for advanced economies like the United States to insist on reciprocity from nations like China that are no longer solely poor countries, to make sure that they're providing access to their markets.
The average U.S. MFN tariff on Chinese goods coming into the United States is 2%, whereas the average China...
By the way, Democrats talking about tariffs in 1996 is very different than Obama talking about it once, Chinese manufacturing has become a complete project. Make no mistake. Democrats engaging in trade protectionism used to be the only game in town. They used to do that. Meanwhile, of course, Democrats also sold off the manufacturing capabilities. They played a formative role in shipping American jobs to neighboring nations, obviously. But it's still a different perspective back then. And it is kind of sad, however, that like Democrats back then were also kind of anti-war as well. At least there were like Democrats in caucuses that were outwardly anti-war, anti-American empire, trying to hold back the executive power. It's all gone now. It's all fucking gone. It's crazy. Democrats are all for free trade now. They're all for endless wars now. It just sucks. It sucks to see.
Chinese MFN tariff on U.S. goods going into China is 35%. Is that reciprocal? The fact is that U.S.-China trade is a job loser.
Obama made sense. Yowza, what a woman. Obama made sense. China does not allow Western companies to operate there independently. Same should apply to Chinese companies in the East. Okay. Yeah, that would have been a good argument to make in the fucking 80s and 90s. You can't make that argument 40 years after the fact, big dog. What are you saying? The fuck do you mean? Also, America doesn't allow Chinese companies to operate independently in America. What are you saying? What are you talking about? Look at Huawei. The fuck? We already do that. So you're wrong. Look at what's happening with Tic Tac right now. There's a reason why you can't get BYD cars. Explain Panda Express then? True. My bad. You're right.
Well, someone snuck into the country before the tariffs went up, Piers Morgan. Guess now we're stuck with you. How are you?
Well, you might be. I mean, you think you're joking. I turned 60 on Sunday, and I thought that would be the worst thing that happened to me this
Wait,
week.
I'm older than you?
Wow,
Yes.
really?
That's amazing.
By how many decades?
Boy, we are better looking in America. But
No, I thought that would be the most difficult thing I had to deal with this week. And now I discover I'm so poor, having been in America for 1 week, I may not be able to afford to leave. So, Jesse, I thought I'd come and kip on your sofa. What do you think?
No, there's no room, Piers.
Yeah.
But how do you think this is affecting?
Make Nintendo sell to America. All right, hold on. I'll call my uncle. He works at Nintendo. Everything's computer. I love Nintendo.
Affecting not just you, because I know it's all about you, Piers, but how do you think it's affecting people in this country? And when I say this country, I mean the U.S.
Well, look, unlike 99% of people on social media, I am 100% certain I have no idea if this is going to work. So everyone is either completely sure it's the greatest transformation thing we've ever seen in economic history, or a complete and utter disaster. And it seems to me like with a lot of things that Trump does, probably best to just take a beat.
I'm sorry, but the people that are speculating that this is a complete and utter disaster at least have something to point to beyond blind faith in a man that does not deserve it. Because the people that are saying, well, I don't know if this will work, but if it does, it's going to be amazing, they are not pointing to anything tangible beyond their own personal admiration for Donald Trump. That's it. The people, at least, that are going, this is a catastrophe, are looking at the immediate market reaction. They have things that they can point to make their point. People that are defending it do not. Okay? From a Goldman Sachs investor survey I did today, this is 240 respondents, all clients. This is a pretty good read on where the street is. Tariff, in your view, what is the most likely outcome of announced tariffs? What is this? C, tariffs will be reduced within 3 months. 15%, tariffs will be reduced within a month. No view, 3%. 10% say F, tariffs could go higher via retaliation. Oh my God. Dude, imagine. The wall just got 10 feet higher. The tariffs just got 10% higher. These retaliatory tariffs. Tariff is the most beautiful word in the English language. I did not say tariffs are the most beautiful word in the Chinese language. I said English language. The Chinese are using tariff in Mandarin. No retaliatory tariffs. How dare you? We will increase the tariffs. We will make the suburbs scream. Hell yeah.
Wait a bit. See how this plays out. In particular, see how all the countries respond. You're already beginning to see some movement with some of these countries racing to do a deal with Trump. If enough of them start to do that, you'll see the markets, who are basically like a bunch of lemmings running over a cliff at the best of times, they will roar back at the first sign that any of this appears to be working. However, and I think it's an important caveat, this is one hell of a roll of the dice, because if you're out there and you're already struggling from a cost of living crisis, and you've got savings and maybe you've got some stocks and so on, you are looking at this and you're worried, you're concerned for your family, concerned how you're going to afford stuff. And I think that Trump has got to look at this very carefully, and he's got to pull out the art of the deal in spectacular fashion. Now, I would just say I wouldn't bet against him. I look at what he's done with the southern border in 2 months, which has been little short of miraculous, and he's had hardly any credit for it. So I'm prepared to give him a little bit of time and a chance, and I think everybody should, to see if this works. But if in 2 months' time it's not working, the pain could be pretty enormous, and that could be presidency threatening. So the stakes are high.
It does look like a gamble to us, Greg, but the president doesn't see it that way at all. He seems relaxed.
No, because...
Oh, my God. Yes, dude, because he doesn't care. Because I don't think he cares about anything. I think he's behaving like a man who is not worried about re-election or even the midterms or even what might happen to him in the short term. He's moving around like he's going to be here for a while. Okay, he's getting his ass comfortable. He's golfing. It's fucking
by the
over.
way, I mean, he actually said this was going to happen. The media acts like it's a big surprise, but he said, yeah, there might be a rough patch at the beginning of the stock market. He's like the pilot that says, yeah, it's going to be a little bumpy when we're going up, but then it's going to smooth out and we'll get you home safely.
Yeah, that pilot is Mohammed Atta, okay? Yeah, he's just like a pilot on 9/11, 2001, on a flight that's supposed to be going to fucking Boston, okay? That's the kind of pilot he is. The kind of pilot who says, I don't need to learn how to land this thing. I just need to learn how to commandeer it a little bit.
The media is the guy that sits next to you, and every single thud of turbulence goes, we're all going to die. Pierce is right. It's like we're only getting a half opinion. The half opinion is look at the stock market go down. They don't say, well, it goes back up. I mean, I know.
Oh, amazing. Come on. That's just what's happening right now. Why are you focusing on that? Think about how good things could be later down the line. Amazing.
Oh, Nancy Pelosi, net worth $270 million. Since the tariffs, she's lost $7 million, or about 2.5%. Do you think she's okay? I think so. She's going to get that money back in time for Botox season. Money moves around, and a half opinion is when an idiot tells you it just goes down. And for example, I couldn't tell you what the stock market was last week, the week before that, because you don't look at it. I'm perplexed by the notion that all tariffs are bad when countries put tariffs on our products. It's a tool that is used in specific environments. Not all environments, some. For example.
Wait, no, yeah, I agree. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Greg Buttfeld, except, that's not what Trump did. Trump didn't do that. Are you wishing for a different Trump tariff initiative than the one that we got? Because the one we got that you're trying to defend is not the thing that you claim is happening. This unironically cuts across the argument that you're trying to make here. If your argument is like, oh, it's good that tariffs are happening, Trump is doing a great job, you can't turn around and be like, well, some tariffs are good, and it's okay when it's like very specific. Because this is not specific. It's unspecific.
If I were to punch Jesse in the face here, that would be bad. You don't beat up. Well, for some, you know what? You've changed my mind. But if it were a boxing match, yes. So in a boxing match, you don't tell your opponent, hey, the right cross.
Yeah, Trump didn't do that. You're describing punching someone, okay? You're describing the process of punching someone, but Trump didn't punch someone. He punched himself, okay? And then people in his corner. He punched his fucking coach in the face. He punched the water boy and himself in the process. He didn't really punch anybody else yet.
Is off the table because he's not going to agree with you. So in these negotiations, he's using an asset. Trump is using an asset that wasn't being used before. So he's making, again, an asset out of nothing. And he's introducing it to keep our trading partners off balance so they make a deal on our terms. If you look at NATO, Greenland, the Panamac Anal, they all woke up to the Trump alarm clock. The best part about this is they start negotiating with themselves first before they even get to the table. Trump, we don't even have to lift a finger because uncertainty through action gets people moving in your direction even before you meet them. It's because it's all beginning at a standstill. It's inert. You're dealing with inertia. So it's already a win. We're already getting results.
Yeah, because Vietnam called and they want to drop their duties down to zero, Katie. So that guy's Nikes that he just held up, they're not going to go up at all.
No, they are. Unless Trump revokes the tariffs on Vietnam. Do you not understand? We're 3 months in. Trump has been talking about tariffs for a year. Vietnam reducing their tariffs from 5% to 0% does nothing to the American consumers. The only thing that will change the price point that American consumers will be able to purchase these things is if Trump goes, oh, you reduce your tariffs from 5% to 0%. Guess what? We're no longer tariffing you at like 34% or whatever the fuck we're doing. If Trump still goes, hey, actually, fuck you, I'm going to keep the tariffs, then you're still paying more. Oh, my God. Also, love this. Q Patriot 07, buy American. How much you want to bet? How much You want to bet this motherfucker is not buying American at all. Makes sense to me? Yeah, it makes sense to me too, brother. You want to know why? You want to know the quickest way to buy American is if you go to ideology.shop and purchase this. Because not only is my fucking product American made, it's also made in a union shop. Okay? Because unlike these fucking Republican assholes, I do care about these sorts of things. Okay? I put my money where my mouth is. So shut the fuck up. I'm not talking about that. Yeah, it's great to buy American. How are you going to buy bananas that are American? How are you going to buy vanilla that's American? How are you going to buy certain fucking parts and certain raw materials when they're not being grown here? What are you going to do? Grow it in your fucking backyard? Buy American medicine, dumbass. It's like, okay, we don't make it here. What are you supposed to do? What do you do for a couple months in this time frame? What do you do? What do you do for, like, let's say the 2 years that we don't have manufacturing capabilities increased for to make up for the medicine that we're getting from overseas that are now even higher at a higher price point? Yeah, I know he posted about me. I retweeted it. I took a look at Hassan's shop. He appears to use t-shirts made in the USA at a shop run by the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Yeah. Do you know if the cotton is ethically sourced? I expect the t-shirts are from Bayside Apparel. They are. If so, they're the largest vertically integrated t-shirt apparel manufacturer in the U.S. They use U.S. grown cotton. What happens on those farms, I do not know. Reality is Hassan must be selling his merch at even price, not getting profit out of his merch, probably doing it for his fans. Unlike others looking to make a profit while using American made, having to hike up the price 10x than what Hassan is selling them for. Yeah. There is like a very, very narrow profit margin for the merchandise. And in most circumstances, well, I have to cut a deal with the company that is helping me produce it. And we usually send those profits like we've done for fundraisers, like we did it for races in Texas for offering legal counsel and help to undocumented migrants. But he's annoying. Do you ship to outside of the USA? We do. Get him. Ideology.shop. The Capitalism is Voluntary t-shirt was restocked after people demanded it over and over again. Yeah, get it before the tariffs kick in. The retaliatory tariffs kick in.
Well, that's because Vietnam needs access to the American market to keep their country afloat, which is why they're calling and asking to negotiate. When President Trump made his trip to China in 2017, this was a topic of discussion. And I was actually there a week after he was in the country. And the number one complaint from the Commerce Department was there's no reciprocity here on anything, not to mention goods. We're trying to get into the Chinese market. We're not allowed to. We're not allowed to send the product without having a tax. So this has been an issue that the president addressed in his first term kind of as a test, and it worked out fine. So now they're going full force with his actual plan for tariffs, which includes a number of things outside of just what you saw happening on Wednesday. It's tax cuts, it's deregulation, it's spending cuts. And when you look at these Democrats who like Nancy Pelosi used to believe in exactly what he's saying, it shows that for so many years, they were always willing to talk about this, but never willing to take the political risk to actually stand up for the people they said they were going to the mat for. I mean, Elizabeth Warren. I
mean, they're not wrong. They're not wrong on this. Democrats are fucking the free trade party now. Like so are the Republicans. Even though at least the Republicans right now, because of their unholy allegiance with Donald Trump, have to make it seem like they're for Trump's tariffs, which I categorize as something different than trade protectionism. But I do think that it's lame as fuck that Democrats are not saying anything about this. That like Democrats are not using this as an opportunity to be like, we are the real anti-free trade party. The issue here is not tariffs. The issue here is how he's doing it and for what purpose he's doing it.
This is a woman who has said that she's for the.
Ironic that out of all the right-wing Make It American people, you are actually doing it. Yes. Day one, too. Since day fucking one, I've never had merchandise that wasn't made in the United States of America. Ironically enough.
The workers, and she's for the little guy, and she's for the people who are actually doing the work for the big corporations. And yet she's against any of this because Trump is putting his name on it. When you look at the people who were in the Rose Garden on Wednesday with their hard hats and their union membership, Elizabeth Warren wasn't there. It could have been a great bipartisan event, and yet it wasn't. Finally, the 401ks and Wall Street, the majority or half of the country is invested in some type of investment. So to say that it's not a big deal that people are looking at their investments, that it's not hurting. People do hedge home purchases, for example, against their investments, and they're worried. However, it's been 2 days since this was implemented. There's a broader picture here for what they have planned. So let's see what happens as these world leaders continue to call the White House and try to negotiate their rates.
Yeah, next week, Judge, it could bounce right back.
Yeah, and I think that what Piers was saying when you said it was a roll of the dice, and, you know, we don't know whether it's going to work or it's not going to work. When you think about the guy who is throwing the dice, okay, you've got a guy who took care of the caliphate in a few weeks that was driving the world crazy. You've got the southern border, as you say so accurately, is now nobody's crossing the border. We got a good job numbers today. We now have manufacturing coming back to the United States, $1 trillion. He's gotten foreign investments into this country. So when you start reading all the tea leaves, he's setting up the game. Everything is starting to coalesce. And just today, we had a readout from, Vietnam. He's willing to say, hey, we need you. I'm willing to go to zero. Jeep and Ram is now selling all of their vehicles to Americans at employee prices. Ford is selling vehicles to Americans at employee prices. And then you've got the pausing of the minivans and Jeeps being made in Mexico and Canada because they realize that that's not going to work anymore, that they're going to have to make them in the United States. And, the uncertainty in the stock market, it isn't necessarily a negative. It can be an indication that things are going to work out. It's just that they're uncertain right now. And you got a president who's swinging for the fences. You got a president who's punching, as opposed to the other guy who put, $5 trillion into the economy and caused inflation that this president now has to deal with. And the American industries have been getting killed. And today we heard about the shrimp industry. I didn't know anything about it. But 94% of the shrimp in this country comes from Southeast Asia and Ecuador. And they don't have any of the protections. They're pond-raised, farm-raised, illegal hormones, antibiotics, slave trade, all that stuff. And yet we keep protecting these other countries, defending them, giving them money, and we're basically saying, sock us in the face again. No more. It's time for the American worker to survive.
No more shrimp dumping.
No.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interview.
Incredible stuff. Scott Jennings. Oh, thank God. My king. My glorious king, Scott Jennings. He is going to gloriously defend this, right? He must. I can't wait. I can't wait to hear what Scott has to say. What brilliant take Scott has on this, on the issue of the tariffs.
Months ago, had this screening of Ronald Reagan. And I went for the movie. And they should have another screening. And they should play Ronald Reagan on tariffs. And Ronald Reagan will say, it seems like the patriotic thing to do. But those people in Congress, they're just bowing to special interests, and tariffs always raise rates. They cause inflation. They hurt.
Why is Ro Khanna fucking bringing up Ronald Reagan and his attitude towards why? Why is Ro Khanna? Oh, God, I'm skipping this. I can't even entertain it.
Yeah, Joe, look, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. We can spend a lot of time, kind of like who lost Vietnam. We can spend a lot of time debating what happened in the 90s and the early 2000s and how we ended up with a much larger trade deficit and many fewer manufacturing jobs. But what's done is done, and now we are.
The only thing you can point to with Ronald Reagan is amnesty. That's it. Or you can point to like how much discourse has devolved since the Reagan era. Okay? That's it. There's nothing else. He has done nothing good. He's right. It will help show the Republicans by showing Reagan. What are you talking about? Ro Khanna, as a Democrat, should not be for free trade. That's my point.
Where we are, and the question is, where do we go from here? And the market's answer very clearly is we don't go in this direction, that this is not going to be productive. It is simply going to hurt our economy. So let's take a look at a couple of those numbers. Let's start with the stock market yesterday. We talked about the almost 5% drop. This is actually $5 trillion of wealth lost since the inauguration. The stock market had already been starting to go down as people got more and more nervous about what Trump was or wasn't going to do. So huge drop. But here's this was actually quite interesting. The stock market drop here was actually larger than the stock market drop in every other major index, every other major country. In Japan, it was down 2.8%.
No, that's good.
In Europe, it was
thing.
down 2.6%.
You see, you don't understand. That's a good thing. Is this what started all of this? Donald J. Trump lost an auction in 1988 for a 58-key piano used in the classic film Casablanca to a Japanese trading company representing a collector. While he brushed off being outbid, it was a first-hand reminder of Japan's growing wealth. And the following year, Mr. Trump went on television to call for a 15% to 20% tax on imports from Japan. I believe very strongly in tariffs, Mr. Trump, at the time, a Manhattan real estate developer with fledgling political instincts told the journalist Diana Sawyer before criticizing Japan, West Germany, Saudi Arabia, and South Korea for their trade practices. America's being ripped off, he said. We're a debtor nation, and we have to pay tax, we have to tariff, we have to protect this country. Yeah, I don't think this is where it started. Reagan actually said tariffs are bad. Yeah, of course Reagan said that. Reagan is a neoliberal monster. Yeah, I know. I don't think tariffs are bad, especially in the Reagan era, especially when there was at least more manufacturing here. What is going on? If I didn't know anything about anything, I would on principle oppose whatever the fuck Ronald Reagan did, okay? Just on principle.
In the UK, just 1.6, and in China...
Kaya's embarrassed about your defense of Ronald Reagan. She turned her back to the stream.
China, just 0.6%. So why is that? Trump thinks he's hurting all these people. He thinks everything is, a negotiation where somebody wins and somebody loses, and he thought he was the winner, and we turned out to be the loser. And the answer is because...
You're really not dodging those MAGA communist allegations with that, Hossie? Yeah, I am a MAGA communist, through and through.
Based on a set of projections from the Budget Lab up in New Haven, we are the loser. The impact of this, the long-run impact on GDP of this, is actually going to be, projected anyway, to be worst on the U.S. of any other major country that we trade with, except for Canada. Canada has a special problem. They export a lot of oil to us. We are net oil exporters, but we do bring in some Canadian oil for complicated reasons I'll spare you. But essentially, they believe that we will have the worst economic impact. What actually could be positive in the UK, Trump's tariffs on the UK are only 10% of among the lowest. The EU, a tenth of a percent, Mexico, a tenth, and so on. And China, only negative 0.2, because these countries have other things they can do. Their consumers are not going to be paying the cost of these tariffs because they're on the other side of it, and therefore they are actually going to have slightly better economies than they would have had. So the irony is we're the worst. And yes, in terms of that JP Morgan projection, I think we are definitely in the 50%, 60% recession odds for this year. This economy is going to soften materially.
Yeah, Goldman Sachs bumped up their probability of a recession as well. Had been a long shot about a week ago, not so much now. Let's move to your second chart, Steve, putting this into some historical perspective. Yes, Democrats in the past have advocated for tariffs, targeted tariffs. Joe Biden had them in place as recently as a few months ago. But we've never seen anything quite like this.
No, we haven't, Willie. And so since we're talking in history, well, I'll just start there a little bit. And you can see back in 1980, tariffs have been coming down for a long time since World War II. But you can see in 1980, we have, a meaningful tariff rate. But then this is what Joe was talking about. All the trade agreements brought our tariff rate down, down, down to just around 2%. This circle is Trump-Biden. You can see Trump did some tariffs in his first term. Tariff rate went up a little bit. This is, for all of his talk in the first term, this is all that happened. Biden brought them down part way.
Your ops fans are cooking you harder than the market?
Can't take it anymore.
Come on. Come on. Why are you cooking me like this? Why are you cooking me like this? Yeah, I'll repost it. Sagging in the big 2025 is crazy, Haas. Chill, dude. Chill.
And now we have this. And this, coming across here, this is 1909. The last time we had tariffs at this level was in 1909. Now, many of us studied in school about the recession and about how we put tariffs on. Some say that it caused the recession. It didn't, but it exacerbated the recession. The famous Smoot-Hawley tariffs. That tariff rate here was actually a little under 20%. So these are not only the highest tariff rates we've had in more than a century, but higher than we had when we had what every historian would tell you were the worst tariffs we've ever put in place until now. So let's turn to some of the individual impacts, because obviously the market goes down, but all the other stocks do different things. And so we had a fairly disparate impact. And there are good reasons, and I'm not going to go through all these, but I'll give you a couple of examples. Nike down 14%. All of, I shouldn't say all, probably virtually all of their clothing and their shoes and their sneakers and so forth are made in Southeast Asia, which have some of the highest tariff rates, as we'll talk about in a minute. Boeing is a huge exporter of planes to other countries. Those countries can now buy Airbuses. Could be really bad for Boeing's business. Apple makes virtually every iPhone that they sell in China. 54% tariff coming into effect there. Amazon, you would be surprised at how many packages you order from Amazon that are actually shipped directly to you from somewhere overseas where they're made, and a high tariff will now be paid. JP Morgan, the banks could be facing pressure for another reason, and so on and so forth. I'll just mention quickly down here, Walmart and Costco. Why did they do comparatively well? Because they have such buying power that they are likely to be able to hold down their price increases and take market share.
Yeah, so this is also important to recognize. Also, really fucked up how the stock market works in such insidious, indecent ways, where Walmart and Costco are wholesale purchasers, so they can just go to foreign manufacturers and be like, we are buying so much product from you that you have to pay the cost of these tariffs on your end. And then they can continue pumping product without major increases of cost carried over to the consumer. Meanwhile, if you are in any way, shape, or form smaller than these mega corporations, you're fucking cooked, which will, of course, consolidate the market in favor of Walmart and Costco. At which point, the reason why they're not taking a major hit here in the stock market is because analysts look at that and go, well, this will be beneficial because it will further monopolize the grocery chains and maybe even allow Walmart to eat away at Amazon's market share. Because even though Amazon also purchases things, it doesn't purchase it in bulk in the same way that Walmart does. Because there's a lot of stuff that Amazon directly ships from China rather than when they're, bulk purchasing for Whole Foods, for example, or Amazon Fresh facilities.
From other retailers.
All right, let's move to your last chart, Steve, and it's time for a little math, because the Trump administration has been selling some of the numbers he put up as tariffs that these other countries, including allies, have placed on us, when really it's just kind of a trade deficit that they used funky math to come up with. So help our viewers understand the numbers that the administration is presenting.
Well, I'm going to do my best to help, but
another thing they can do, yes, is that they can also make the supplier pay the increase and still increase the prices because everyone else is increasing their prices, so they can take advantage of the market too, which is what a lot of domestic manufacturers will do regardless.
Their math would not get them through math class either. The economics wouldn't get through economics class. The math isn't going to get through math class. But let's talk about what they did. So first of all, just to put some stark numbers next to it, you can see these are our top trading partners. European, and what the tariff rates are going to be. European 20%. China is actually now 54% because he added 20% earlier in the year, so that gets up to 54. Japan 24, South Korea 25. Taiwan 32. You'll notice China, Mexico, and Canada are not on here because he did separate deals with them also, and they will pay some tariffs, but he does have that trade agreement he negotiated with them before. But one of the points I want to make is that some of the highest tariff rates, the way he did this, and I'll explain that in just one second, some of the highest tariff rates are under some of the poorest, most struggling countries in the world. And so Bangladesh is now going to pay a 37% tariff rate on stuff they sell to us. South Africa 30%, and so on. So this is going to cut our purchases from these countries dramatically.
To reason with top immigration officials to demand Abrego Garcia be returned.
She found that the government did not dispute that there was no legal basis whatsoever for his deportation. She found that the government's arguments that she was powerless to order him brought back to the United States were without legal merit. And she found that he was suffering irreparable harm with every day that goes by while he's separated from his family and while he's detained under such harsh conditions in the infamous Sikot prison.
Yeah, this is how the White House has replied. We suggest the judge contact President Bukele because we are unaware of the judge having jurisdiction or authority over the country of El Salvador. As in, it's out of our hands now. It's in the hands of El Salvador. Nayib Bukele responded to the End Wokeness account with this GIF, the president of El Salvador, which is not even a GIF at all, I think. Or I guess it is a GIF, but... Breaking, Judge Paulina Zinnes orders Trump to return a suspected MS-13 member from an El Salvadoran jail. Stephen Miller responded with, Marxist judge now thinks she's president of El Salvador. I'm losing my fucking mind here, dude. Yes, the American government has authority over prisoners that we sent to El Salvador mistakenly. This is a horrifying precedent to set. Oopsie, sorry. Tomorrow we send an American citizen there without due process, and we turn around and we say, guess what? Sorry, even if the judge demands that this American citizen return, no, he has to be a slave for the rest of his life now. Do you not understand how fucking devastating this is? How terrifying this is? We're in it. The depravity is never ending. Made me feel ill. Oh yeah, this is Israel. Grandson eliminated. Grandson eliminated. This is, of course, open source intel. Grandson of Hamas leader Khalil al-Hayya has been eliminated today in Gaza. He was 2 years old. This is the grandson that was eliminated. The account that is like posting this, celebrating it. The murder of a 2-year-old child. A baby. Like literally a fucking baby. Just the Nazification is happening at a rapid clip, you know?
Do with something more.
I can't watch Barack Obama after that. Anyway, here's some good news, I guess. Trump signs an order to extend the U.S. TikTok deal deadline.
Well, in the last few minutes, we've heard from President Trump on his social media platform, Truth Social, about TikTok. He says, my administration has been working very hard on a deal to save TikTok, and we have made tremendous progress.
Don't know why it's shot in this TikTok format.
The deal requires more work to ensure all necessary approvals are signed, which is why I am signing an executive order to keep TikTok up and running for an additional 75 days. We hope to continue working in good faith with China, he says, who I understand are not very happy about our reciprocal tariffs, brackets, necessary for fair and balanced trade between China and USA, exclamation mark. This proves tariffs are the most powerful economic tool and very important to our national security. We do not want TikTok to go dark. We look forward to working with TikTok and China to close the deal. Thank you for your attention.
New. The White House had finalized a TikTok deal by Wednesday, per two people familiar. Then Trump raised tariffs on China, and ByteDance representatives called the White House. Beijing, they said, would no longer approve the deal. Great. And then Trump bravely turned around and issued an extension, a stay of execution for TikTok of 75 days. What are we doing, man? What the fuck are we actually doing? What is this? Push Dems left.
Watching a group of cowards who are surrendering under the guise of not wanting to fight every battle that Trump puts out there, who are our congressional representatives who are supposed to be our defense.
Friend of the show, Ta-Nehisi Coates, talking in Burlington, Vermont on February 22nd, 2025. I posted one of his earlier quotes as well from even before the election, if I'm not mistaken, that I thought was great as well. I'll show you that in a second.
But are instead cowering. And as I watch them cower, I am forced to ask, why in the world did I think that these were worthy defenders of democracy when they could not stand up to genocide?
Oh, this is the quote, sorry.
We are...
Yeah. Democrats who couldn't stand up to genocide that a foreign nation was committing with our taxpayer funds that could have been dealt with a singular phone call of course, are not standing up to defend democracy in this country, or what remains of theoretical democracy, if we're being super clear. Our money, our weapons, our political cover, Democrats did that shit, and they'll gladly do it again. So that's why whenever people say, oh, well, look at Trump now, it's like, yeah, Democrats wanted to do genocide so bad that they lost the election partially because of it. So it shouldn't come as a surprise when they abandon democracy entirely. Russell Brand is being charged with rape and sexual assault, which is, it reminds me of that Onion article headline, which is, what was it? It's like, man who we could have sworn was already branded as a rapist, charged with sexual assault again.
We begin this hour with breaking news that the comedian Russell Brand has been charged with...
It's always the ones you suspect the most. You can also, if you weren't paying any attention to Russell Brand, you didn't know what he looked like, you didn't know how he behaved, right? Let's say. But you noticed that he had a massive pivot, right? A massive pivot towards Christianity. Nation could have sworn Russell Brand was already convicted sex offender. Yeah. From September 18, 2023. Except, once again, this title is prescient. Okay? What is this? Epstein jury trial set for 5/18/2026. What, Sex Pestiny? Or are you talking about Russell Brand? Oh, Sex Pestiny, the Pixie lawsuit. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, the online debate lord Sex Pestiny has a jury trial set for the lawsuit launched against him by Pixie for distributing, what is this? Epstein jury trial scheduled for 5/18/2026, 9 a.m. Yeah, he's going to debate the judge. I hope he, I think he hired, I think he hired a Prince Andrew's lawyer. So I don't think he's going to be doing, notice how a chatter immediately had that? You people are just as obsessed. Yeah, that's kind of scary that you guys were locked in on that. You were like waiting for me to respond to someone in the chat and then immediately had a fucking link ready to go. That is wild. Yeah, it'd be funny if he fucking tried to debate the judge. But I think he used all of his streaming money to hire one of the top of the line, rape defenders out there. A guy who literally was Prince Andrew's lawyer and many other famous high profile clients as well. That's the law firm he hired. It was posted 3 hours ago in that link, so not instantly. Okay. Say the line, I don't support Israel. Hassan, my friend, why are you supporting terrorist organizations? At Different Dagger, why do you hate Jews? Well, we don't. There's a high likelihood that the person you're talking to is probably Jewish. We do not support Israel here. Supporting Israel is not supporting Jews. Quite the contrary. It is my support for Jews that make it unconscionable for me to defend the state of Israel that lies and claims that it is doing this death and destruction, this genocide, at the behest of Jews. Nobody tarnishes the rep of Jews at the international stage like fucking Israel, dude. Holy shit. Do you think Speed will visit Israel? Fuck no. What? No shot. What? Brand 6 weeks ago? Huh. Yeah, I mean, he's all over right-wing circles. Like he got, first of all, Russell Brand got called out for this already, like a couple years ago. He was already going on a right-wing pivot because of the COVID stuff and the holistic medicine shit. But then as soon as the initial rape allegations came out, he instantly pivoted to the right, like fully dove into that I'm a Christian, holistic medicine Christian type of person immediately. It was such an obvious cynical move to grift to the right, because that's what you do. You get out for some shit, pivot to the right. They will love you for it. If you, Mossad got that blackmail? No. What? No. Dude, you think you need to have Mossad do blackmail on a guy like fucking Russell Brand? Are you out of your fucking mind? I think it was literally Felix that made a joke about that, where he was saying something like Russell Brand is like the tutorial level for like a young upstart in Mossad for sexual blackmail. Like, he just does it on his own. And what blackmail? Look at him.
Sexual assault offences, including rape and indecent assault. Our correspondent Ashna Hurnag is here for more on this. This is a press release from the Metropolitan Police. What have we heard?
We know that detectives have been investigating the 50-year-old comedian since September 2023 after the broadcasting of a Channel 4.
Yeah, that documentary came out. He pivoted full tilt to the right, and he hasn't stopped pivoting since then. And I'm sure it's been beneficial for him. You always get to revitalize your career that way.
Dispatch's documentary in conjunction with the Times and the Sunday Times, an investigation that aired then. Following that, a number of allegations were brought to the Metropolitan Police and they began investigating the comedian. It was alleged at the time by several women that one woman was raped in the Bournemouth area in 1999. In 2001, there was another allegation of a woman being indecently assaulted in London. And again in 2004, another woman was orally raped and sexually assaulted, also in the capital. And again in 2004 and 2005, a woman was sexually assaulted again in London. Today, as you say, the Metropolitan Police have now charged Russell Brand with 1 count of rape, 1 count of indecent assault, 1 count of oral rape, and 2 counts of sexual assault between 1999 and 2005. And the charges relate to 4 separate women. We've heard from...
Oh, we're also going to do the catnip for racist right-wingers, this story as well, which is wild because accounts, I'm pretty sure accounts that have portrayed themselves as black people on black Twitter, but are ultimately blue checkmark power farmers, are now also participating in the fucking racial agitprop, which I find it to be insane. Unsurprising, but god damn. Like, that's how desperate you are for fucking $10 of Twitter revenue? Very cool. Yeah. Nah, Fearbug was discovered as a white nerd a while ago. Yeah. Dudes who substitute the N-word for motherfucker in all of their tweets. Yeah, the fucking slop posters have pivoted to... Money's drying up, I guess. So the slop posters pivoted to full tilt white supremacist shit. And we're going to cover that story in a second because Republicans have gone crazy over it. The Mold Man subreddit was going turbo racist over this. Yeah, I will explain it all. Yeah, Donald Trump is also talking about how he's destroying the Houthis. The Houthis gather for instructions on attack. Oops, there will be no attack by these Houthis. They will never sink our ships again. Except so far, the White House has revealed that they've spent almost close to $1 billion and it has not put a dent in the capabilities of Houthis. Oh, wait, is it 200 million? I thought it was like nearing $1 billion already. I'm pretty sure that Donald Trump in the past 20 days of relentless bombing of the Houthis has unironically spent almost as much money as the Brandon camp did over the course of many months. That's just for munitions. The other figure is drones. Yeah. The cost of U.S. military offensive against the Houthis is nearing $1 billion, even as the attacks have limited impact. Fantastic stuff from this administration. All right, yeah. Russell Brand's a rapist. What else is new? You know what I mean? I'm gonna skip this one. But yeah, let's talk about the Houthis, and then after that we will. There's a JCS video as well. Oops, shouldn't have closed that tab. But Murder Reacts are back on the menu, boys. Don't worry. But I did want to cover this part because, like I said, Donald Trump posted the Houthis have gathered instructions on attack. He did this today. He did this earlier today on Truth Social and then reposted it on Twitter. The reason why he's doing this is because of the New York Times article that came out and the subsequent CNN reporting that came out that showed that Donald Trump, much like Joe Biden that came before him, did the same thing that every single president has done since Barack Obama, which is bomb Yemen, right? You have to do that. It's like, it's just a part of the process. Like, you want to be president, you have to bomb Yemen, right? So why is Donald Trump bombing Yemen? We already talked about it. Of course, it's because the Ansar Allah movement, that is the Yemeni government, has implemented a blockade on the Red Sea because of Israel's genocide in Gaza. They stopped the blockade when Israel actually stopped its genocide with a ceasefire, a briefly held ceasefire, and they restarted the blockade. And in that process, they just like intercept ships and make it impossible for commercial ships to enter the Red Sea and engage in commerce. This is very costly for the supply chain, where they have to go all around the continent of Africa by way of ship. It's just like it restricts trade. This is unacceptable for America. That's why the Joe Brandon administration bombed the fuck out of Yemen for months in what was known as Operation Prosperity Guardian. That's what they called it, which a friend of the show, Felix Biederman, calls Operation Protect Amazon Prime Shipping. Now, the Houthis are pretty resilient. They're a pretty proud nation. They have overcome genocide by the Western-backed Saudi and UAE coalition. So seemingly they haven't really stopped. They have, in this process, even bombed Israel directly with loiter munitions dropped from a drone, and even with hypersonic missiles as well, allegedly. Okay? It's important to note that they have been able to also penetrate the Israeli security boundaries, the Israeli Iron Dome. Now, Trump comes into office, says Israel, am Israel high, do your genocide. It's awesome with me. I love it. Israel drops the ceasefire, continues the genocide. Houthis continue the blockade. Trump says, fuck you. How dare you? We're going to blow you up. Unlike Joe Biden, who also tried to blow you up, but we're going to blow you up harder. It seems that, according to this Al Jazeera reporter, is a traditional tribal gathering. You killed civilians. It's not necessarily surprising that they did that. They're horrible monsters. Anyway, so it's doubly ironic that the guy who is basically disrupting global trade single-handedly in ways that the Houthis could never even fucking dare to dream of disruption is seemingly in the interest of protecting shipping routes over the Red Sea, blowing the fuck out of Yemen. It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't fucking matter, because they keep disrupting trade. They keep lobbing missiles against commercial ships that don't abide by their restriction. They've taken over ships in the past as well. So commercial shipments are just simply not going through the Red Sea. Trump, in the last 22 days, has basically relentlessly bombed Yemen, and the cost of it is nearing the $1 billion price point that Operation Prosperity Guardian was able to get to over the course of months of bombing Yemen. So Trump is bombing Yemen even harder than Joe Biden is, and yet it's not stopping. Now, of course, there's a very simple alternative to all of this. Instead of using, all of the college tuitions, all of the free health care that we could be paying for on bombing the poorest country on the planet, we could get the other country that we give, billions of dollars of weapons to do the genocide that it's doing, to stop doing the genocide. We could just tell them to stop doing the genocide. Very simple process. But of course, because we're so horny for baby murder, we just have to do more baby murder. In order to, God forbid, someone asks us to stop the baby murder here, we're going to do more baby murder over there when you're telling us to stop the baby murder over here. We're going to double down on the baby murder. Yeah, a less expensive way to end the attacks would be to tell our proxy state in the region to end their months-long total blockade on food aid. But no, we can't do that, because we love genocide here in the United States of America. We love doing it personally, individually. We love other proxies doing it. We just like it. We just like the death and destruction, it seems. But here's the reporting from the New York Times. President Trump said this week that the Iranian-backed Houthi militants in Yemen have decimated by the relentless strikes that he ordered beginning on March 15th. And it hasn't stopped since then. But that is not what the Pentagon and military officials are privately telling Congress and allied countries. In closed briefings in recent days, Pentagon officials have acknowledged that there has been only limited success in destroying the Houthis' vast, largely underground arsenal of missiles, drones, and launchers, according to congressional aides and allies. The officials briefed on confidential damage assessments say the bombings is consistently heavier than strikes conducted by the Biden administration and much bigger than what the Defense Department has publicly described. So many precision munitions are being used, especially advanced long-range ones, that some Pentagon contingency planners are growing concerned about overall Navy stocks and implications for any situation in which the United States would have to ward off an attempted invasion of Taiwan by China. Yemen, by standing there, is actively demilitarizing the United States of America, it seems. Hassan, I support you, but you got to quit saying we in regards to the U.S. I mean, I'm not going to stop saying that. I think it's important to note that we share some of this responsibility. I will do everything in my power to try and put an end to it, and I do every day, but It does not matter. We are still, to a certain degree, morally culpable for the actions of our state. Okay? Now, I talked about that because it's yet another unimaginable waste as Israel strike kills dozens at school in Gaza, as Israeli society is excited at the prospect of assassinating a 2-year-old who's the grandson of a Hamas leader. That is our ally. That is what we are pushing for. That is what we are defending. That's it. That's what's going on. Fucking disgusting. But the moral depravity doesn't end there. Let's get back to domestic affairs. Twin brother speaks out after witnessing his brother get stabbed and die in his arms. Austin Metcalf, a 4.0 student, was attacked after telling a teen he was sitting on the wrong spot. Carmelo Anthony was later arrested and charged with first-degree murder. This is the story. The reason why I'm talking about this story is because the reason why I am talking about this story is because the right wing is desperately looking for anything to shift their attention away from Donald Trump undermining the global economy and global trade and destroying their 401ks and get back to good old days where they could participate in lynchings. And by that, I mean like there is a real, we have officially entered Klansman territory once again. We've never really left. Matt Walsh openly just says the quiet part out loud here with a tweet that when I clocked it had 101,000 likes. I'm going to read you first. I'm going to read you what Matt Walsh said. Then we'll get to the details of the situation. If I told you that a young man stabbed another young man to death for telling him that he was in the wrong seat, and then I told you that one young man in this altercation was white and the other black, and then I asked you to guess the race of the assailant, every single person would know the answer immediately. Yeah, maybe every single person you know, because that's the assumption that your racist ass is making and all of your other racist friends are making. Why are you volunteering this information? This is basically someone unashamedly saying, I'm fucking massive white supremacist. Okay? Now, let's continue. Young black males are violent to a wildly, outrageously disproportionate degree. That's just a fact. We all know it, and it's time that we speak honestly about it, or nothing will ever change. This is one-to-one Klansman shit, okay? This is KKK. This is Ku Klux Klan territory. I need you to understand. Like, he is just straightforwardly going, young black men, I mean, he said it. I don't know what else to say. He's just saying young black males are violent to a wildly, outrageously disproportionate degree. That's just a fact. Now, that's not a quote-unquote fact. That's not how any of this works. But this is the Twitter equivalent of burning a fucking cross and demanding that a lynching takes place. I think it's important to take note of this because of the fact that 101,000 people liked it. Bring a knife and you're going to get first bullied or not. I mean, my 401k survived and so did my parents. The drop was from the ultra rich looking to buy more. No, statistically, blacks commit more violent crimes than the minority. Doesn't mean all, but the stats are there. Take. Okay. Crime is not dictated by someone's race. If you think someone's race is an indication of their proclivity to do crime, then you're a racist. That's it. You can be ashamed of being a racist person, or you can potentially re-examine why you feel this way and stop feeling this way, because that's just your feelings. Crime is not determined by race. Crime is determined by your finances, by your financial status, by your material conditions. The likelihood, the proclivity towards violent crime, the greatest indicator for a proclivity towards violent crime does not come from your race. It simply comes from your material circumstances. Okay? Poor white people have a higher rate of crime than rich white people do, just like poor black people have a higher crime rate or a higher proclivity towards doing crime than rich black people do. I hope that is clear. Having said that, it seems like this story is not simply about the way that everyone is responding to it, where it's like, oh, Austin Metcalf was a 4.0 student. Not to say that his twin brother is not a victim in this circumstance, because of course he is. He died. Okay. He was killed. He died. So let's first start off here, and then let's hear about the additional details that surround the incident.
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless.
I'm sorry, but Asians were super poor as well, and you almost never see them killing anyone, even in the past. So I'm sorry to say race education matters. 6-month subscriber literally saying that there is racial disparity and it's not about finances. No, that's not true. You're just wrong. You're insanely racist and wrong. That's just your opinion. I hope you understand that. Amazing. Asians are a racist favorite wedge. I know. Let's continue.
And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I looked at my...
Yeah, Chatter never heard about the triads or any sort of like gang activity when people were forced into... Dude, my Asian parents come in Europe with €0 in their pocket and no one of them ever commit any crimes. Okay. Dude, the notion that a consistently dominated ethnic minority that is relegated to the black market for survival is not going to engage in criminal actions or even engage in violent criminal actions is fucking idiotic. You are wrong, okay? There are gangs of every racial minority and of course the racial majority as well. This doesn't mean anything. You have to examine how this happens, why this happens. And it's not because of their genetic predetermined destiny, okay? Unless you are a psychopath who believes in fucking debunked race science in 2025, this is an idiotic argument to make. It's just your own personal feelings talking about your parents. Okay, yeah, your parents didn't have money and they didn't do any sort of criminal acts. That's great. I love that. That's wonderful. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about statistics. Also, your parents didn't commit any crimes, seemingly, but they still failed in raising a normal, competent son.
No, look at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about it.
So you're just saying socio-factors? That's your explanation? No, man, that's not just... You can't just say socio-factors when talking about sociological predeterminations being made, okay? Just shortening it doesn't change it into something irrelevant, okay? Yes, your material conditions are what dictates, with the exception of antisocial personality disorder related crimes or like childhood trauma, and even then you can point that back to your material circumstances. The large majority, if not damn near entirety of crimes are born out of poverty, born out of your material circumstances. And I'm not saying that you're going out and doing a rape because you were fucking poor and it's to get you out of your poverty. That's not my argument. My argument is that if you are born without any sort of social safety nets, if you're born into a single parent household, no social safety nets, no educational attainment opportunities, no job opportunities, you are more likely to do crimes, and it does not matter what race you are. This is why I very clearly said there's a higher likelihood for poor white people to do violent crimes than rich black people. There's a higher likelihood for poor white people to do crimes than rich white people. There is a higher likelihood for poor black people to do crimes than rich black people and rich white people. That's it. It's that simple. And this isn't exactly reinventing the wheel. This is something that I feel like people basically figured out when they figured out the invention of the wheel. I disagree. It's about culture. Oh my God. We haven't had you're just copium right now. I'm sorry, bro. White male here. Oh my God. I didn't realize. I haven't had this conversation in quite a while. Or maybe it's because Asmongold is probably not doing politics anymore. But this is insane. No, it is not about culture. Black culture is the most consumed culture in the United States of America. Are you saying that black culture, which is more often than not consumed by white people, just simply telegraphing violence to black people more than it is to white people? Or do you think there's a different set of circumstances here? Oh yeah, this guy got banned for saying playing the race card again, begged to be unbanned, then turned around and still fucking is trying. Okay, dude, fuck off. Why didn't Jordan build a Palestinian state from 1948 to 1967? Like trying to defend Israel in the silliest ways possible. Since you care so much about indigenous rights, you support the rights of Greeks to go back to Constantinople? Yes, I do. Yeah, they can voluntarily migrate into Turkey and become Turkish citizens in ways that the Palestinians cannot into Israel proper. What's your fucking point? That was my argument back then as well, you dumb fuck. Anyway, where's that white male guy? He needs some smoke too. Yeah, racist guy defending Israel, by the way. Least shocking set of circumstances I've ever encountered. Yes. I think it's important to clarify to people that we're not just saying people commit crimes because they need money. Yes, I'm not saying that. That's why I gave the example of, like, people don't do fucking rape because they're simply because they're poor and this is their way to make money. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the likelihood that you will do a violent crime skyrockets when your material circumstances are dog shit and you have no social safety nets and you have no pathway for a better future. That's it. They need money. Years of poverty and lack of proper resource can breed antisocial behaviors. Exactly. That's the point. At the end of the day, the culture argument is just a coward's way of making the race argument. The culture argument is a coward's way of making the racial argument. Okay? Everybody consumes black culture. So what are you trying to say? You think white people, poor white people seemingly consume more black culture? Is that what it is than rich white people? Is that why that same dynamic exists? Or is it because of their financial circumstances? Read my dog shit comment. Anyway, that's not the only problem here. Yeah. I hate the culture argument, the cultural argument. Black people have been consistently underserved systematically by the American government. And people still go, oh, it's the culture. Shut the fuck up. Is this a very convoluted way to blame black people for white kids doing mass shootings? What is? I don't know what you mean by that.
About the rest, so just that's just what I saw, and I tried to help them, but
it was just senseless.
It was really senseless. Really, I don't know why a person would do that to someone just over that little argument. It's just crazy in this world nowadays how people just up and do that. Like that man has a family. That man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid. There was
chat degrades when the nephews get home from school. You're doing the village elders workathon. It's important for me to teach the nephews not to be fucking racist because they haven't learned this lesson yet. Beyond material inequality, there's also the effect of over-policing. Yes, you're absolutely correct. That has on crime statistics. If you have 50 officers policing a neighborhood and compare that to a neighborhood with 5 police officers, you would expect that the crime statistics in the first neighborhood to show higher crime without that actually being the case. There's also a sentencing disparity amongst black people in comparison to white people and black people when in areas that have measured this consume drugs at the same rate, and yet black people are caught at a higher rate and also prosecuted with longer sentences for the same exact crimes as white people. So all of this is an endless cycle of undermining black people in this country. And instead of analyzing and pouring through all of this data, the dumbest Republican will go, that's just woke bullshit, brother. I don't care. Yeah, facts don't care about your feelings, right? Except, you're making a Fifi's argument. Your feelings tell you that this is the case. Facts, on the other hand, explain a very different story. Anyway, this is a powder keg for race baiting bullshit for all the worst white supremacist monsters out there who are desperately looking for a story to focus on. Even if, for the record, this black teenager unjustifiably went up and stabbed a white teenager, if you extrapolate any additional information about the entirety of the black population, you're just trying to justify your racist predetermination, okay? You've already arrived at that conclusion before the story came out, and you're just trying to make other people agree with you by pointing to the story. White people, white men in particular, comprise 74% of convictions on the procurement and creation of child sexual abuse material and child pornography. This does not mean that every white man is doing child pornography. Nobody ever assumes that every white man is engaging in child pornography. Now, chatters, when I mention this, will jokingly say, I do. But that's the difference, right? That's a joke because white men are the domineering force in American society, at least throughout American history. They are the in-group. They are the power group. So making a joke at the expense of white men is like making a joke at the expense of straight people. It's not the same as shitting on gay people. That's the difference between gay pride and straight pride. That's the difference between black pride and white pride. Very difficult dynamic to explain to people who go, well, the Merriam-Webster's definition for racism means, you know, any kind of discouragement or whatever against people by creed of, you know, the color of their skin. So I got you. It's like, yeah, okay, you got me. All right. Yes, the Webster's definition is not as appropriate to use when we're making sociological determinations. Anyway, touch me and see what happens. New details emerge surrounding Frisco track meet stabbing in arrest affidavit. The suspect reportedly told the officer who arrested him that the 17-year-old victim put his hands on him and that he admitted that I did it.
WFAA has obtained new court documents revealing how Austin Metcalf was stabbed to death at a track meet in Frisco. Police say another teenager had fresh blood on his finger when they found him at Kirkendall Stadium.
The affidavit shows that when officers arrived, Carmelo Anthony told them he got into an argument with Metcalf, and when the arresting officer said he had the alleged suspect in custody, Anthony replied, "I'm not alleged, I did it."
But Anthony told officers he only acted in self-defense and asked them if Metcalf was okay.
Several witnesses paint a different picture, and Metcalf's father told Matt Howerton he is not buying the excuse.
I had a dream last night, and Austin came to me and said, I'm okay. It gives me peace. Doesn't mean I don't hurt.
The last 24 hours, unimaginable for Austin Metcalf's father, his mother, his twin brother.
Right now, I'm really numb, and I really don't feel anything. I just have to function.
Metcalf, just 17 when he arrived at Frisco ISD's district track meet Wednesday. His final breaths taken before 11 a.m., police say, after being stabbed to death by a fellow Frisco ISD student, 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, now charged with first-degree murder.
My world's a little shattered.
An argument over where Anthony was sitting while the meet experienced a rain delay sparked a confrontation between the teen and Metcalf. According to arrest paperwork, Anthony sitting underneath Metcalf's team tent. You could see it from the air when we flew over the crime scene. Metcalf from Memorial High, Anthony from Centennial. A witness telling police Metcalf told Anthony to move from under the team's tent because he didn't go to their school. The witness telling police Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, "Touch me and see what happens." Investigators writing that Metcalf grabbed Anthony to tell him to move and that Anthony pulled out a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest and then ran away. When officers arrived, the knife was found and police say Anthony admitted to what happened, but said this to police: "He put his hands on me. I was protecting myself," even asking another officer if what happened could be considered self-defense.
What do you expect? If you're caught, the best thing you're going to do is try to lie your way out of it.
Metcalf's father telling me self-defense is not a reasonable excuse.
The truth will come out. There were too many people that were there that saw what happened.
Father came out on Fox in a later interview on Fox saying this shouldn't be politicized and it's a human issue, not a racial or political one. I know. It's too late, though, because everyone is using this horrible situation, like this horrifying situation, as an opportunity to race bait and to relitigate a race war. No, it's not too late. First of all, it's okay for him to mourn, chatters. The fuck are you talking about? His kid got stabbed to death at school. The fuck do you mean? I think it's shocking that he is not leaning into the 14 words narratives, to be fair, especially from, like, I assume, a predominantly white town. You know what I mean? Yeah. And guess what? He did that, and now people on fucking Twitter are calling him a cuck.
That people say it's very unfortunate that this other child decided to make a bad choice that's going to affect him for the rest of his life. I have compassion for every human being. I want to make this very clear. This is not a race issue. This is not a black and white issue. I don't want someone stepping up on a soapbox trying to politicize this. I don't appreciate some of the remarks I've seen online that people say there was this fight and they don't know. They weren't there. It's very unfortunate that this other child decided.
Anyway,
my own son told me.
In Frisco.
they also didn't put this in the news article for WFAA, so that's cool. But yeah, would this even be news if they were both white? It would still be local news, but it wouldn't make it into the national stage. That's for sure. And before people say like role reversal, we know what the role reversal looks like. Okay, the role reversal is Daniel Penny exonerated and becomes a conservative hero, and also on top of that, exonerated, becomes a conservative hero, gets a fucking job at like Andreessen Horowitz. So we know what the difference is. We know what the role reversal looks like. Okay, when a white person kills a black person, regardless of what either party has engaged in. So just so you understand, stand your ground does not work for black people. Every black person knows this. There's no stand your ground if you're black. Stand your ground is if you are a black victim of a white assailant. Yeah. In any case, yeah, that's the situation. Anyone that tries to extrapolate like racial dynamics out of this, or make, grand arguments about how all black people are this way is a fucking racist. That's it. Federal judge in Southern District of New York dismisses Mahmoud Khalil's initial motion seeking a restraining order in his case against Columbia University and the federal government, but has granted his request to file a Second Amendment complaint. Given the nature of the suit, Khalil's lawyer told Dropsite, "This is a weird win, but it's a win." Wait, what? A second amended complaint, not a Second Amendment complaint. Khalil and his student co-plaintiffs had filed a case alleging that the federal government has unlawfully coerced Columbia University to suppress their protected speech. Yeah. The students' motion, in turn, sought to prohibit the government from cutting Columbia's funding, block Columbia from turning over student records to Congress, and stop the university from taking the steps it announced 2 weeks ago to combat anti-Semitism on campus. The federal judge denied the plaintiff's first motion, but the judge allowing the plaintiff's legal team to renew their motion with a stronger case. In the meantime, to give plaintiffs the opportunity to seek timely relief if necessary. The judge added, Columbia will be required to notify plaintiffs in the court 30 days before further student records for students' identities and records already produced are furnished to Congress. Yes, Mahmoud is still in the United States of America. The judge's order attests, moreover, that this case raises serious questions as to whether two branches of government violated the First Amendment by potentially coercing the plaintiff into suppressing disfavored speech. The answer is yes, they did do that. 100%. Yeah, he's in detention in Louisiana. And there's no updates about Rumeysa Öztürk. Oh, man. What a time. Stay-at-home husband tries to act his way out of murder charges. There's a new JCS Reacts. I don't know if this is a good one, but the previous one was, I guess, like... Oh, I was going to mention this. Yes, the ADL also has turned over a new leaf, everybody. The ADL has turned over a new leaf. I repeat, the ADL is woke again. Even though they cut their... Even though they cut their DEI budget, okay? They cut their DEI budget, but they're woke again. Trust. Hold on, I'm going to show you real quick. Did you see Dr. Mike versus anti-vaxxers? No, I don't want to watch the Jube. Are they coming on the stream? Wait, ADL? Yeah. No, they're not. As you guys know, ADL is basically getting all of their wishes met by this administration. Mass deportations are being placed, lists of students with student visa status, like non-citizen students with student visas are being sent to the Department of Homeland Security for the crime of speaking out against Israel. But of course, ADL is not too happy about it, it seems. Josh Kraushaar for Jewish Insider via Gabby Deutsch, the senior national correspondent for Jewish Insider, says, ADL's Greenblatt now calling out disturbing pattern in Trump's deportation campaign. ADL CEO says the protection of Jewish students shouldn't require us to shred the norms that we use to protect other people. It's a funny development in this story because this is, as Tariq Kani-Shawah says, this is exactly what the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt, and other Zionists have been gunning for years. They are not only complicit in this authoritarian crackdown, they're the driving force behind it. Greenblatt is just getting cold feet because he's seeing it backfire. Two reasons why I think Jonathan Greenblatt is engaging in this performative. I'm actually a little scared about what the government is doing thing. The reason why he's doing this, Gabby Deutsch wrote a hit piece on you back then. Yeah, nice. I was wondering why that name sounded familiar. So good, I guess, better than nothing. No, fuck no. It's not good. It's not good at all. Okay. They will not be able to abdicate their responsibility here. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? No, the ADL absolutely played a formative role and is a part of the institutions that have played a formative role in getting to this point. Two reasons why they're doing this. One, Beitar. As you guys know, Beitar is a right-wing fascist group, a right-wing fascist Israeli group, a pro-Israeli group that has gotten so completely and utterly out of control. They're Kahanists. They don't even hide it. They used to be called terrorists. They were disbanded for a while. They were brought back and grew in motion after October 7. And Beitar is, they're rabid sociopaths, okay? They're complete and utter fanatics. They're psychopathic in every way, shape, and form. And I think that is part of the reason why the ADL is doing this. Yes, they're Jabotinskyites. They make the list and they send it to the Department of Homeland Security, and they're proud of it, right? They've also kept, Beitar is basically the, yes, Israel is doing a genocide, and yes, it should do more type people, okay? The backpedaling is not a good sign. It's just a sign of the times. Two reasons why I believe ADL is doing this, but let me read what Tariq said. Americans are increasingly associating Israel with Trump's authoritarian assault on our constitutional rights, and it's contributing to Israel's cratering support in the U.S. That train has left the station, but Americans need to know that organizations like the ADL are behind all of this. That is precisely the case. That is the reason why Jonathan Greenblatt is like, okay, maybe we went a little too far because the fucking administration is posting, Shalom, Mahmoud, we're doing this for the Jews. If you, because they're not tactful. The admin is not tactful. They don't give a shit about anti-Semitism at all. They are just fucking fascists. Okay? So in that process, they're just literally being like, yeah, Shalom, Mahmoud, we're doing this for the Jews. You can't speak ill of Israel. The Jews will get you. What do you think that message, what do you think that is? What kind of message does that send to average Americans who might not necessarily care about scary Muslim people, but they literally also aren't exactly too fond of Jews either, okay? And, I mean, definitely hate Muslims a lot more than Jews, don't get me wrong. But regardless, what do you think that does to the nascent anti-Semitic conspiracies that have already been in the background in perpetuity? They go, oh my God, Jews do run the fucking country. What the fuck is this? That's what the average American sees that. That's what the average American who sees that thinks, okay? It breeds incredible amounts of anti-Semitism. The other reason, and that obviously has gotten to a point where the ADL is like, oh my God, this is backfiring on Israel. Instead of people being scared to come across as anti-Semitic, now people are just saying that they're anti-Semitic with their full fucking chests. What the fuck? And a big part of that also grew because the right-wing anti-Israel coalition is deeply anti-Semitic for the most part and has been actively using, and I say cynically, using Israel's awful approval ratings to drive home an anti-Semitic narrative, an anti-Semitic message that America's dominated by the Jews. Israel is doing this for Jews. And, America is the lapdog of the Jews. It's literally, the oldest American neo-Nazi conservative talking point. And now a fuck ton of Gen Z people believe this shit because of the likes of Candace Owens, Dan Bilzerian, Fresh and Fit, and that other Ian guy. But if you want to understand how fucking insane Beitar is, no, that's not true, but that's an interesting point. What's not true, but it's an interesting point. Anyway, Beitar has done a really funny thing in the process. They say, we are the Jewish version of Nazis for opposing Hamas USA, for urging Jews to fight back. Somehow the Jewish community permits this. What despicable, awful people. Yes, if the Jewish community does permit this, then yeah, you are not doing a promotion for the Jewish community in the United States of America. You are unironically tarnishing the reputation of the Jewish community in the United States of America. But these guys are so fucking stupid. They don't even understand that. Anyway, one of the funniest things that Beitar did, by the way, is they love making lists, okay? They fucking love making lists. So what kind of list did they make recently? Last night, I sent this to fucking, what do you call it? I sent this to Felix and Noah. They made a new list, this time of Jews. That's right. Beitar is now officially making lists of Jews as well, anti-Zionist Jews. And apparently, they're sending the list of anti-Zionist Jews to the Israeli government. Not only do they also have smoke for Shai Davide, and Shai Davide has smoke for Beitar, and there's a lot of infighting happening in the Zionist circles, and I love that drama. I think it's very stupid, and I think it's very funny. But having said that, something that is really, really funny is that these guys are so horny to do fascism that they're like, yeah, fuck it. Let's do fascism to the Jews as well. In the name of defending Jews, by the way, ironically enough. So here it is. Here's what they posted. From Israel, we have submitted a list of names of diaspora Jews who we recommended be banned from Israel to numerous Israeli government leaders. Any nation must keep enemies away from their country, particularly during a time of war. We confirm that among those who are members and supporters of Beitar, who we consider friends are Meir Golan, Gideon Sar, Amichai Chikli, Amir Ohana, Sharon Haskel, and many people in various government offices, including the Prime Minister's office, Shin Bet, and other intelligence agencies in the state of Israel. We confirm World Beitar headquarters is in Bet Jabotinsky, where Likud headquarters are in Tel Aviv, where Beitar USA, Beitar Europe, Beitar UK also maintain offices. We intend to build lists of diaspora Galut Jews, I don't know what that means, who pose a danger to the Jewish state. People like Peter Beinart. Does Peter Beinart even say he's an anti-Zionist? I don't know. I mean, I know that he didn't used to be, but he's like very critical of Israel now. And over the years, he's become increasingly more critical of Israel. But Peter Beinart is a very famous, I think, he's I don't know if I would consider him a liberal Zionist. He might be. I don't know. I don't know his like full work, but I know that he's just like, he's a liberal. Okay. He's a major liberal. And it's so funny that they're like Peter Beinart is a terrorist against the nation state of Israel. It would be like, okay, I'll tell it to you like this. Okay. Saying Peter Beinart is a danger to the Jewish state as a Jew is like saying Ezra Klein is a danger to the Jewish state as a Jew. It would be like putting Ezra Klein on the fucking, do not let into Israel list. To give you a comparison of someone whose positions you do know a little bit about. Okay. So it's pretty funny that they're doing this, because one of the funniest parts about this is like, oh no, anti-Zionist Jews can't go to Israel. Like, oh no, what will they do? Oh no, you are banned from the ethno state. You will never be able to listen to the worst psytrance music you've ever heard. Ever again. Yeah, I bet you'll be singing a different tune when you're not allowed to listen to the worst psytrance of all time directly at the heart of the fucking ethno state. Doing a genocide. The second reason why I think this is funny is because Israel doesn't care if you're anti-Zionist. Israel only has one project in mind, and that is to get as many Jews, regardless of their perspective, regardless of their positions, into Israel. And if they won't come to Israel, at least defend Israel. Okay? That's the goal. That is the number one goal of Zionism as a project. And in order to achieve said goals, Israel has done a bunch of fucked up shit, including bombing synagogues in Iraq, right? So this unironically goes against the Zionist project as well. So it's doubly hilarious. Not only are you saying, oh no, you're fucking not allowed to be in Israel. Let me tell you, okay, this is going to ruin your life. Like, who the fuck? Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Can't go to Israel. Damn. You mean to tell me I have to keep living in New York City or Los Angeles, California, or fucking, Miami, Florida. Fuck, dude. Oh, shucks. What will I do as an anti-Zionist American Jew? What will I do if I can't go to the apartheid state? Hilarious. But again, like I said, it's doubly funny because it's antagonistic to the project of Zionism. Like, imagine if, and there are already plenty of Gen Z Jews who are anti-Zionist, but let's say those numbers grow, right? Let's say those numbers grow and like the overwhelming majority of American Jews become anti-Zionist. Then you're just undermining the Israeli project entirely. You're like, no, you don't love Israel. You're not allowed to fucking go. Fuck you. As Jabotinsky taught us to tell our enemies, go to hell. We have nothing to apologize for. Today, Beitar has 35 chapters worldwide and is the fastest growing Zionist movement worldwide. Yeah. Fantastic stuff. Yeah. Rachel Lycan, Hillel leader. He/she is a Jewish leader at Yale who supports Palestine, a woke graduate of Brown University. She's everything that is wrong with Jewry. We have recommended to Israeli Ministries of Interior to ban her for life from the Jewish state. Amazing. Jewry is normal to say, even though, yes, Jewry is a word. Yes, chat. It is a real word, okay? It's a real word. It's just, in its historical application, it has meant, it usually is attached with not so great things, some scary ideas. Yeah, but it is correct. It is a word that is used. So yeah, that's Beitar. And I suspect that part of the reason why ADL is like backing off a little bit is because I said he's probably just worried that the overt rabid fanatics at Beitar are accelerating the deportation project beyond what he initially wanted. The semi-literate inbreds at Beitar continue to unknowingly operate as anti-Zionists. Yeah, that's the hilarity of the situation is that Beitar is so horny and so annoying too. While they're doing this thing, they're not only just like violating people's fucking rights, which, at the behest of a foreign nation, which Americans are going to be like, okay, calm down, big guy, but they're also doing it in the most annoying and like they're just doing it as a pesky nuisance kind of way, even though the impact is horrifying. It's very damaging. It's destructive, but like the optics of it are fucking bad too. It is the Rabbi Shmuley dynamic. As I've said before, Rabbi Shmuley or Alan Dershowitz unironically perform this duty of defending Israel so poorly that they fucking end up creating rugged anti-Zionists. And it's something that like Jewish Zionists are aware of as well. I know for a fact because I know from Jake when he participated in these like debates and stuff at like Holocaust museums and whatnot, like because they think he's like a decent orator of the anti-Zionist cause, but not so scary as like someone like myself, I guess. So they invite him to those sorts of things. People will approach him and be like, I'm so sorry about Rabbi Shmuley. Like, we don't like him either. So like Rabbi Shmuley is so fucking insane and so rabid and so kind of horrible to look at, really. Just bad vibes overall, that he basically creates anti-Zionists everywhere he goes. That's probably the reason why you don't really see him as much. I don't know if you noticed, but he hasn't been around that much. Guy in the blue hoodie with the white hair is Beitar USA. The usual Zionist agitators start getting into people's faces. A brief scuffle broke out. One Palestine protester was arrested. Zionists are frequently entering the crowd while NYPD watches it from 6 hours ago. SRG waits in front of the NYPL steps. His name is Ronan Levy. He's a far-right conspiracy theorist and activist. He's obsessed with hating women, believes chemtrails are real, harassed vaccine clinics, and dragged story hour events in the city before pivoting to harassing the pro-Palestine demos.
Don't put your hand on it. Don't put your hand on it. You're in trouble. Don't put your hand out of here. Don't put your hand out of here.
Don't put your hands on me. Is he shoving people? Yeah, I mean, the classic. Come on. That's it's a classic method. Yes, I have seen this photo. Ah! Jump scare. The guy in the back is the same one who did that freaky stand-up laughing at dead Palestinian children. Oh my God, is he? Wait, that guy? This guy is the one who was like Pallywood. Ugh. Anyway, so yeah, that's the situation. There's a crisis brewing among Zionist circles. I think Beitar has maybe gone a little bit too far. You know what I mean? What? Did you see the thing about October 7 rapes? Key 7 October mass rapes witness denounced as liar by Israeli reporter. Key 7th of October mass rapes witness denounced as liar. Oh, okay. As liar by Israeli reporter. Dude, what part of Sheryl Sandberg's like Screams Without Words or Screams Before Silence documentary is correct at this point? Virtually every part of her October 7 mass rapes documentary has not only been thoroughly debunked, but also on top of that, new reporting came out that she herself engaged in the act of sexual assault at fucking Facebook. Like, how crazy? Yeah. Hold on. Let's see. Sheryl Sandberg sexual assault. Wait, what the fuck? It doesn't even show up. Why doesn't it show up? Oh my God. When you look up Sheryl Sandberg sexual assault, it literally only her fucking, her documentary comes up. Yeah, here it is. Ex-Facebook employee alleges harassment and retaliation in memoir. Yeah. Book written by Sarah Wynne Williams, former New Zealand diplomat, addresses Facebook's impact on democracy during a crucial period in the company's history. And in the book, what is this? Microsoft employees protest a 50th anniversary party over Israel contract. What? Pro-Palestinian protest by Microsoft employees interrupted company's 50th anniversary celebration Friday. The latest backlash and attack. Okay, we'll please. God, why does everybody do this? They always have to be like, no, cover this now. That she's the ideological leader of the girl boss neoliberal feminist movement, just an all-around demon. Yeah. They scrubbed the interview of him saying Republicans are the dumbest voter base from the internet. Wait, what? In a memoir set to be published Tuesday, a former Facebook employee lays out allegations of misconduct at the company, including claims of sexual harassment and what she says were incomplete statements to Congress about Facebook's relationship with China. Sarah Wynne Williams says in the book and in an exclusive interview with NBC News that she faced retaliation from the company after reported sexual harassment by her boss, Joel Kaplan, who at the time was a vice president for global public policy. Kaplan has since become chief global affairs officer, serving as the company's public face. The Trump video, they wiped it from the internet. Yeah, Meta slams a memoir by former exec claiming ex-COO Sheryl Sandberg slept in assistant's lap, false and defamatory. It is wild that the only coverage on it is not the allegation in and of itself, but just like Facebook Meta defending Sheryl Sandberg and saying that the allegations are completely baseless. Yeah. Not only if you look up Sheryl Sandberg sexual harassment, it like doesn't come up, and it's only October 7 comes up. And if you were to find a news article that directly addresses the allegations, it just exclusively features the defense of the mega corporation. What is this? Another predator doing projection on October 7th. An Israeli rabbi in Dallas who spread the October 7th Hamas rape hoax was just arrested for molesting a teenage boy. Another case of Zionist projection. A rabbi at a Dallas school was arrested on indecent with a child charges early Wednesday morning. We are here to march to make it be known, to make it be seen that we are marching together against evilness, against that and those evil murderers, said Rabbi Yitzhak Meir Sabo. Hamas Nazi murderers jumped upon us and raped and murdered elderly and kids and kidnapped kids into Gaza. Eli Lebowitz says, I'm so sorry you had such a bad experience with Judaism growing up that you've become this. Dan Cohen responds, somebody should check this guy's hard drives. Oh, yeah. Anyway, it's fucking projection, man. Always. Also, finally, an anti-speed, anti-China, anti-speed video dropped. I was looking for it. I was like, who will be the first dumbass to make this assertion?
Was speed paid by the CCP? The answer is no, but here's the catch. He likely was arranged to have local tourism companies or influencer companies that accompany him in different...
Never mind. I got baited. I thought this guy was going to fucking be like, nah, I thought he was going to fucking
legs of the tour. For example, in Beijing, he met up with Miles Moretti, who was interviewed by CGTN for telling the China story well, as well as in Shanghai, he was with Jackson Wang, a celebrity who's very pro-CCP.
Wow, that's crazy. Virtually every famous celebrity is pro-CCP. That's number one. Number two, I can't believe famous American celebrity that goes to fucking, goes to China, meets up with famous celebrities in China who speak English well. Wow. Thank you, guy who's in the pocket of fucking Falun Gong for making these brilliant assertions. You can't make a Chinese people are nice actually video without being paid by the CCP. What kind of clown world is this? Yeah.
Propaganda travel to China one time. You'll feel like, damn, this is a dull place.
Or at the Shaolin Temple, where he was accompanied by what seems to be a Chinese team, including a woman who was translating for Speed. While these companies are not...
Yo! Yeah, have you guys noticed that Speed's Mandarin translators were Chinese in China? You can't get anything past this guy, man. He's fucking killing it.
Directly affiliated with the CCP, they are to abide by the laws and rules. So they send in people to make sure that Speed wasn't being introduced to extraordinary elements or things that are not supposed to happen.
Greetings from Xi Jinping, man. What?
It's no wonder this shook them. In my view, the entire China stream was a big Potemkin village on a massive scale.
Damn, didn't know there was Chinese people in China. I thought it was all propaganda. Yeah. Come on, dude. Come on. How fucking stupid is this? Like, I really thought that there would be more smoke though. And I think this is a testament to US aid funding running dry, because they really haven't been attacking him that much. Like I thought, because I know if I go, I'm cooked. Or rather, when I go, I'm definitely cooked. People will fucking go crazy over that. And I think it's because Speed is not seen as a political entity, which is good. I think it's also because Speed is not seen as a political entity. I think it's also because Speed is incredibly popular. People hate you though. Dog, people hate Speed too. People hate famous people in general. What the fuck are you talking about? You think people don't hate iShowSpeed? Are you fucking stupid? Of course. If you're at any point, if you reach any level of success, if you're famous in any capacity, you're gonna have a lot of haters. And the more famous you are, the more your haters, the louder your haters will be. Speed is a cute puppy dog boy. What the fuck? That's weird, man. Be normal. So, bro, that's amazing. Speed, although they did a Chinese comrade salute, thinking it was just a wave. He was out there dropping hello comrades, dude. I love that. I fucking love that. He's someone tell Speed lay low before coming back to the USCI is not gonna like this one.
Just laugh at me.
Laugh at you? Don't listen to them. See, look, in this world, honey, you gotta understand that. In this world,
honey, who, bro? You're like 19. Fuck you mean, honey? Dude, that's so funny. What, did I mishear him?
Just laugh at me.
laugh at you? Don't listen to them. See, look, in this world, honey, you gotta understand that. In this world, people gonna laugh at you, talk about you.
Yo, that's amazing. Bro's 19, calling ladies possibly older than him honey. Who the fuck does he think he is, bro? Living my fucking dreams, dude. Living my goddamn dreams.
Be hateful towards you. That's part of life. But as part of a human, as part of us, it's just going to be people like that. So you just have to stay strong and be you at the end of the day. People going to hate you all the time. It don't matter if you're the best in the world, the most perfect person in the world. People going to hate you. You know what I'm saying? You have a nice voice.
I believe you.
Don't worry. You have a good voice. Don't worry. People talk about me all the time. People say I got a big nose. I'm musty. I'm black. I'm trash.
Okay, the third thing is not a pejorative. Like, I know what he was trying to say, but it's just funny. Like, that's not a negative trait.
At football, like, I'm one of the best football players in the world. You're telling me?
They don't understand you.
They don't understand me.
Yes.
They don't understand me. They don't.
Yes.
Like I go through so.
He's like, people used to say I'm black. I'm Chinese now. Oh, Jesus. Bro's looking jacked. Yeah, he is. Glaze, stop.
Much, and it's like.
We are the same people. They don't like us. But we can grow up. We can get stronger.
That's right. Get stronger. That's right.
The 25-year-old woman with a kid's vocal sound, we call them Xiaozhaji. I don't know how to say that word.
At the end of the day, we just got to get stronger and ignore that. At the end of the day, chat. W speech, bro.
W speech, bro. Too much PR. Too much good PR in the last week. CIA made the call. Wait, what? I'm a N-word killer? What the hell? Black Marxists can't ever take accountability. Gotta excuse racism.
You said what?
What the I don't want to watch this clip. I don't want to watch this clip. It's going to hurt my feelings. It is wild that there is a universal, it is a universal principle. Like anti-blackness is universal. No matter where this man goes, there is always going to be at least one or two motherfuckers that just come at him and do insane shit. Now, obviously, when you go to Poland, it's a little bit different. You're getting it a lot more. You know what I mean? But like, bro, then Twitter tried to pin it on a Japanese woman. Apparently, she was Japanese. Okay, dude. There was another incident where they gave him a banana and started making monkey noises. I saw one where like a fan walked out to his car and gave him cotton, like wrapped in like paper. It's just fucking insane. Yeah, really fucked up. But that was a cultural gift. Oh, apparently cotton bouquets are a thing in Asia. For Speed is different because that's his brand image. No, bro, what the fuck? Get out of here. The cotton bouquet thing, I didn't know. That puts it in a different light. I did think it was odd that it was like so perfectly packaged. This one's doing numbers in Bilibili. Total 2.8 million views. Yeah, dude. Me reacting to Speed in China is doing numbers on Bilibili. It's crazy. No, man, there was a fan who gave him cotton and started whipping the air with a belt. Okay, that's a little different. That's not cultural practice, I don't think. Cotton bouquet is common in East Asia. This isn't racist. Y'all gotta stop seeing the world like this. Cotton bouquet are literally a thing here. I saw them firsthand in Korea.
Cristiano, my friend. Why did you give me cotton?
Yeah.
W give, chat.
It's my love. It's my love.
W give. Bro, y'all be gifting me anything in China, bro. I'm not gonna cap.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I thought it was weird how pretty the bouquet was. There are pics in the replies of other instances. I thought that it was odd that it was such a delicately wrapped gift for such a racist endeavor. But I don't think this guy he wasn't like whipping the air or something. Or they're just the nicest racist of all time. W racist chat. Why was it racist? What do you mean? Giving a black person cotton to pick? The fuck do you really? What are we doing here? Open the schools. Open the schools immediately. Open the schools yesterday. Do not abolish the Department of Education. Please, no matter what you do, do not abolish the Department of Education, please. The children are starving. The children are suffering. They need to learn. That is a child that has been left behind, okay? We need to bring that child back to the school. He said, why is that racist to gift a black person cotton? Like, this is not a situation where I think this person was being intentionally racist. It makes sense within the cultural context, but under other circumstances, why would that be considered racist? I'm not saying in this instance it is, but I originally thought it was. Okay, I originally thought it was. It seems like it wasn't. I've learned from my mistake about the cultural practices that are different, but under different circumstances, that would be very racist. 400 years of chattel slavery is the reason why that would be racist, specifically in practice in the United States of America, as black people were forced into slavery to work in the fields picking cotton. That's why there is an association in contemporary language with picking cotton and black people that is inherently a racist association. I don't think this Chinese guy was being racist potentially. I don't know, but in most contexts, that would be racist. Similar to giving a black person a banana and then doing monkey noises. Anyway, but yeah, he's living his best goddamn life. And yeah, in China, giving a cotton bouquet has many beautiful meanings. The symbolism of giving a cotton bouquet in China: warmth and care, cherishment and long-lasting affection, purity and beauty, gratitude and reciprocation, prosperity and good fortune. Is seen as a symbol of wealth, well-being, and cherishing relationships, often used for occasions like birthdays, proposals, or anniversaries. The most vile crips are unlined with racists. What? Chinese people don't bear the historical burden of slavery and racism and therefore are not sensitive to relevant cultural issues. There's also that aspect as well, for sure. For sure. But that one chick that walked up to him and was saying she's an N-word killer, that's, you know, that's the type of unrestricted, unfiltered racism that transcends cultural boundaries. You know what I mean? That's like, that's beyond the pale, okay? That's just someone being straightforward racist. All right. So I have all this stuff lined up on the docket, but I don't know if I have time to watch this stuff because I have to fly out in a little bit to Washington, D.C., and then immediately after to New York. So I still got to like pack my shit. That lady was CIA. Yeah, that makes sense. Then to China. Yeah. D.C. today. New York, DC today, New York tomorrow, China, 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 you know, China soon. But, yeah, my plan is to hang out with Zoran on Sunday, as I've said. Wait, there's a big protest in DC tomorrow? What? There's a big protest in DC tomorrow? What the hell? That's so crazy. What a coincidence. I'm going to be in DC tomorrow. Nah, I won't attend it. Thanks for informing me, chatter. First time I'm hearing about it. Don't be mean. Come on now. They're protesting you? Yeah, they're protesting me for not being sufficiently pro-Palestine, I heard. That's the real protest. All right. I'm going to end it here. I know you said you won't be attending the rally in DC tomorrow. Would you please attend for me? Yeah, okay. Now that this chatter said it, maybe I'll do it. Are you going to speak tomorrow? I think I am, but I'm not sure. And I haven't really prepared anything. But part of that is because the Palestine youth movement has not been responsive. We've been asking for like a schedule and how this is going to work. So I don't know. But yeah, I got to get ready. I got to prep. You don't have to prep. You have so many speakers and just some riff. Yeah, no. I'm not worried about prepping for the speech. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. I'm gonna be live early, by the way, because the protest starts at 1 p.m. Eastern time, which would be 10 a.m. Pacific. But I'll probably start even earlier than that, most likely, just to, you know, I'll probably do like a little bit of a hotel stream before heading over to the protest. Anyway, love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow from DC. Peace and free Palestine.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan. streaming, the sun is streaming, the sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There